Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Alliance Tournament 18 Minmatar Republic Trials Day 3. This is weekend 2. This is where we narrow it down to just 7 teams who will advance to Alliance Tournament 18. Everyone else goes straight into the dumpster, as there can only be 7. 6 from the Minmatar tribes that we're playing now, and then the runners up of each of those tribes will drop into the consolidation round, and they will fight for that final 7th spot. And we have a whole bunch of matches, some really good matches. A whole bunch of really good teams have made it through. Some less experienced than others. Some really experienced teams that we expect to see do really well. Jin Tan, anyone you're really looking forward to seeing today?
There's a lot of teams that I'm looking forward to seeing. One is Exodus. So far, I believe they haven't lost a single ship in their games, and it'll be interesting to see if they can follow that through the remainder of their bracket. They certainly have the execution to do so, but whether or not their opponents are going to be able to bring something out of the bag to surprise them in what looks like a clean run through to 80-18 is the real question.
Thank you. Jin Tan is with me today, as is Mystical Might. Misty, who are you looking forward to seeing?
I have to say Snuffed out to see if they bring any other questionable comps along to the tournament. But I think, more seriously, Electus, Matari, and Ushra'Khan are the two to look for, simply because they are role players in the Minmatar tournament. So it'll be interesting to see what happens in their brackets.
Exactly, and they are both in the Brutor tribe, so only one of those can potentially win that tribe. One maybe can make it through into the consolidation tribe. If that's the case, maybe we see two Mimitar RP teams make it into Alliance Tournament 18, but that is a tough ask. They'll have to win a fair few matches to get through if they don't make it in the Brutor finals first time round. But let's look at our first match because it is only a few minutes away, and it's going to be A Hail Na versus Shut Up I'm Trying. Now, Jin Tan, I believe Shut Up I'm Trying are one of two teams that just simply due to the luck of the marble draw have somehow managed to make it through into these semi-finals without winning a single match. Is that right?
Yeah, I believe Shut Up I'm Trying and Seriously Suspicious are the two teams that have managed to win precisely 0 matches and are still into the playoff section. Shut Up I'm Trying as well were only able to field a maximum of, I believe, 8 pilots during their 2 games. So hopefully they've woken everyone up. They've rung up all their friends and will be bringing a full complement of pilots to the games tonight.
We can only hope so. We see the bans on screen right now. Ahil now banning Leshak, which is changed ship model as far as I can tell, and a Barguest, where Shut Up I'm Trying banning an Eos and a Sleipnir. Mystical Might, what do you make of these particular bans?
Well, just looking at the Shut Up I'm Trying bans, the EOS and the Sleipnir seem to be targeted bans towards the Heilnar team, as last week Ahal now brought a drone rush setup and a shield rush setup, both of which relied on the EOS and then the Sleipnir respectively. So it seems like they have taken advantage of the VOD and looked back and seen what their opponent is flying. I don't know whether this is necessarily going to help too much. I think they might still not be able to necessarily field a full team um, based on some feedback that we've had in Twitch chat. But maybe it will even the playing field a little bit more. Fingers
Yeah, I'm
crossed.
just looking at what's landed on grid, and it does look like they are fielding another undermanned team. But it is time to go to the arena and find out, can Shut Up I'm Trying win with less than 10, or will Ahilna continue their streak of victories? So let's hand over to the arena with CCP Kestrel and Wingnut.
G'day there, mates. Welcome to Our Hell Nah versus Shut Up I Am Trying, and we've got a quad BC comp undermanned versus a triple BC with a whole wing of support. Kestrel, talk us through, mate. What we got?
Yeah. So the all hell no, they've brought 3 battle cruisers, like you said, 2 Nighthawks and a Claymore. So triple command ship backed up by a bunch of support. Gila, Broadsword, Logi frigates, Jackdaw, Super, and Skybreaker. So they're going to have a bunch of support. They're going to be able to lock people down. I believe their Nighthawks are hams as well. So it's going to be a bit of a ham rush when you talk about the other team here.
Yeah, they've just brought quad BC with a couple of autocannon, sci fleets, and a scimitar, but they're also rushing in. So as you can see, they are screaming towards each other. I love watching the swivel of Nicolo just going straight to the back and immediately tackled that one of the side fleets. Just watch it die. Watch it die.
Yeah, the Belgrave is already gone. Unfortunately, I think these teams basically have about the same DPS, except all Helna just have 2 Logi and a bunch of support on top of that. So I don't see any way that they're going to be able to win. But let's see. Maybe they're Ocean 7 and they're going to perform the grand heist of the AT somehow.
I'm hoping that the Scimitar from Shut Up, I'm Trying really manages to pull its weight here. If they can kill enough DPS that maybe that Scimitar can buy them a lot more time, this might not be an entirely stupid idea, but you can see the second side fleet being beaten down as Aguila just goes pop.
Yeah, he's gone. They're still trying to kill the Kirin of Aquila Concordia. He's doing a pretty good job of just staying away. He does have this huge cloud of bots on him, drones, hobgoblins that are slowly whittling him down. But one thing that's really cool is the Skybreaker of Maval Dorgiers is actually shooting the drones that are on him, and the drones are slowly getting killed. So now Aquila is actually just wrapping back up again now.
I don't think he's our XLAS. I think actually our XLASB Sci Fleet issues, which is honestly one of my favorite ships to fly. It does still explode, but they're starting to beat down a Nighthawk now.
Yeah, Nighthawk of Lodge Midget is getting pretty low here. It's about half shields, but I imagine Pengu in 1998 is probably going to be going down before he goes down at least, which is another.
I didn't see a single XLASB cycle on that ship.
Yeah, the damage here is just super brutal from all Helna. Taking these Sci Fleet issues down before they can even get like the full value of that XLSB.
Just immediate deletion. They are still beating down this Nighthawk, but unfortunately the Drake Navy is now incredibly squishy in comparison without their Scimitar backup. So I think that's probably the death knell for this Underman comp. They actually gave it a surprisingly good run, though.
Yeah, they did pretty well. Unfortunately, I think Aquila's going to live now. Slendis is gone. They only have 3 battle cruisers left against Lord Midget, who's like starting to stabilize. It's going a bit low. Maybe they can get Lord Midget down. But Aquila's a lot more healthy now that Skybreaker's cleared off all of those drones. So the Scalpel of Mick can now concentrate fully on Lord Midget. So I think it's going to be tough for them to break even Lord Midget here. He is pretty low though, but Captain Imi, unfortunately, is about to go down here, and he's gone.
Yeah. Well, since this match is currently over, I just want to give someone in local wanted to give a shout out to Shanna's dad, because honestly, nothing else is going to go on in this match besides these ships dying. So, hello, Shanna's dad, how you doing, mate? This is chaos.
Yeah, it looks like damage is getting split a bit too. Nicolo Bernardo's Suple's going down a little bit. Lord Midget's Nighthawk is now stabilizing at about 20% shields. So it looks like he's probably going to live here. And the Nighthawk of CJ Akaski is about to hit armor here. So I think it's going to be a flawless victory for all Helna.
Flawless. I lost a Gila. So I guess Gila's dying.
They lost to Gila, but the Gilas don't count. The crab ships.
Yeah, exactly. They're not real ships. Not real men ships. Ah, well. Yeah, that Underman was ballsy. Honestly, I'm not gonna lie. I was surprised it got as close as it did. But yeah, I need more boys. Bring more guys, please.
Yeah, I mean, bring 3 more people. It's not hard,
Yeah.
You need to just recruit some people.
Get
that new pack in the Eve store, the starter pack that for 7 days.
Oh, with that horrible plug, we're gonna send it back to the studio. Oh god.
Now for the Triglavian Weather Report, brought to you by Exodus.
The weather calls for disintegration.
And that's the weather forever.
For just 10 million ISK a month, you can save the life of a high-sec miner.
Ahilna taking our first victory of the day over an undermanned Shut Up, I Am Trying team who unfortunately get knocked out at this particular stage of the tournament. Ahilna, of course, only losing one ship, the Gila there of Shanna, disappointing his father today by feeding, but at least his team got the W, and that's what's important. It's a team game here. The team wins or the team loses. Speaking of teams, Mystical Might, is there any advantages really of bringing an undermanned team comp that instead of bringing 10 if you can?
I mean, I'd always advise that a team bring 10 if they can. There are other circumstances that sometimes prevent teams from bringing, the full roster. As we saw, I believe the Shut Up I'm Trying team is suffering from some internet connection issues for some of their members, which means that they're not able to field the full team, which is one of the issues that you may face whenever you have a team that's made up of 10 to 15 people. It's usually ideal to have more than the required number so that you can have people stand in where needs be. I will say, though, in answer to the question, maybe like Tinker setups, where you'd rather have more people in bigger ships, may then lend itself a little bit more towards the reduced number of pilots on grid. But you can still use those smaller ships for things like E-War, which you'll be lacking if you don't have your full 10-man.
It's also worth pointing out that although Shut Up I'm Trying were only able to bring 7 pilots, we commend them for bringing the 7 pilots and giving it a go. The feeders or the trial rounds are an incredible opportunity for teams who might not otherwise get the opportunity to fly in the Alliance tournament to fly in these matches, get a bit of publicity for their alliances, and it's very easy for them to be like, oh, we've only got 7 people, let's just forfeit, let's just not turn up. But they didn't. They tried. They literally came along, Shut Up I'm Trying, and they consistently have flown in every match that we've asked them to fly in. So well done to them for giving it a go. Unfortunately, the disadvantage of having only 7 pilots is kind of highlighted, especially against a team like Ahil Na, who seem to be doing quite well thus far in the tournament. It looked like Jintan, we saw the Scimitar, Shut Up I'm Trying, tackled almost immediately by the Skybreaker of Ahil Na. That's just kind of, you have less people, you have less ability to screen, and that's kind of a good example of why it's so important. But how do you screen, and apart from that, why is screening so important here?
So screening is a bit of a complex term. It's something we use quite a lot on both the cast and the desk. And there's 2 ways to look at it. You can, depending on what team you're flying with, they'll have a slightly different definition. Some people see screening as more of an aggressive activity where you're trying to go in and tackle down specific ships. Normally, that's something you'll do if you have more tackle ships than your opponent. You will assign, Zipple, you go on, the Confessor, Spectre Fleet issue, you go on the Vengeance, and then your other final ship that you will have free, you send that after some sort of priority target. But if you're in a case where you have less tackle ships than your opponents, what you've got to do is you've got to coordinate with your fellow ships and do some defensive screening, where you basically occupy space so that hostile tackle pilots can't enter the space that they would need to go through in order to tackle a high-value target, like a logistics, or even something like a curse, or other really high-value, low EHP target, which, if it gets tackled, will probably die to your opponent's DPS.
And Mystical Might, I also wanted to ask you a little bit about the Gila we saw there in Ahil Na, called by CCP Kestrel as a ship that, quote, doesn't count because it's a crabbing ship. Do you agree with that, or is it a useful ship in tournament formats?
I think it's an excellent ship. I was trying to describe the concept to somebody last week. How I think some ships have like a mouth feel, where they could potentially be really strong in the right format, right? But they just feel really shit to fly. I think the Gila is one of the ships where it feels really good to fly. You feel like you're having an impact, and the 2 drones that you get with a Garista ship, because those ship hulls have such strong bonuses towards them, they make themselves feel known. So you can feel your impact as well during the match. I love the Gila. In a tournament setting, I think it has its place. Perhaps not in every comp, but definitely in some of the kiting comps or in some drone setups. I think it's a really good selection.
So, follow-up question: if the Gila doesn't have a good mouthfeel, which ships in the tournament does have a good mouthfeel in the world of Mystical Might? Is it the Thorax, for example, or are there Are there other ships?
Oh,
you
I
prefer?
mean, I prefer the Sleipnir. It's a little bit slimmer and sleek, you know. I think it's an excellent ship in the tournament setting. The Balgorn is also, of course, a great one. Yeah, so there's some really good ships that you'll see come up quite frequently. I think that's because most people agree they're both strong and also fun to fly.
Awesome. So Mystical Might loves a mouthful of Sleipnir. Good to know. Let's look at our next match coming up. It's in about 10 minutes. And actually, we can also pull up the bracket for this particular Thucker. And Shut Up, I'm Trying, who have just played, and Shut Up, I'm Trying have moved forward to the final. They're going to go up against the winner of We Form Blob versus Prismatic Legion. And then the winner of that advances to Alliance Tournament 18. And that makes, that's a good point. Ahel Na are the winners here, not Shut Up, I'm Trying. I mean, they tried to get into the final. They almost managed it. But we have noticed, too late, you don't get to come in this way. So that should be Ahel Na going up against We Form Blob or Prismatic Legion, with the winner advancing to Alliance Tournament 18, and the runner-up going into the matches tomorrow to determine the last remaining slot. In terms of We Form Blob versus Prismatic Legion, let's take a look at the bans and see what we can expect in this next match. Okay, so We Form Blob banning the Vindicator and the Barghest, whereas Prismatic Legion banning the Eos and the Balgorn. Potentially Leshak, you never know these days. Jintan, the Eos Balgorn ban, looks like maybe they don't want to see long range webs and drones. What's your thought there?
Yeah, so this is something that Mystical and a few other casters have talked about extensively last weekend. The EOS, that is a ban dedicated towards the drone composition. The EOS is incredibly tanky, provides the links, and provides 5 heavy drones, which is the maximum amount of DPS you can really do in a drone ship. And having 2 of them is normally key to running a proper drone composition. Meanwhile, the Balgorn is just an incredibly potent ship. It provides, as I was talking about earlier in terms of controlling space with regards to screening, the Balgorn provides the longest area of space you cannot enter without being at extreme risk of dying. Anything within around 30 kilometers of it is going to get webbed, it's going to get neutered, and it's going to cease to exist. It's incredibly potent against some of the logistics frigates that we've seen a lot of in this tournament as well. Generally a very powerful tool, although if you are able to control it with a smaller ship, for example, the Skybreaker or the Punisher can normally hold one down and force the enemy team to, basically rotate around it, and it can be quite a struggle at that point, unless you have tools to deal with it. Whereas their opponents, We Form Blob, they've banned the Vindy, they've banned the Barghest. Doesn't look like they want to face anything that's really high DPS battleship based. Not sure what that implies about their comps, though. Potentially something kitey.
Yeah, I think we saw the Balgorn being the number 1 banned ship last weekend. I'll have to look and see if we can get up some stats from the bans last weekend. Mystical Might, the Barghest, didn't seem to be super popular to ban and fly last week, but yet we're seeing it now. What's your thoughts on the Barghest? What's the mouthfeel there?
Well, I'm glad you've asked. I think the Vargas is again another strong ship, which is why it's coming up so often. Well, I say so often. I don't think it's necessarily been the top ban so far in the feeders. But I'm just thinking back to previous tournaments where it cropped up quite a bit. I know that the Vargas has kind of been a mainstay ship across a number of different tournaments. You'd have, 2 or 3 Barghests coupled with a couple Hyenas, and that would effectively work its way through an entire lineup without really being at too much risk. I think people just have a long-term memory based on the previous tournaments that we've seen, and they don't wish to come up against a strong kiting setup like that.
Yeah, the Barghest, of course, gets that long-range point scram bonus point in an Alliance tournament. Of course, not incredibly useful because you cannot warp, but the scram, much more useful to shut down your opponent's micro warp drives or stop them using the micro jump drive units, or even just their local micro jump. Jintan, I'm just looking at some of the matches for later on today, and I know you mentioned you're looking forward to see Exodus. They're going up against Wolves Among Strangers. Are there any other particular matches that you're looking forward to see? I know I'm looking forward to seeing Rusty Hyenas versus Spectre Fleet. Rusty Hyenas brought a couple of really interesting comps last weekend. notably the winning comp of Alliance Tournament 17, fielded by Hydra Reloaded, and they flew it with great effect. So I'm looking forward to see that one. What other matches are you looking forward to?
I really think the Laserhawks versus Initiative match, which we're going to see right at the sort of end of this slot, I'm not entirely sure where it is on the schedule in terms of time. That's going to be a really fun match to watch. Those are both two teams that you'd expect to be, competing for the 2-2 sort of slot, maybe even 3-2 finish in the actual Alliance tournament. And now they're playing in a single elimination game to even get a chance to reach 80-18. There's a lot on the line there for both teams, and they're both teams that have really good execution. So I think we're going to see a fantastic contest between the two of them.
Yeah, and Mystical Mike, what about yourself? What matches are you looking forward to seeing today?
So I know that I was showing interest in Electus, Matari, and Ushra'Khan earlier as two teams. I was interested in seeing how they did, but Odin's Call versus Hole Control to see which Wormhole establishes dominance would, I think, be a fairly interesting match. I don't actually know who I would favor in that setup. I'd probably lean Odin's based on history, but they're both Wormholers, so they're both kind of garbage pilots. We'll see how they go.
Well, that is a spicy take coming from someone in fraternity. So looking at some of the other matches, I see obviously Laserhawks, another Wormhole group, going up against the Initiative. So a bunch of cool matches today. Spectre Fleet, Scary Wormhole people, the Ancients, we saw them do surprisingly well last time. They brought a kind of Amar Laser Rush comp right at 0 with the Baddens and Oracles, and then just dunked. So I'm looking forward to see if they can pull out another W there. We have about 3 minutes until the match between WeForm Blob and Prismatic Legion. Jin Tan, I know Jin Gran favors Prismatic Legion, but what about Jin Tan?
Prismatic Legion were a scrim partner of Outfoxed during our preparation for the feeders. Unfortunately, we didn't get through, but because of that, I've also got a root for Prismatic Legion. XV Teacher V, XV, has a great team of pilots behind her, and I'm hoping she does well. That said, it is going to be a tough matchup. WeForm Blob definitely showed that they can bring out not only interesting comps, but also some comps that seem relatively good. Probably not the kind of comps we're going to see when it comes to the actual tournament, but maybe they're hiding things. Who knows? Maybe they've learned from their daddy in Volta and have decided to hide a bit of their theory crafting whilst playing it against lesser teams.
And Mystical Mike, do you agree with those takes there, or do you have your own?
I'm on Team Prismatic here. Yeah, as you aptly pointed out, as a member of fraternity, it's good to see WeForm Blob lose where they do. But no, I mean they've brought some interesting setups. I did like some of the setups they brought last week, especially the Tempest Fleet issue one. It perhaps wasn't flown to the best effect. I believe they were out-kited because they didn't appropriately use their Armageddon newts to slow down the battleships that they were chasing. So it'll be interesting to see whether they fix some of their piloting issues and decision making in the upcoming match. But yeah, Team Prismatic for me as well.
Yeah, I mean, you're calling for obviously WeForm Blob to lose this match here. I guess it would be nice to see WeForm Blob lose somewhere, if not Tranquility when they face Fraternity. But both teams are on grid and ready to rock and roll. So let's hand over to the arena with your casters, moderator, and Black Bart Pirate.
Hello and welcome back to the Alliance Tournament 18 Minmatar Feeder Trials Extravaganza, where we have WeForm Blob versus Prismatic Legion. WeForm Blob bringing a armor setup with a Leshek, 2 Fleet Tempests, and a little bit of a decent bottom end, though I am loving that Crucifier and Celestis pick. Moderator, Prismatic seems to have brought a much different setup. Tell me about it.
Yeah, Prismatic has decided to go for an autocannon Sleipnir team supported by Ham Loki for some webs, and their lower end also looks like they're going to be running a little bit of Rapid Lights with the Osprey. Pretty typical rush setup that we've seen throughout the event, and now we're off. We'll see what both teams try to do. Looks like Prismatic Legion deciding to kite up whole range a little bit, use the mobility of those Minmatar hulls, and not just rush straight into those battleships.
It is a little bit of a different setup or a different attempt. Probably a lot smarter. Unfortunately, it does look like possibly the Loki was AFK or decided not to use his prop mod. They are going to potentially be tackled, though the Mauler is actually flying right past it, getting webbed down. So Weaveform Blob is rushing right into here. A little bit of damps coming out, a little bit of Ewar, some Guidance Disruptors, a little bit of Newts. Nothing really tackling the Prismatic Legion side yet, though, and Weaveform Blob is just pushing it very, very stuck together, doing their job quite. The Vengeance, though, is already dropping very quickly on Weaveform Blob, getting wrecked by those rapid lights.
Yeah, that's not usually gonna be super survivable. Looked like the Vengeance did like stop taking damage for a second, activating the assault damage control, but they're going way in deep, way outside of the rep of the Deacon and Thalia, and will go down. Meanwhile, XIV Teacher, that Osprey Navy issue has been neuted down pretty heavily by the Tempest. The Tempest Fleet issue of Jin Lee is on top of them at 0, and now they're pulling range, so somehow not tackled by the Tempest.
Yeah, I'm a little confused here. The Scimitar has actually just decided to fly directly into the Leshak, though, and has been scram-webbed and is being neuted, and damage is being applied to the Scimitar. So, Prismatic Legion got first blood, did a pretty decent job pulling away, but they appear to have decided to not continue to kite, and their Scimitar is hard tackled and just getting absolutely blasted by this Leshak. We're seeing the Leshak be an absolutely garbage, terrible, trash battleship pilot and is orbiting with the ZimWD on and doing no damage to the Scimitar right now, but eventually they will probably stop their ship and realize that misses are not how you do DPS here. Meanwhile, not a ton of DPS coming out from the Prismatic Legion side. A little bit of tank. Leshak is now pulling range with the ZimWD, rapidly pulling away from the Scimitar, and is probably going to lose tackle here.
Yeah, we see that the Spipal of Yvette has dived into the back line, along with some of these site fleet issues, trying to go on top of the Thalia, assassinate one of the Frigology. Yeah, as you were mentioning, the best thing you can do if you're a Leshak in that spot is just control space and sit close, but not, out tracking yourself. The Scimitar now has been thoroughly neuted out, is not propping, running their ancillary shield booster, but in no short order is going to go down here, losing the Scimitar before the Thalia takes any meaningful damage. Now the primary being swapped over to the Celestis. The Thalia holding, for now, we see the Sleipnirs of Zeph and Ariel trying to dive into the back line, possibly trying for round 2 on top of the Thalia of King Carnifex.
Yeah, I think they got Prismatic Legion got a lot more life out of that Scimitar than they really deserve to. The Thalia is actually dropping quite quickly and finally does get destroyed from all of those missiles. So a little bit of a Logi trade going on here. Not seeing any damage coming out of this Leshak right now. Finally starting to ramp up on one of the Sleipnirs. It does look like that Jack Dorval has realized that the best way to play this game is to not out-track yourself, and is doing a ton of damage now onto Zeph. Meanwhile, Deacon is dropping on Weaveform Blob as well. Prismatic Legion trying to finish off that Logi, get that trade done. It does go down, and I don't know. This is actually still really close. There's a full DPS on both sides when you really think about it, but the Sleipnir is starting to drop pretty quickly. Hopefully the ASB can keep it alive just long enough to apply some damage, and they are going after the Leshak now, which is probably one of the biggest targets that they need to take down. I think that ship just has to go down quickly to okay. That was a wrecking shot, just blasting straight through the shields, and the Sleipnir drops.
Yeah, the Tempest Fleet issue was on top of the Sleipnir at 0, applying newts. Probably didn't have any harders. Critically, though, the Crucifier does go down for Commander Min. That would be applying some tracking disruption onto the Sleipnirs, or guidance disruption to the Lokis and Osprey Navy issue. I can see the appeal of trying to get rid of the Leshak here, and that looks like it might be their primary, but unfortunately for Prismatic Legion, they're rapidly running out of damage. Let's see if they do try to pick off one of the Magus or something else to try to get rid of the links that would be supporting any active tanking that Jack Dorval would have. As I say that, though, Ariel is running through almost all of their ASB charges, and that explosive damage is just doing excellent damage.
Yeah, we do see that Magus go down. I think that was a good call on their part. Links are very, very powerful. The Sleipnir is, again, only alive because the battleships are orbiting with their micro warp drives on very, very quickly. So they're not actually applying right now, but eventually the Leshak will stop his ship, and then this Sleipnir will drop. We're seeing Gloria orbiting at almost full MWD speed. Now they're finally pulling away, and as soon as they stop their ship, they're going to alpha through this Sleipnir. So a lot of interesting battleship piloting here. Sleipnir does go down. Jack Dorval is sitting in about 60% armor here, which, I don't know. I don't know if they'll be able to take it down or not because there's been so much DPS loss. There is actually a pretty decent chunk of damage on that low end still, but with 3 battleships left alive, I don't think Prismatic Legion's in a very good spot here.
No, and I mean, if you look at the defense bar, it basically says it all. We can see that the formed Blob team, even having lost ships and now having their Lashak into about half armor, still has a full bar. Meanwhile, Prismatic Legion has got a very diminished one, having lost their Sleipnirs. They're going to continue to pound through the defenses of this Lashak, but we do see a bit of active tanking. One thing that will not have active tanking, though, is this Caracal that, despite being a rapid missile ship, is now on top of a Tempest Fleet issue and Lashak at 0. Not a place you want to be in a Caracal of, just getting destroyed there.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like there was like a pretty good opportunity here for Prismatic Legion to actually use the fact that they are in MWD shield ships and kite away, at least for like the Scimitar and stuff. They will take this Lashak down though. There's still quite a bit of damage on field and there are no more reps. So I think this Lashak will probably drop before they're able to really return and take this Loki down. Obviously, the Loki will eventually go down. It is very, very hard tackled. But I don't know. There's still maybe a little bit of a chance here, just because Tempest Fleet issues. Maybe we'll see. I don't think there's much they can do here. But Prismatic Legion's finally kind of putting some damage out right now, which is really good for them.
Yeah, unfortunately for Prismatic Legion, though, Der Schadengast is being sat up on top of 0 by 2 Tempest Fleet issues. Now that the Tempest Fleet issues hit control space, they apply perfect damage. Jack Dorval into low hull end with only 3 minutes left. Even if they kill this Lashak, that support core on Prismatic Legion won't have time to chew through any of these Tempest Fleet issues before time runs out. So as long as We Form Blob doesn't do something silly and jump themselves out of the arena, they should be taking this match pretty handedly.
Yeah, unfortunately, just due to one of the benefits of running these triple battleship top ends is that you have so many points invested in these 3 ships, and as you can see, though Prismatic Legion does actually have one more ship on grid than We Form Blob, those 2 Fleet Tempests are worth so many points, and Prismatic Legion will have to take one of them down to have any chance of winning. I think you're correct. I don't know if they actually have the DPS to drop a Tempest Fleet in the next 2 minutes here. That being said, also this Fleet Scythe is, again, hard tackled and will probably go down. Having a little bit of a trouble applying to it, but the battleships have stopped their ships. Gloria is now moving into range, and we're about to see huge chunks of damage go into it.
Yeah, so we noticed at the beginning of the match that these were autocannon Sleipnirs. Do you think that they might have been better served had they been artillery with the 720s and some light missile comp and heavy missiles as well, or do you think that going for the rush here was the right call?
I think that like going through the rush probably might have been the right call here. But at the end of the day, like you need to screen for your Scimitar, and your Scimitar needs to not sit in the middle of the blob. So there was definitely some opportunity on the piloting side from both teams. But I think that this actually was a relatively even match, and I feel that like maybe if both teams were playing at like top tier and executing their comps perfectly, this could have gone either way. That being said, again, if you get your Scimitar tackled by battleships that go half its speed, it's really not going to end very well for you.
Yeah, we see a bit of kind of comedy there with, we see that in the feeders. The teams that have less experience, sometimes they do silly things like they outtrack themselves in battleships, or they take their Scimitar, that goes 2,500 kilometers, and they run it straight down mid into a Tempest Fleet issue. Things that you just have to kind of learn and get experience through practicing. Unfortunately, though, the Alliance tournament is not the place to learn that, as We Form Blob is going to pretty decisively take this match. XIV teacher now getting caught by a Mauler, the Celestis getting on top of it, but Gloria Khan just taking too long to really, well, they actually might be able to get it in the next 15 seconds or so here, but not holding my breath. I think it's probably going to be about the scoreline with We Form Blob advancing into the winner side of things.
It was a pretty interesting match, though. Good job to We Form Blob for really using and leveraging that triple battleship that they have. With the time counting down, We Form Blob does win this match, 80 points to 48, and we are going to be sending it back to Ithaca and the boys.
Welcome back there. So we form Blob taking that W despite their best efforts, with some questionable piloting by the battleships there. But it doesn't matter. They still won. Prismatic Legion certainly gave them a bit of a helping hand, running that scimitar straight into Leshak. Controversial piloting decision there. It's very easy under high pressure to make such mistakes. Maybe you just double click in the wrong direction. Maybe you're out of range of your buddies. You're getting absolutely giga dunked, and you are damped down, so you have to get closer, and you just go in too far, overshoot where you want to be, and get tackled. But we from Blob capitalized on that, taking out that scimitar, and then cruising slowly to victory. Jin Tan, we saw a couple of interesting fitting decisions and piloting decisions in that match. Specifically, wanted to ask you about the Mauler from We Form Blob there. It looked like it didn't have any guns. Why would that be?
So this is actually something that you see fit quite a lot in the tournament, and it's the legendary Tackle Newt Mauler. And we see this used because A, it's an excellent screening ship. It has the ability to basically turn off the MWDs and tackle of any frigate that comes within its range, just letting you basically take a assault frigate or some other ship out of the game at that point. Once a Jaguar or something like that can't fire its ADC, you can just pile some medium guns onto it and it will break eventually. And also, it means that if during the late game you've managed to kill off all your opponent's tackle, you can keep your opponent's logistics running around for effectively the entire match, burning through cap charges like nobody's business, because if you get within 10 kilometers of it, you can both scram it down and newt it down and turn off its ability to impact the match from that point. We've seen Volta, for example, in AG5, use that so effectively to kill enemy teams and just decapitate their logistics early on in games. And here we saw it somehow managed to get on top of a Loki, which should have the advantage in terms of screening, because it has a long-range web that can reach out to 20, 30 kilometers with heat and slow it down. But unfortunately, it doesn't seem like they noticed the Mala quickly enough, and as a result, Mala got on top of it, turned off those bonus hardeners, and led to it dying in just a couple of seconds once all the attention of the opponent's team was turned on top of them.
Awesome. Now, Misty, we kind of memed a little bit on the battleship piloting there. But why is it so important to do things like stop your ship when you're shooting something right underneath you?
Yeah, so it depends largely on the weapon system that you're using. So missiles don't necessarily suffer as much because regardless of how fast you're moving, your missiles will apply to some degree, right? There's a completely different calculation you have to do to figure out missile application, which we're not going to go into at this stage at least. With turret-based ships like the Leshak and the Tempest Fleet issue that we saw in that last match, the reason it's so important that they stop their ships is so that their turrets can actually track the ship that they're shooting. When the Leshak was burning around the scimitar at what was about 1,000 kilometers, swinging around with his might warp drive on, his turret wasn't able to track that scimitar, and we saw the scimitar took no damage over that time. Thankfully, he managed to double click away, which allowed his turret to actually begin tracking the scimitar, and it evaporated, right? Now, there is an interesting mechanic with trig guns, which is to say, regardless of how many times you miss, sometimes you can just get a wrecking shot. And with trig weapons, the longer that you run your weapon on a particular target, the more damage it eventually does. So you can end up doing wrecking shots of 15 to 20,000 volley, which can by itself almost delete the scimitar anyway. But I don't necessarily think that was the tactic they were aiming for when he decided to take his ship for a spin there. So yeah, stop your ships, let the grapplers do their work, and actually apply some damage, and you'll do great.
Awesome, yeah. Stop your ship, apply damage. That is wise words for battleship pilots everywhere, especially if something is grappled sitting at 0 on you. You want to apply maximum chunk damage. Jin Tan, the other decision I wanted to ask you about was we saw Blob bringing a single Magus for links, whereas Prismatic Legion brought double Sleipnir. What's the kind of difference in link power we can expect there?
So the actual difference in terms of link power between command ships and command destroyers is very minimal. It's about 5%. Depending on which command ship you bring, it's either 1% or 2% per level, so 5% or 10%. And in practice, that's not a huge amount. The difference really is on the survivability of the platform. Command destroyers, as you saw in that game, Actually, no, sorry, I think the Mega survived. But if they get tackled down, they can evaporate in seconds, and that can take all of your links off the field if there's something that you're relying on. They do have some benefits, though. You can normally, because you don't need to fit weapons to them to make them impactful in a match, you can normally fit 3 links, for example, on the Pontifex and the Stork, which enables you to bring more links per ship, which can be beneficial to certain compositions which want to have, for example, 2 speed bonuses and an info link so that you can not get damped or TD'd out of the game. We're probably going to see a lot of command destroyers as the games continue. One important factor to note, though, if you're not familiar with the Alliance tournament rules, is that you cannot bring a micro jump drive field generator and yeet your opponents out of the arena. As fun as that is, it presents a lot of problems, both in terms of balancing them as ships and also not having our cameras be deleted out of the arena, as we experienced during AG5 with some test matches.
Yeah, that would be absolute scenes if we allowed micro jump field generators. Kind of tempted to see if we can do it in a show match sometime, just to see if anyone can successfully spearfish out their opponent's team completely. But we don't allow it in the main tournament. Before we go to our next match, which is going to be Odin's Call versus Hull Control, a quick shout out to the guys and gals in Q in Pella, Iowa, who are having a viewing party in the esports center. So hello. Welcome, and I hope you guys are enjoying it. And let's talk about our next match. So Odin's Call versus Hull Control. This is going to be a good one. I think Odin's Call, one of the teams we expected to be making their way out of this trial completely. Hull Control, bit of a wild card here. I think Odin's Call are probably going to have this one. Mystical Might, what do you think?
I'd expect that it ends up being Odin's and Bright Side of Death, I think, in the finals, playing for that slot, to be honest. Looking at the bands, it's fairly interesting. It looks like they're both looking to remove Rush, with the Sleipnir and the Nighthawk being removed. The Sleipnir, a standard band, but the Nighthawk, as we saw in the first match of the day, I believe, you can replace the Sleipnir with the Nighthawk because it effectively fills the same role, which is rushing in and doing a lot of damage. The Loki being removed as well as one of those control ships that you might see in a rush comp, and then you have the standard Barghest ban to go alongside, just because, again, the Barghest is a spooky ship with a good mouthfeel.
There you are, good mouthfeel. Well, it's time to go through and find out if mouthfeel is enough to take the W between Odin's Call and Hull Control with your casters CSP Kestrel and Wingnut.
Welcome back to the arena. I am CSP Kestrel. I'm joined by Wingnut. Wingnut, we've got a Dominic's Navy issue. What the hell is going on?
Oh my god! It's crazy. We've got a full drone comp with Arby's and Stratioses, and that's going to be interesting. Potential Ewar Arby's versus a triple BS comp. But honestly, the big thing, Dominic's Navy, one of the best DPS ships in the entirety of EVE. It's kind of infamous for not being good, so I want to see this work.
I mean, it does 2,000 DPS in EFT or Python, so it has to be good. But yeah, Odin's Core brought a more traditional triple armor battleship core setup, I think, with the Balgorn and the double Tempest Fleet issues as like the major portion of the points, and backed up by a pretty solid support wing of 2 Logi frigates, Confessor, Vexor, Mauler, and a Celestis.
Track Disrupt is immediately out on both Tempest Fleets by the Arbitrators, and I think the Crucifier as well. So those Tempest Fleets are now suffering. There's even damps on the Balgorn, so that battleship core is definitely in trouble, having trouble with it. And it looks like they're not able to kill things just yet.
Yeah, those Arbitrators, they do have like pretty good drone DPS, and they also have those tracking disruptors. They also have a Crucifier as well. So they are going to be able to keep those Crucifiers from shooting for quite a while. The rest of their team are pretty slow, but the Balgorn does have that long-range web, so I suspect they will be able to catch them eventually, especially since they do have that Confessor, that Mauler, that Vexor, that I assume will be able to run something down eventually.
Maybe. Like, at the moment, the battleships are slowly moving away, but this is going to be so interesting. Like, tracking disrupting against all these battleships. I'm just kind of watching, see if these Tempest will try an MJD, but they're just chilling, holding together. This is no damage really going off on their side. They're just killing off drones potentially, because obviously this is a full drone comp.
I'm not seeing a whole lot happening from the drone squad of Hull Control. the Dominic's Navy issue as well, I believe, has blasters fitted, but he's actually hanging out like really far at the back, about 60 kilometers away from the Odin's core team right now. So not really doing a whole lot. I'm not really sure what they're trying to. It looks like they're trying to bait them into rushing into them, and then maybe if Odin's core just doesn't like come in all as a group and they're not like they're spread out, maybe they can win. But right now, it looks like they're just trying to pick off like a small support ship while just hanging back.
Indeed, I'm kind of keeping an eye on things. I think the Confessor on Odin's is currently shooting drones, but I could be mistaken. Honestly, like if this match takes a while, it should slowly come towards Odin's side as they can start removing DPS really quick by removing these drones. But you see damage starting to come out, some damage on the Armageddon now. Maybe.
Yeah, interestingly, that Mauler as well on the Odin's core side has a smart bomb fitted, and he's sort of just flying up ahead, smart bombing. So trying to clear out some drones.
Smart bombing Mauler, new meta, baby. And they are going in for the Armageddon. And Armageddon is tackled now. So at this point, it is now going to be a brawl against this Geddon. I think 3 battleships plus their support will be able to rip this Armageddon a new one really quick. Both Tempest fleets do not care about capacitor, so they'll be shooting this guy with hail with no worries, even with tracking disruption. The Balgorn
What I'm really interested in, though, is what is this Dominic's Navy issue doing with that? He's put out Navy infiltrators and they're going for an Armageddon. He's got blasters fitted and he's not doing anything. He's just like chilling at the back.
He's a mile away.
He should be at the front. He should be on the front lines.
I agree. Then again, like you don't want to be a blaster dummy Navy under Balgorn newts, but honestly, mate, you need to be in the fight now. Not like even yesterday. You're way too far away.
I mean, it would make sense to. It makes sense to maybe keep it like 10k from your Armageddon if you want to bait the Balgorn onto your Armageddon, right? And then you go in once they're committed on the Armageddon, but like 50 kilometers away on a Dominic's Navy that only goes like 800 meters per second, it's just going to take him like 2 minutes. Like the Armageddon's going to be dead before he's even in blaster range here, I think.
Sound the trumpet, boys! In comes the Domi Navy. He's finally here, trying to 11th hour this, but I don't think it's going to work. The Armageddon's going through Hull. Mate, you're too late to the party.
And unfortunately, it looks like the Dominic's Navy issue also got scrammed by Colonel Kurt's Tempest Fleet issue as well. So he's not even gonna make it in there. Now he's gonna be stranded here in the middle of all of this DPS.
Oh no! You just entered the wrong neighborhood, man. You went to the Lion's Den wearing pork chop underwear. You are gone.
Yeah, they just lost the Crucifier too, which crucially is going to unlock more of that DPS on those Tempest Fleet issues now the tracking disruptors are gone from the field. At least from the Crucifier. They still to have the arbitrators, but I mean they're going to be doing a lot more DPS now as well.
Yeah, and now Domi Navy has obviously been hardcore. Tempest Fleets also have some utility highs as well as the Balgorn, so that's going to be either a lot of nuke power just ruining him, or just smart bombs and other stuff. So he's this Dominic's Navy man does not want to be here. I just eject out the ship and leave, man. It's not worth it.
Yeah, and right now it looks like they're just trying to kill a Mauler. Like most of the drone DPS seems to be on that Mauler that has a ton of rep bots on it. That just seems like a horrible target to me. Mauler has that resistance bonus. It's going to be super tanky. It doesn't really killing the Mauler is really going to do anything at this point.
I just want to point out that's I can't tell if that's 3, 4, or 5 flights of rep drones on that Mauler. Like all of them. There's not a single smart bomb in this team to remove drones. That Mauler's going to outlast the Dominic's Navy easily and probably outlast the rest of the comp. This has not gone well for Hull Control.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the attack bar on your screen, the Hull Control's attack bar is half of that of Odin's cores, and they've only lost like an Armageddon. Once that Dominic's Navy issue goes, I think that's going to be like a good portion of their DPS. The meter just shrunk. Yeah, this isn't going to go well for them. I don't think there's any way back into this match at this point. Unfortunately, I think the only thing that they can really do is maybe try and kill Logifrigs or something. Just get some points, just so it doesn't look like you got completely 100-0'd. But a hook in Asano's Stradios is tackled here. He's going to go down pretty soon. I think pretty much everything is just going to be killed here.
All you can hope for is like a lucky drone wrecking shot on like a Thalia or a Deacon or something to try and kill it. Otherwise, you're going to get 100-0 bloody swept, mate. This is painful to watch, honestly. I honestly feel like they had a chance there. Their comp was actually quite interesting to try and counter these battleships, but that Domi Navy just going on a vacation just ruined this entire match for them.
Yeah, and I think the Mauler was probably like a really bad target anyway, just because it had the smart bomb on it, but like killing the Mauler isn't really going to do anything for your comp. You need to I think once you're committed in that brawl, you have to kill Tempest Fleet Assure the Balgon. Like you can't just go after like a random Mauler.
Killing DPS for free.
Yeah, not only is the Mauler like tanky, obviously, because it has the resistance bonus, but like it's just really difficult for you to kill it as well because it has the smart bomb. So, I guess it can't smart bomb when it has the rep bots on it, but that's kind of a mute point, I think.
Indeed. Well, next, the Arbitrator and Prophecy get slowly going down together. A bit of split DPS at the moment, which is slowing things down a bit more than they should.
Yeah, Hull Control basically does spread the guys out to tackle ships down, just because Hull Control are kiting with the Stradios, the Prophecy, and the Arbitrator. So they've just sort of split up, divide and conquer. It doesn't matter at this point, right? You might as well just they're already in firm control of this match. Just tackle people down, kill them, so you can end the match faster.
Yeah, I honestly feel like even if Stradios left his drones on a target for the next 3 hours, it wouldn't break through anything. It's not going to work, mate. You see them going damage on now into the Logi Frig. So, yep, the whole team's coming apart now. Honestly, well flown by Odins. That is an absolute perfect flight. 100-0. Hull Control gets absolutely smoked.
Yeah, I guess they'll have to find the K162 to unfortunately, to exit the arena.
Yep. I want to see someone try and go for the record. Come on, boys. Never mind. The Stradios is tackled. The Arbitrator is tackled. Never mind. They're not allowed to do that. Wait, is that newts coming from the Stradios onto the Vexor?
Stradios has a bunch of utility highs, right? Like, it does have a bonus to, I think it's energy turret optimal, so you can fit lasers on it, but it's generally not they're not bonused, right, in terms of damage. So Stradios normally just has a bunch of newts or something in the high slots.
Just imagine, right? Instead of those newts, one smart bomb, and they could have maybe killed them all. Well. I can always dream for things that won't happen, unfortunately. But as the Stradios does go down into Hull, again, respect to Odin's, well flown.
Yeah, they made the right call, you could say.
Let's get back to the studio before he makes another pun, please.
The Dominic's Navy, they're claiming another victim as Hull Control are unfortunately rolled out of Alliance Tournament 18. They are dunzoed. Odin's Call advances towards the semi-final of the Sibiestor tribe. Mystical Might, the Dominic's Navy issue, it has great HP, it does frankly ludicrous amount of DPS in Pyfa, it's got drones, it's got a whole bunch of cool things, and thanks to the graphics update a couple of years ago, it no longer looks quite like a potato. Why is it not seen more often in Alliance Tournament matches?
So, yeah, like you said, it's a battleship. It, I think, benefited from the battleship changes that we saw, where if you fit plates or shield extenders to battleships now, they get way more EHP than they used to. So they're super tanky ships. Well, not super tanky, I'm sure there are tankier battleships than the Dominic's Navy issue. But like you said as well, it also does a lot of damage, like a lot of damage. The issue being that's if you're fitting blasters, which are going to have a super close range. So we saw the Dominic's Navy issue kiting away at the very beginning, sitting the furthest from the enemy team of anyone on his team, doing absolutely nothing with his high slots, and putting out medium drones every now and then, which, again, not the ideal drone type to use. So essentially, the Dominic's Navy is only going to be useful in a limited number of scenarios, and all of those scenarios have the Dominic's Navy issue sitting at 0 on his intended target. And when you are outgunned and outshipped, EHP isn't really going to change anything. You're still going to die faster than you kill the enemy ship, as we saw in this match.
Odin Call looking calm, composed, as they dismantled the whole control team there. Jin Tan, that's another comp we've seen featuring 3 battleship core, Balgorn and 2 Fleet Tempests. That's shaping up to be quite a strong meta thus far, at least in the feeders. We'll have to wait and see what happens in the main alliance tournament. What's your thoughts on triple battleship cores here?
Yeah, it's something that I think can allow teams with really good execution and communication to get a lot of advantage. But I don't believe that we're going to see as much of it as we go into the AT-18 proper, simply because of what we saw on the opposing side on hull control. They had the tools to somewhat mitigate those battleships. Those 2 arbitrators that we saw were probably turning those 2 Tempest Fleet issues into something that's only going to apply within docking range of their opponents over the course of the match, and they likely had some missile guidance disruptors there in case their opponents brought missiles. They just weren't really able to utilize that. I don't really know why you'd bring arbitrators in combination with, as was said, a Dominic's Navy issue that wants to be sitting equally within docking range of your opponents. But, as we get later into the tournaments, we see people who are better at working around having range control brought by tracking disruptors and the like. It's going to make these 2 battleship cores incredibly vulnerable to E-War support. That said, right now it looks like it's just a battle of who can get your battleships in position because people aren't really able to screen. We saw the Mala there do some amazing work getting into the back lines and basically baiting the entire enemy fleet into focusing him before he turned on his smart bombs and forced them to move the drones away. And we'll probably see a lot more of that as we continue to go through these semi-finals.
Great. And Mystical Might. The Navy Domi, as you say, is one of these ships that looks good on paper, that in at least Alliance tournament forms, and to be honest, on Tranquility, doesn't really live up to what it's in theory able to do. Another one, perhaps being the Maelstrom. The Alpha Strike from an RT Maelstrom is notoriously humongous. And I've seen a number of teams over the years think, hey, we can just alpha the other team off the field. Unfortunately, you can kite an RT Maelstrom with a pause, so it usually doesn't go so well. Are there any other ships that seem to be good on paper for maybe like rookie 3 crafters that just have a big weakness in a tournament format?
I'm just trying to think about some of the other ships that might fill that kind of role. I'm thinking more, perhaps not so much ships, but weapon systems. If we're looking at things like torpedoes, you put those on a battleship, you see a big number, and you're like, hey, this is great. And then you have trouble getting into range of anything that you can actually apply to. So you do nothing for the entire match. That's something that you may run into every now and then. I don't know. It's difficult to say really, because the ships that would probably suck in the tournament setting usually don't get brought that much. Like most ships, if you look at the numbers, they're not going to be in a position where you're like, okay, this is going to do better than some other ship that I could bring for the same amount of points. And because there's so few bans for each team, you're not really going to be looking for, like the 4th or 5th best ship in that series. You can pretty reliably bring the 2nd best, because they're not going to try and ban out the entire cruiser line, for example, to mess with your setups. So I can't actually think of any that come to mind at this moment in time. But I'll get back to you on that one.
And Jin, the Stratios, it's not really a common ship. I don't think it falls into the category of what I was just asking Misty about, but we really don't see them that often in tournaments. What's the reason for bringing like a Stratios over, say, an Ishtar?
I'm not sure why you'd bring it over in Ishtar, especially when there's only a 3-point difference between the two. You probably have been better off there with, say, an Ishtar and a Spectre Fleet issue as your two cruisers in that situation. But I imagine the theory behind it is a combination of the fact that they have a resist bonus. They got 4% per level to armor resists, and that means that they can sustain a lot more DPS than their opponents. Then they combine that with having a relatively decent drone bay. I think you can get 4 heavies out of them. You can get slightly more if you do a really weird drone setup. Oh no, you can't, because you can't use geckos in the tournament. But yeah, they do. So they do some damage, and then you bring along with that a lot of utility high, and they sort of provide effectively a Mala that can also do a lot more DPS into the game. The problem with that, though, is that it's not specializing into either of those roles. It's not going to be quite as tanky as a Mala, and it's not going to be quite as DPS-y as an Ishtar or any of your other kind of drone cruiser options like the healer. So as you saw in that game, it ends up doing trying to do a little bit of both, and you can't be in 2 positions at once in EVE Online, unfortunately. So you end up having to choose one, and that ends in you getting splattered, as we saw in that game.
Cool. Now let's look forward to our next match, because it's only a few minutes away. It's going to be Seriously Suspicious versus Bright Side of Death. I think Seriously Suspicious are the second team that have made it to this stage in the semi-finals without actually taking a W yet, just due to the nature of the group that they were in. But they have a chance right now to knock Bright Side of Death out of Alliance Tournament 18 and move forward into the finals, where they'll face Odin's Call. According to Twitch channel points, you people out there in Twitch land do not think that's likely, as 835,000 channel points on Rising being bet on Bright Side of Death, and only 110,000 for Seriously Suspicious. That's a good return on investment. I think I'm going to put 10,000 channel points on Seriously Suspicious. I might lose them, but it's could be good. Seriously Suspicious choosing to ban the Sleipnir and the Golem. Bright Side of Death banning the Barghest and the Gila. We don't normally see golem bans, but we have seen a couple of golems getting brought in last week's matches. Let's go to the arena and find out who's going to win between Seriously Suspicious and Bright Side of Death with your casters, Moderator, and Blackbird Pirate.
And here we go once again with Seriously
Welcome
Suspicious
to
bringing
next match
a
of the
very,
Alliance
very
Tournament.
interesting rush here with
Seriously
several
Suspicious and
chips that we
Bright Side
haven't
of
really
Death.
seen here,
Bright
though it
Side
does
of
look
Death
like they are actually
has
fleet
brought
typhoons.
a rapid kiting setup. We've got the Claymore, Nighthawk, as well as a Loki, a broadsword for some tackle, and a Tempest Fleet issue. Bart?
I feel like Moderator might have me muted, but that's okay, because I am still ready to do this here.
So Seriously Suspicious appears to have
Yep, he does. Sweet.
2 Typhoon Fleet issues, a Loki double Orthrus, going for no Scimitar, interestingly enough, in that kind of rapid heavy and light missile comp setup, going for Frigavaji instead.
Hello, Moderator? Check, check. Hell yeah, dude. All right, cool. You'll figure it out eventually. So it does look like that they are pushing in right now with the Bantams. We got a ham rush moving straight into this kite comp from Seriously Suspicious. Seriously Suspicious is moving back quite quickly here. We do have a bunch of drones coming out. It does look like the Scythe Fleet issue is maybe pushing a little bit ahead, has now been tackled on the Seriously Suspicious side, and is probably about to take a ton of DPS.
Yeah, running straight in against kind of a rapid kite setup will do that. However, the Malsa is boundary violated, so they will also lose a ship at the exact same time. But I would prefer losing a Malsa over a fleet site than this composition.
Yeah, that is an interesting bit of piloting. Looks like they are about to also feed the Stabber. We just saw a Crucifier boundary violate as well. I'm wondering if Seriously Suspicious has decided to anchor their way towards the boundary. Oh, looks like they just lost a Typhoon Fleet as well. So very, very interesting play here. I would kind of have loved to see how Seriously Suspicious figured out how they were going to do this, but they are just boundarying their ships left and right here. So I feel like they were doing a very good job clearing stuff, but they also are just losing ships back and back.
I actually can't. That's another ship that got hit. That Svipal actually did not boundary at 120 kilometers at the very edge there. So that is a total of a Fleet Typhoon, a Crucifier, and a Mollusk not killed by enemy ships, but by the boundary. And the Orthrus boundaries as well, dude. I actually can't.
Yeah, I was
yeah.
gonna make a comment about how scuffed our intro was on that due to the power of muting, but at the very least, it's not as scuffed as Seriously Suspicious is piloting, as they have finally realized that there is in fact a death boundary with at least one of their battleships who is now hard tackled. You know what's really funny about this is Seriously Suspicious probably would have actually won this because they started off so well and just sniped down 3 ships right off the bat.
Yeah, that started off really well for them, but unfortunately, running it outside of the arena is um, not a good way to stay in the match. The Loki at 100 kilometers of Janix will get held down and pounded through by the rapid heavies of Jason's Tempest Fleet issue, or Typhoon Fleet issue, rather. But just looking at the points here, you're down 49 points. I don't know how you come back from that after running your entire team out of the arena.
Oh, this is great. Okay, so I'm gonna look at this from the perspective of what the initial start on Seriously Suspicious was so good, and I feel like maybe what they did is had every single person keep at range and then turn their MWDs on, and as they got pushed into, they got just shoved out of the arena. One ship boundering, okay, that's fine, I understand it, but boundering your Fleet Typhoon and your Orthrus as well, I don't know, man. That was just clowny. I'm sad. I think Seriously Suspicious actually could have won this just because they did so well in the first 20 seconds here.
Yeah, it's disappointing because, like we were saying earlier, it was a good fleet composition to really have. You would want to be able to use your rapid kite setup to be able to pull range. And they've boundaried the Scalpel as well. Okay, so let's see if more ships die to the arena or if more of them die to the bright side of death at this point. So, yeah, I mean, it could have been a great match, but unfortunately, the boundary has kind of robbed us of that opportunity here.
Yeah, and honestly, I feel like Bright Side of Death should just drop tackle on this Fleet Typhoon at this point and let them boundary as well. There's I don't know. It's a very, very clowny match. I'm sorry if anyone voted or bet your points on Seriously Suspicious. I guess there's a reason why the point ratio was the way it was. Again, I'm pretty sure that they could have actually won this very, very easily if they had not done what they just did. Hopefully, I wonder if anybody who knows them, find out if they thought the boundary was 150 kilometers, because it kind of feels like that.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things that you wouldn't notice in a practice, right, is that there's no insta-kill boundary when you're just, scrimming necessarily in a match. You could try to emulate that by just saying, hey, if you go outside of this, you're dead, but it's something you don't necessarily experience until you're in a live match. And when you do experience it and half of your team gets killed because of it, no real way to come back from that. And with that, they'll be sent out of the bracket, and more on that from the studio.
Yeah, literally anything.
Well, there you have it. The boundary is going to advance forward on that one. I think we've counted 6 boundary violations there from the Seriously Suspicious team, which is quite something. I haven't seen that many since a team last year anchored in all flare of the arena in one go, or maybe 2 years ago. honestly don't have very many more words. I thought I would maybe provide some sort of visual guide using this piece of paper here. So what we're going to do is we're going to draw an arena. Okay, this is where we play. We play here. We play here. We play here. Anywhere here is fine. What we do not want to do is go here. This is outside of the arena, and then we die. Okay, so for your 3D crafting in the future, inside the arena, please. Cool. Mystical Knight. Other than apparently not believing in the boundary, what could Seriously Suspicious have done better there?
I genuinely don't really know the answer to that question because I don't think we really had time to see what they could do in the first place. It was a very quick succession of boundaries, which I was still struggling to comprehend the first one when the next 3 in a row hit. So, yeah, I don't know. They were in a super strong position. I think they had the upper hand against BSOD in the beginning of the match because BSOD's positioning was terrible. You may not have been able to see necessarily on the stream, but BSOD brought a Bantam and a Burst, which they promptly left behind in their rush to get on top of the Seriously Suspicious team, which meant that, as we saw, the Scythe Fleet issue died immediately. We had the Stabber dropping really low or dying as well. Kind of lost track of what was dying when everything started boundarying, but yeah, they had the upper hand, and they would have won if it wasn't for that pesky boundary.
I know. I mean, I put channel points on them. Like I put 1,000 channel points. I was like, holy crap, this is actually going to pay off. I thought it was a meme, but I'm about to be channel point rich. Unfortunately, it was not to be. I am back to channel point poverty. So no skin for me now. Just as a reminder, by the way, you can bet channel points. You collect them naturally, of course. If you have patience, you can eventually get up to 10,000 and get a Galnet skin. But if you're not patient, you can gamble them on the matches that are being played out before you. If the match that you bet on wins, then you get all the points from the other side. If you bet on Seriously Suspicious and then they all just fly in random directions and explode, then you unfortunately lose all your channel points, which is a right shame. Let's look forward to our next match. It's only a few minutes away, actually. It's time. No, it's not. It's 12 minutes away. That match ended a lot quicker than I thought. But let's look forward anyway. It's going to be Kitchen Sinkhole versus Ushra'Khan. So let's pull up the bands, which should be very interesting because I believe Ushra'Khan forgot to put bans in, is what I was told. Yes, here we are. So Ushra'Khan decided that they can beat all of the ships. They don't need to ban out anyone. So they submitted 0 bans. Perhaps a purpose, perhaps a tactic. Mystical Might, is there any strategic reason why you would just not ban a ship?
Mind games, I suppose. You know, when you're so confident and you know exactly what your enemy's going to bring, you don't want to spook them into perhaps mind gaming themselves, right? You want them to bring the ship that they think is strongest, so you let them bring whatever they want, I suppose, is the only reason you would intentionally miss a ban. Other than that, it's just your captain not perhaps reading the rules, or just not submitting those bans in time.
Yeah, let's go through quickly how banning actually works here in Alliance Tournament 18 trials. So if you've ever played an Alliance Tournament before, you've probably seen the ban thing where it's Team A bans once, then Team B bans twice, and then Team A bans again. That was overly complicated, so that was got rid of a little while ago now, and we have blind banning. So both captains submit, in the case of the feeders, 2 bans. In the actual tournament, it is 3. And they submit them blind. They don't know what the other team is banning. These are then compared, and if there are any duplicates, so let's say both teams ban Balgorn and Barghest, then both teams would be offered 2 more trickle bans. If those are duplicates as well, then that's the end of it. But it's potential for, in this case, 6 unique bans, I believe, and in the main Alliance tournament, 9 unique bans. A lot more than 4 of the old days, but in time we have a lot more ships these days compared to, say, Alliance Tournament 12. Which kind of banning system do you prefer?
I definitely prefer this system just from a production point of view. It means that we can talk about the bans a lot earlier on in matches rather than having to basically talk about them during 5-10 minutes before the match goes live. It also gives teams a lot more time to prepare. But I do think that the old draft style system has a lot of benefits to it as well. It lets you sort of feel out the opponent's captain, get an idea of maybe, hey, what are you afraid of? Okay, you going to bring this to counter it? Okay, that's what you're going to do. I'm going to ban this as the final thing. And then we'll go through and select our comps from that point. It gives you more of an understanding of what your opponent's captain, is either afraid of, or what they think, or what they want you to think that they're afraid of. There's a lot more opportunity to mind games in the draft style bans. I do prefer them, although in practice it's just not really that effective because you can't see your opponent's picks until you land on grid, as you might in some other video games.
Yeah, true. Mystical Mike, you've been in positions sort of as team leadership to discuss ban theory and the metagame around bans. How do you approach it? If you're a team captain and you're asked, "Hey, what are your 2 blind bans?" What are your thoughts there?
So I can give you 2 answers: my personal approach, and then perhaps what a captain should be doing. My personal approach to the question of the leadership conversations heading into matches, and you'll get together in a team speak channel and you're discussing, okay, what do we want to bring? What do we think they're going to bring? What do we want to ban? What do we want to leave open? What are they going to ban? There's a lot of questions that go into it. So what I do is I mute the chat and I don't take part in that. I just fly whatever I'm told to fly. I find it much better that way, or else I end up spiraling, stressing out and mind gaming myself before the match. So that's my personal approach. What a team should be doing is exactly what I said, discussing what their strengths are, and more thinking about, okay, what setups do we want to bring to this match, and what do we do if they ban this ship, right? And what are our setups collectively weak against? And you aim for a sort of middle ground so that you're eliminating the strong setups that they may be able to bring, while also ensuring that regardless of the setup that you're able to field, you'll be able to go into you're not going to be flying against a direct counter, essentially. So yeah, again, I prefer my personal approach because it's less stress, but it's more stress for somebody else, which is still fine. That's okay for me.
Yeah, and just quickly, if you're out watching in Twitch land, you can type !glory for a chance to win some cool skins from CCP. So make sure you get that in now. You only need to do it once, and you should get a little DM from Moobot telling you you're in, and that is it. Jin Tan, as someone else who's been in team leadership positions, when you're formulating team comps and things like that, how much do you have to sort of anticipate bans when you're building a comp?
Generally, I don't anticipate bans when I'm building the first iteration of the comp, but it's something that you want to think of after you've started practicing it for a while. Something you're going to naturally do is say, okay, so these are the ships that we think are the optimal. Let's experiment by taking one ship out and putting in another ship that's going to do roughly the same role, but maybe has some slightly different, a slightly different mouthfeel to it, as Mystical might say. And that allows you to get a good idea of, and more importantly, practice using comps with slightly different variations of ships. Something when I've done bans in the past have liked to do is, rather than banning out the big top end ships, the big things that are going to decide how a comp plays out, which is what we've seen most teams in this tournament do. I really like banning out support ships. I really like banning out your Jackdaws, your Maulers, your Punishers, things like that, to take the tackle pilots kind of out of their rhythm of how they play the game. Because I find that execution on tackle pilots, especially when you're going up against slightly lower tier teams, which is where I play, I'm not a high level player, that is what's going to win or lose you the game at the end of it.
Yeah, it can be quite a monumental task building a team, running the practices, coming up with comps. If you're new to it, then obviously the best thing to do is look at examples of other teams' historically good comps, and then compare them with the current iteration of the rules, and try and build something like that and just practice it and execute it. Of course, in order to do so, one must be capable of reading said rules and making sure that they are fully in depth and understood, lest you make a terrible mistake and try and field a comp that is not important, not legal, for example. Now, speaking of reading the rules, one of the aspects of this Minmatar Trials tournament is the fact that on tiebreakers in the group stages last weekend, it was done on what's called rust points, number of points from Minmatar ships. We will be back to rust points, actually, tomorrow in the redemption bracket, because of course we have a group stage again before we advance to the finals. So for teams playing tomorrow, which is potentially any of you people still playing today, make sure you remember your rust points. You wouldn't want to be eliminated after a win simply by not bringing enough Mimitar ships. That would be awkward. So in terms of this next match, it's Kitchen Sinkhole versus Ushra'Khan. Mystical Might, this is going to be one of our first Mimitar roleplay corps. We'll see Electus Matari a little bit later on. Potential we can have Ushra'Khan versus Electus Matari in the final of the Brutor tribe. What do you think about that? Do you think we're going to see that?
That's what I'm hoping for. I used to be in Amarr Faction Warfare years ago, so of course I've got my grudges against Ushra'Khan and to a lesser degree Electus Matari. But I'd love to see them both in the finals, duking it out to see who actually gets the slot for that particular bracket. There's no reason why I think both teams can't get through, right? If they both make it to the finals, one falls down into the redemption group, so they'll be able to play for another slot later on. So I think that's probably the best approach that we can hope to see.
Yeah, I mean, we certainly hope to see both Mimitar teams make it through the Alliance tournament, just because it seems like of all the tournaments for them to be in, the Mimitar Republic sponsored one is the one for them. But both teams are now in the arena, so it's time to find out if it will be Ushra'Khan or Ushra'Kant as they go up against Kitchen Sinkhole with your casters, CCP Kestrel and Wingnut.
G'day there, mates. Welcome to Ushra'Khan vs. Kitchen Sinkhole. We've got a Sleipnir Hurry Rush versus an Underman combo, I believe. Yes, it is.
Yeah, Ushra'Khan have only managed to find 8 players, unfortunately. And what's even more weird is that they have more Amarr ships than Mimitar ships, and the Kitchen Sinkholers have brought out 6 of Mimitar ships. So Mimitar role players are not doing too well here.
This is a backwards world indeed. There is a single Mimitar ship on Ushra'Khan, and it is a single Rifter. I feel disgraced. I feel embarrassed. This is such a loss for all Mimitar pilots around. But they're versing a full Sleipnir Hurricane fleet, all autocannons, so they're going to be rushing hard, I suspect.
Yeah, and these are rapid, heavy pancakes right here. So they are going to be able to do a lot of DPS, and they do have that Scorpion too on the Ushra'Khan side. So I imagine they'll probably be able to maybe jam out that Scimitar, hopefully kill off some support ships, and then maybe try and kill the bigger ships afterwards. I assume that's what their game plan is probably going to be. Kitchen Sinkholers do have that Caristo, which is normally pretty strong against ECM. It'll be able to lock that Scorpion before it can lock the Scimitar and then damp it out. So,
well, there's a Carries v Carries match here potentially going on. There's also Starcasher also in a Carries, but I'm honestly hoping that the Scorpion is going to jam out the Scimitar and they're going to dive in on one of these Hurricane fleets with their rapid heavies and try and delete. Because if they can maybe kill DPS fast enough, they've got a chance even undermanned. But got 30 seconds till match start. Fingers crossed.
Yeah, I wonder what the omens are probably going to be doing here. It looks like beams to me.
Honestly, so I don't know. Lasers are a foreign concept to me. I think they look like dual light 180s, but I could be incorrect. The dual light one, sorry, not 180s, wrong word.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting too that Ushra'Khan don't have any form of links on their side, so not going to have any kind of fleet bursts available.
Well, match is underway. Let's see what they do. We're seeing, of course, E-War going everywhere. Carries is being damped. Other Carries is being jammed. So the Scorpion's actually jamming the Carries. And let's see. Honestly, I was expecting the Sleipnirs and everything to charge in a lot quicker than they are. They're kind of just chilling. Are they?
Yeah, Scorpion taking quite a bit of damage here, although he is going to be armor tanked with the Aniris on his side. So going out for a while. I think the Scorpion is probably jamming the Karis because the Karis locked him first and damped him, and then he can only... Well, that doesn't actually make sense, but...
I'm actually wondering if these Hurry fleets and Sleipnirs are firing barrage. I can't tell if you tell the colour by that, but they're just staying at range and shooting the Omen at the moment. Omen is taking some punishment.
Yeah, the Omen of well safe in it, bruv. I approve. Is taking it's taking a lot of damage here, and it looks like he's probably going to go down. It doesn't like the Aniris can keep him up here. Unfortunately,
Rifter,
the Rifter as well.
Their moral Minmatar ship
Oh.
is gone. Minmatar lost. Now it's only non-Minmatar ships, and yeah, Omen follows immediately after. I think maybe the Oneirus tried to save both, and unfortunately lost both. Not looking
Yeah,
good.
I think the Nearest is also maybe focusing on keeping the Scorpion alive too. The Nearest might also be struggling with damps as well, but I can't see any on him right now in
He's
the
not, no.
fancy UI.
All right,
There's a little
and actually,
delayed.
look at this. The Hurricane fleets, everything are charging in. They're going to go straight for that Omen, going to rip it apart and go to the next ship. This is how Minmatar Rush is done. Pick a ship, kill it, and move on. Yeah,
Tissy's
gone.
Hurricane Fleet is taking quite a bit of damage now, so the Bargus are going to be shooting him. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to get through a Hurricane Fleet issue with just the 2 Bargus when it still has that Scimitar up, as well as the like Eowar support that it also has on his team, as well as the Link.
Don't forget the crew support Scorpion. But yeah, it's going to be a hard task trying to rip that Hurricane Fleet now. They've lost their carry support. All they've got now is a Scorpion to maybe jam. That's not looking good.
And that Hurricane is being ramped back up now while these Bargus are on reload, it seems. So looks like Kitchen Sinkhole are going to be pretty safe. And now that the Neros of Zar is going down very quickly here, he's scrammed and webbed. I don't think he's going to last too long.
Well done, Drew. I think it's Kedra and the Flycatcher got the first tackle on him, and yeah, just gone in seconds. There's so much DPS coming down on him at this point. Unfortunately for our glorious Minmatar role players, this is over. Like, sure, the big ships are alive, but mate, this is over. Nothing's going to happen now. Shooting a Sleipnir, which is probably the single worst option on grid, I suspect.
Yeah, the Sleipnir is probably going to be more tanky than the 2 Hurricane Fleet issues, and probably providing a similar amount of DPS. It probably has an extra link, maybe. Maybe the links are a little bit better, but it's probably doing about the same DPS as the Hurricane Fleets anyway. So I'm not sure why they decided to swap over to the Sleipnir rather than on the Hurricane Fleet issue they were already on before.
I love that there's a bit of slip DPS because the Scorpion's probably jamming something, so that Tuck's like, well, fine, I'm just going to shoot you. You've got no logi to stop me. And yeah, just going to rip them apart.
Yeah, that's what they get for only bringing 1 Minmatar ship.
Exactly, right? You got to commit to the Minmatar roleplay. You don't just forsake them and bring a single bloody morale rifter. It doesn't work that way. You got to bring the lot. And the best thing about it is they died to Minmatar ships.
Yeah, the Barghest of 40 Winks was able to just MJD away just now, so he is now quite far away from the Kitchen Sinkhole team, so he's probably going to live for quite a bit longer, and so did Kale. He was also able to MJD, and he also landed pretty close to another micro jump unit, so he might be able to chain MJD, but I don't think they can kill anything. They weren't able to kill that Sleipnir with the 2 of them, especially when they're spread out, because the Carius now is completely unhindered, right? The Carius doesn't have to damp anything else, doesn't have the other Carius damping him. He can just damp them if they're going to play these like MGD games, and they're never going to break anything now.
Oh, look at that. They had the carries, managed to get rid of his shields, and then immediately the Scimitar's like, yeah, no, you don't. Put him right back to full shield. He's bouncing around. Maybe another volley could do some damage. Nope, never mind.
That Carius seems very lightly tanked.
Oh, yeah. He's hopes and dreams tanked. Did I just see some armor rep on him? Hold on. What was that? Yeah, he's got an armor repair on him as well, so he's an armor carries and a shield comp. I love it.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense, I guess. If you probably want to bring like two or three damps on a Carius, right? So you can go for like a single medium shield extender, or you can fit like maybe a plate and an answer, like the standard kind of nano roaming gang fit.
Interesting to think that potentially that carries was that potentially a lot easier to kill, obviously, because they can alpha through the reps. But he's alive. Honestly, his entire team is alive. Kitchen Sinkhole will come home with a full clean sweep, bringing, again, Minmatar role-playing ships against the Minmatar role-players. This is beautiful.
Yeah, you can always trust the Rust. The Barghest of Cal Moonshine is MGDing around still, but he is still taking damage, and he isn't going to be long for this world, I assume.
Indeed not. Indeed not. I am so sad for Ushra'Khan. I'm so sad. But yep, the Barghest, the big old pancake is about to get fried. He's going to get destroyed, and then, we'll have to all be espresso together.
Yeah, they should have recruited more plumbers because they've just been blocked by the sink.
Why? Why must you punish me with this? He's not even dead yet. I have to wait for you to hit me with one more.
That's
You got another one ready?
that's one burnt pancake right there.
Okay, that's 3 out of 10 on that one. But as the pancake does indeed get burned, we're gonna go back to the studio and see what they think of this one.
Yeah, so there we have it. It's definitely Ushra'Khan this time, as they are eliminated from Alliance Tournament 18 before it even started, really. So the only remaining Minmatar RP group is Electus Matari, who we will see coming along in a little while. Jintan, in that match, we saw what seemed to be the power of the carries there, the damps on the Kitchen Sinkhole team, making it difficult for that Ushra'Khan team to apply anything. Why are damps so much more powerful this year?
So this is something we're going to probably talk about quite a lot going forward, and that's the fact that scripts have now been re-allowed onto ships, onto E1 modules which can be fitted with them. So this is sensor dampeners and also tracking disruptors and missile guidance disruptors. This means that you can really, really focus down their power into the area that matters. So, for example, in this case, we saw the carriers just slapping on lock range damps onto it and bringing down his lock range to about 30, maybe 40 kilometers, which meant that he couldn't do any disruption. He had no ability to lock the logistics of his opponents, had no ability to lock down even any of the tackle and force them to rush in and maybe target him and fire off some smart bombs or some sort of trick play like that. And as a result, he just had to sit there and watch his friends die with no ability to help. I'm looking forward to seeing how that plays into the rest of the tournament, though. We've seen the Armor Jackdaw, for example, be a real big beneficiary of these buffs to E-War modules. And we'll probably see the Sentinel and a few other E-War frigates make appearances throughout the rest of the day.
Speaking of E-War, Mystical Might, the Scorpion, not the most picked ship, but definitely a useful ship. Of course, bonus to ECM. ECM and tournament matches. What's your feelings there?
Mixed. Yeah, I think ECM and tournament matches aren't as oppressive as it used to be, or isn't as oppressive as it used to be. For anyone who's not too aware, it used to be that when you were jammed, you couldn't lock anything at all for the full 20-second timer, I think, of the module cycle. So if you were perma-jammed, you would basically just sit on the grid and do nothing for the entire match. At least now, when you are jammed by a ship, you're able to lock the ship that's jamming you. And if multiple ships are jamming you, then you can lock each of those ships. So it's not like you get cross-jammed, you can't lock anything. You can lock everything that jams you. So there does feel like a bit more counterplay to ECM in the tournament setting now. But, I've lost a few tournaments to ECM. There's an advert of us losing the tournament to ECM, so I don't like it. Bullshit mechanic. Terrible.
Well, there you go. It does feel sometimes like a bit of a dice roll, as they say. But if the dice happens to land your way, it can be incredibly powerful. Maybe if you're struggling to break a ship under logistics reps, and then you manage to jam that logistics ship, those 20 seconds can be enough to push it over the edge. Of course, there's always a chance that you never hit any of those jams, and there's a chance that something incredibly unlikely, like an EC300 jamming a double Seaboard an Eros can happen, has happened. The Hero Jam Ibis we saw, I think, in Alliance Tournament 16 fielded successfully, landing a jam on a flagship, if I remember correctly, and causing the tide of that match to turn. I can't remember who brought it. It might have been PL, might have been NC Dot, one of those teams, perhaps. But that was quite something. Speaking of quite something, let's take a look at the bans for Electus, Matari versus No Vacancies and see what we have there. So Electus Matari banning the Vindicator and the Curse, a strong E-War platform capable of putting out a bunch of disruption with guidance and tracking from that, especially with the scripts now allowed. Very powerful ship. No Vacancies banning the EOS and the Typhoon Fleet issue. EOS, we see a bunch of those being banned. People wanted to remove that drone kite comp. Typhoon Fleet issue, we don't see as many of those getting banned, Jintan. What's your thoughts here?
Sorry, what ship, sorry?
The Typhoon
I was
Fleet
just
issue.
thinking. Yeah, we have seen it banned quite a lot in this tournament, and that's because of the power of the rapid heavy missile fit. It allows it, especially with a few missile guidance computers, to apply near perfectly to cruisers when combined with a Hyena or some other ship with bonus paints. And when you're applying battleship DPS effectively to a cruiser, it tends to evaporate in seconds, especially when you see the amount of logistics frigates flying around, which just really aren't able to sustain even resistance bonus chips through that level of DPS. As a result, it's a really, really powerful ship, and we're actually seeing something similar with the EOS. These two No Vacancies bans kind of indicate that they don't want long-range, good tracking DPS on the field. The only thing really left open here is the Barghest. So they're probably going to be bringing a logistics or something like that they don't want to get headshot in the early couple of minutes of the round that will give them sort of a slow rolling advantage over the course of the game.
A quick note, if that's okay. I just wanted to say I think the No Vacancy bans were targeted towards Electus Matari as well, quite closely, just based on their previous comps. So they have run Armor Control and Projection and won using the Typhoon Fleet issue, and then they've also run the Drone Kite, which they did lose with, but it was an EOS-based Drone Kite. So perhaps just looking back at some of the Electus Matari setups there and trying to remove some of the things they're comfortable with.
Oh no, Mutithica.
I
was going to say, okay.
Moderator snuck into my house and muted me when I wasn't paying attention. That crafty muterator. I was asking, what's your thoughts on the drone kite comp itself to fly as an execution?
I'm happy to answer that. I mean, okay.
No,
I'll go.
you
go,
quiet, Mystical Mike. This one's for Jintan.
I'll be quiet. I'll be quiet.
Okay. Yeah, the drone comp is something that I've flown quite extensively. It's another one of those comps that gains a lot from the bonuses to E-War. Because you have so many mids free on your drone ships, you normally have, one or two damps on your Ishtars, one or two damps on your EOSs. It allows you to control so much range. And if you combine that with the micro jump drive beacons, which are scattered around the arena, 100-kilometer intervals from each other, you can effectively spread out, force the teams to shoot one ship at a time, and then have to burn a significant amount of distance to another. And oftentimes you can just jump away, completely evade that charge. You're effectively just trying to slow the game down as long as possible and let the really consistent damage of drones, which applies to pretty much everywhere in the arena and with relatively good tracking, for as long as possible, whilst your opponents run around trying to get their guns or missiles or some other, weapon system that requires actual skill to work.
Actual skill, there you go. Speaking of skills, this is happening on the Thunderdome server. So these matches are not taking place on Tranquility, where we normally blow up each other. This is happening on Thunderdome, a separate, completely separate server where everyone has maximum skills. All, I think it's like 585 million skill points or something now, to fly all ships perfectly. In theory, of course, execution might be different. For example, not stopping a battleship and orbiting something out, tracking yourself. There's nothing in-game skills can do to help you with that. That is purely down to piloting skills and execution. Mystical Might, we sometimes talk about teams winning with execution, especially in things like mirror matchups. How important is good piloting? Like, can you get away with just having like solid theory crafting, solid comps?
I would say so. I don't think you need to be like a theory crafting whiz to make it far into the tournament. I mean, the deeper that you go, the more likely it is that you're coming up against a team that does have that, understanding of the theory, and then will come out with some wacky ideas that you may not be able to anticipate. And if you're unable to anticipate some of the wacky theory crafting, you're unable to adapt to that on the fly with your piloting decisions. So it essentially crumbles the further that you get into the tournament. But for teams that have good piloting but are a bit weaker on the theory, there's no reason why they can't bring strong setups fielded by other teams and then make it fairly deep into their respective brackets. And we've seen that, I think, in most ATs, there will be a team that essentially just starts copying the teams that play before them on a particular day. They just bring the same setup, and they end up doing fairly well until they run into those teams that have a lot of tournament pedigree.
Awesome, thank you. Let's take a quick look again at the Brutor tribe brackets as they are. So Kitchen Sinkhole taking that W over Ushra'Khan puts them towards the final for Brutor. This match coming up, Electus Matari versus No Vacancies, will put the winner of that into the final, where they will play Kitchen Sinkhole for a spot in Alliance Tournament 18. Of course, the loser of that final will go into the matches tomorrow to try and make their way through for that final spot in Alliance Tournament 18. Jintan, last year's feeders was a rather brutal best of one. Once you lost, you were. What do you think about the format this year with these? There you go. You got a quick glance at it, but that's all you get. You have to wait till later. Here we see it once more. Jintan, what do you think about this year's format compared to last year?
I think this is a much more interesting format. The group system just gives every team a chance to really show what they're worth, get a couple of games in under tournament settings, and even if you're not a team that advances beyond the first round, that kind of experience will really help you if you want to participate in any of the future tournaments, be they the Alliance tournament or any of the other minor ones such as Anger Games or some potential tournaments that have been planned for 2023 as we head forwards. I'm hoping that we see some of the teams that did get knocked out in future tournaments. Don't get discouraged. These kind of things happen. It takes a lot of getting used to, and you have to get over the PvP shakes, which are like nothing else when you're in the tournament. There are thousands of people watching you. You've got people who are not particularly forgiving, talking over exactly everything that you're doing and analyzing it and armchair quarterbacking you. It's definitely something to get used to.
Yeah, the pressure being a pilot in an Alliance tournament match is incredibly intense. I've flown in a bunch myself. The Amar Championship as well. It was even more intense when there was just 4 people on each side. So if you messed up, that was basically a quarter of your team messing up. But it's time to find out if Electus Matari or No Vacancies will be the ones that move forward to fight Kitchen Sinkhole for the position in Alliance Tournament 18. So let's go to the arena with your casters, moderator, and Blackbird Pirate.
Welcome back. We have Electus Matari going up against No Vacancies, and we have 2 kind of similar team comps, but they are also quite different, with No Vacancies bringing double Barghest and a bunch of Rapid Lights, pretty commonly known as a Rapid Light Heavy Missile Launcher Kite. And moderator, what's Electus Matari bringing against him?
So Electus Matari has chosen to bring a similar, like you were saying, archetype, but with an armor variant, taking the Barghest and double Rapid Typhoon, the Shimu for webs, but using Tech 2 Logi instead of Tech 1 Frig Logi because No Vacancies put all their points into their high end. So it'd be kind of interesting to see who the initial volleys and primaries will be for each side is. It looks like the Orthrus and Ashimu will be initials. Those make a lot of sense to me. Wanting to get rid of the Orthrus, it's a lot of damage, but not a lot of tank. Shimu was going to be the webs that would allow you to control range here.
Yeah, I do think I think that's a really good point to bring up that No Vacancies does not have Tech 2 Logi in any way, shape, or form. These Frigate Logi are notoriously not particularly great. They do rep a fair amount, but they do not tank at all. And we are seeing this Orthrus basically getting chunked down and then using its ancillary shield booster to rep back up. So at some point, it is going to fall. However, this Vigil Fleet issue on the Electus Matari side is actually taking a lot of damage. The reps are maybe going to land on it in time. We are seeing that little delay on the armor reps, but it does go down. At the same time, this Orthos is dropping quite quickly as well. They do appear to have swapped off the Orthos. They're going for a hard switch, taking the Cerberus down, almost actually volleying it through shields before it drops, and then damage is back on the Orthos there. So a little bit of damage splitting coming off the Electus Matari team. They do take the Orthos down here, but the Magus on Novak or Electus Matari is dropping at the same time.
Yeah, so they chose to dive in pretty hard into the back line with the Cerberus and the Orthos to try to get a pick onto the Jackdaw, try to get a pick onto the Magus, and it looks like the Magus is stabilizing just in time for these Cerberuses to have to clip. You usually see that about a minute and a half into the match. We see that Smitty Ultra is going to be the armor Jackdaw, interestingly enough. We see very little guidance disruption across the field, so I'm guessing he's tracking disruption and not missile guidance. However, Titanium Ultra does drop while No Vacancies continues to reload here, so kind of in the favor of Electus Matari right now.
And I think an important thing to note, like you said with that clipping, I do believe that most of the Electus Matari ships actually were on reload, and that guy dropped just 2 drones and a little bit of extra damage here. So Electus Matari already looking in a very commanding lead. The Jackdaw of Smitty is being taken down. I believe it does drop. I'm pretty sure that there was some pretty serious E-War and damps coming out from him. Now that he's gone, that's a big deal. But Electus Matari headshots the Lynx. So no Lynx in about a minute or so. No Vacancies is going to lose a significant amount of EHP or potentially speed. They're going for a Lynx trade, though, and might headshot the Magus on the other side here, which does go down.
Yeah, that Magus was right on top of the Bargast. Well, both Bargast, really, so you're just not going to survive that. And that's kind of going to be a pretty big deal here, as the Pontifex is the other Lynx ship who is, pushing and trying to get tackle. He does have tackle on the Bantam here, but he'll go down for it. I'm not sure it's worth losing both of your Lynx ships for not really getting any tackle there. Now the primary for Electus Matari is going to be the Bargast. Makes a lot of sense to me to try to get that ship off the grid. Meanwhile, the Ishimu is going to try to be the primary now that the Lynx will have dropped. He'll be much more susceptible to these rapid heavy clips and will probably get killed before they're forced to go on a reload here.
I think it's going to be really close. I do believe this Ishimu will probably drop here. It's unless actually it's starting to pull back, so maybe they just clipped. I'm a little concerned if Electus Matari is going to have enough damage to clip through this Bargast, and it does seem like both sides are on reload right now. One big thing though is this Bargast has been receiving newts from the Ashimu. And actually, it looks like Electus Matari just did a quick hard swap and just blew that burst up. A very, very good call here. This Bargast of Razor is starting to pull back a little bit, but I think that Electus Matari realized they weren't going to clip through it in their first and decided to pop a Logi with their last little bit. So both teams are on reload, kind of moving around a little bit. It's a little bit of a brawl. I feel like that maybe they should be pulling a bit of range. All of these ships are quite long range, and nobody is tackled besides Razor's Bargast, which is now dropping into armor with that reload, doing quite a bit of damage. A single Tech 1 logistics frigate is not going to keep him up through all of the damage that's going out here. Electus Matari is in a very commanding spot right now.
Yeah, so this Mishimu is burning down, trying to get webs on what appears like the Infinity face at Cerberus. But then the Deacon and the Thali are trying to keep up with him, but they just can't sustain the rep. So the Bantam drops at the same time the Ishimu goes. Meanwhile, Razor Roar is getting some shield boosting off, but is in low armor here, and
he
now
actually just MJD'd.
MJD.
So
he pulls that off.
Yeah, so
really
he might have gotten away.
Yeah, one of the effects there is that when you do MJD, you're going to pull missiles away from you that are in flight. He's down into the very sliver of hull here, still within range of the missiles, and he does drop. Meanwhile, the Thalia of Kyra is going really, really low here. The Cerberus and the Jackdaw will apply really good damage. We see paints from the Hyena on top of the Thalia continuing to apply, but the Thalia is doing a really good job of using their signature to pull away, even without links.
Yeah, I believe the Thalia is most likely 10 min AB fit, and is at maximum speed right now. So unless that hyena can come in and get some webs on it, which I kind of doubt that the hyena is actually fit with webs, just because it is a shield hyena. So I think that No Vacancies is not in a good spot here. I believe that their only real option would be to maybe try and take a Bargus down, but I don't know. I think that it was a really good MJD trick. I almost pulled it off a little bit too late here, and Electus Matari still has all 3 of their battleships up. So at this point, we have 3 battleships versus what is effectively a Cerberus, a Bargus, and a Jackdaw, as you don't really need those paints to take anything else down. That being said, they are swapping over and doing some pretty serious damage to this Deacon, but the Cerberus is bleeding armor and is just getting alpha through its ancillary shield booster. Massive amount of damage coming out from these triple rapid heavy launcher battleships.
Yeah, absolutely. We see that they are trying to take up the Deacon out, as you said, but you're not going to break a Deacon with just a Cerberus, a Barghest, and a Jackdaw if the Deacon and the Thalia are really on top of their game and trying to mitigate here. I may Crow, and the Cerberus drops right as the Deacon is getting into the very last bit of their armor, bleeding some hull here. Deacon just trying to do everything they can to live to win. Even if they do drop the Deacon, though, the Jackdaw goes down to rapid heavies, and you have really 1 battleship versus 3. No real way to come back from that.
Yeah, and with losing that Jackdaw, it does look like this Deacon is actually going to start tanking. Rapid Heavies do have very good application, but not versus a 10-min AB frigate with what is now no paints as the Hyena gets blown up. And, at this point, this game's basically over. It is very, very unlikely that Electus Matari is going to pull a mass boundary. They might. We've seen it already earlier today, so, can't really discount that in any way, shape, or form, but a very good play. It was kind of interesting because we almost saw what was a shield version versus an armor version of this. Is there anything the No Vacancies could have done better maybe to pull this off?
I think that one of the issues you kind of run into with your No Vacancies is you can't commit too over the top onto your high end. Having only 1 link ship and then losing their link ship midway through that match, I felt was the turning point. They did eventually trade the links, but it felt like when that happened, just the mobility of this kind of shield kite wasn't able to really pull range from the armor version of that, and they really ran into trouble after that.
Yeah, it was definitely tart calling. I think that Electus Matari just having that really heavy top end of rapid heavies and just applying it so well. We saw some little target swaps, which are very, very difficult to deal with Tech 1 logistics frigates or logistics frigates in general. Just very good play on their part. They will be finishing this last Barghest off here in the last little bit, and that will end up with No Vacancies, who is trying to MJD away. 1 last shot, MJDs to the next beacon. Maybe we're going to try for another MJD here. A little bit too little too late. I think that they could have maybe pulled off some sweet MJD plays earlier, but it is what it is. This will mean that Electus Matari is going to continue to carry the Minmatar flag, and honestly, they've been doing a spectacular job this entire feeder tournament.
Yeah, I've been surprisingly impressed with their play so far. I think in the pre-show when we were ranking the teams, I think we put them into probably the good luck tier, and they've been proving us wrong. Which, I'm happy to see them perform much better than really any of us thought. It's good to see teams kind of grow and develop and show their stuff, and they're performing rather well. I can't really knock them here.
Yeah, doing a very good job, and Pinky Lean is still trying to keep the Barghest alive. Wonder if they don't realize that they don't actually get to keep the ship, but that's okay. You know what? We'll just keep running that clock out, get that last little victory of holding on to 24 points, and I believe this Barghest is most likely going to live. It has MJD'd away far enough, and everything is on clipping, boosting up a little bit. Very interesting match. Good job on both sides. I think that Electus Matari just had a little bit better execution and a little bit better target calling here. But with that, Electus Matari is going to win 76 points to 27, leaving a single ship left alive, and we are going to send it back to the desk.
Electus Matari eliminating no vacancies from Alliance Tournament 18 contention and putting themselves only one win away from a position in Alliance Tournament 18 proper in a well-flown match. Very, very exciting match to watch. That's certainly the most exciting that I've seen today. Also exciting to see how many of you lost all your Twitch channel points. Nearly 1 million of them just went pop. 80% of people voting for no vacancies, only 20% voting for Electus Matari. 505 of you believing that no vacancies was going to carry you to victory. 505 of you being wrong. So, Jin Tan, we saw some fantastic piloting in that match on both sides of the ball. But you wanted to call out the logistics frigates. Let's hear about that.
Yeah, I actually wanted to call out specifically Slave Matt and Bed de Boers from that game. They were flying the Bantam and the Burst 1-point logistics frigates, ships that we typically see kind of brought just to round out comps that are very high, very top end heavy. And in this case, they made amazing use of those ships. They weren't able to do much reps because T1 logistics frigates really aren't designed to do that. They can only kind of slow down your death as opposed to stop it, as T2 logistics frigates and T2 cruisers can. But what they did instead was really clever, and that was that they used their positioning incredibly effectively. We saw them pull the Pontifex and the Magus from the opposing team towards them. Like, they left themselves in a slightly vulnerable position and then moved backwards out of the range of the Deacon and the Thalia. And that's why you saw those two link ships from Electus Matari go down incredibly quickly once the whole was it whole control? No, it wasn't. Oh god,
no vacancies.
No vacancies. Thank you. Once no vacancies switched over to them, and then later on the game, they did the exact same thing with Azria's Ashimu. It was incredibly good piloting, and it's a shame that their team wasn't able to take advantage of it and win the match off the back of it.
Yeah, certainly, one of the best matches we've seen today thus far. Mystical Might. One of the things that people might ask is the term "clipped" is heard a lot, especially when we saw that many Barghests on the field. What can you just explain? What the heck is clipped?
I was just laughing to myself because I was thinking about what like gun nuts would say if we were talking about like clips, magazines, or whatever. I have no idea or opinions on gun culture, so I do not know the correct terminology on that side. But when we use clipped, typically we are talking about a missile system. They'll have a finite number of missiles loaded. So with rapid heavies and rapid lights, you can launch, I think, 20 volleys typically, and then you'll go onto a long reload. So when we say clipped, it means that you fired all of the missiles that you had loaded, and now you have to wait for that reload cycle to go through. And during that time, typically, you're not going to be doing any damage because you don't have any damage to do. So you'll still be able to burn around and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, it's typically where we see lulls in damage in certain matches where there are lots of missile systems fielded, is simply because they're all waiting for their missiles to come back.
Jintan, back to you for this one. At the start of that match, when the teams were shown on the grid, you got excited about the ban evasion coming in from Electus Matari. Talk to me about that.
Yeah, so one of the teams in that game banned the Typhoon Fleet issue, and they'd also banned, I believe, the EOS, and that left them in a position where you could kind of tell that they were a bit afraid of those long-range, high application weapon systems. That's what I kind of talked about as we went over them, and the problem and what Electus Matari did is they must have had a comp prepared for this circumstance. That double Typhoon and the other rapid heavy missile ship just allowed them to plow DPS across the field and into their opponents, taking out all of those rapid light cruisers really quickly in the match. And that alone meant that they just wouldn't have the DPS to win in the late game. And I have to say that's some really smart preparation as well as quick thinking to actually bring it out and execute on it correctly during the game itself.
Great. Now let's look to our next match. So from one Wormhole group to another, question mark. I don't know if Scary Wormhole people are still currently in Wormholes or if they're still flying out with Initiative, but they have Wormhole in their name. So Scary Wormhole people versus the Ancients. Let's take a look at the bans for this upcoming match and see what these teams have chosen to eliminate. So Wibu choosing to ban out the Barghest and the Balgorn, so not liking ships beginning with B. Meanwhile, the Ancients banning out the Zarmzad and the Scimitar. Misty, we don't see that many Zarmzad Scimitar ban combos. What's going on here?
Yeah, it's interesting to see that they ban the Zarm and the Scimitar at the same time. I mean, we do sometimes see the logistics bans to try and force the hostile team to bring logistics frigates, or perhaps to force them into slow-moving logistics cruisers. Typically, you'd ban the Scimitar and the Aneros in that case. The Zarm ban is interesting because it suggests that they have practiced against the Zarm and they've found a single Zarm rep fairly powerful and difficult to kind of deal with, which is surprising because the Zarm's major weakness is the fact that it can only ever rep really one target at a time, which means that it's very vulnerable to the splitting of damage, which is, an effective way of dealing with the Zarm, and also winning against teams that field Zarms. So I'm kind of curious to see what they field, that they felt that they needed to ban the Zarm. The only other thing I can think of is the fact that the Zarm has a really long rep range. So if they are trying to pin down a logistics cruiser, then the Zarm would be fairly difficult to deal with because it's going to sit really far into the backline. I think it can rip out to about 72 kilometers compared to a standard cruiser's rep range of 50-ish for an armor cruiser and 27, 29 for a Scimitar, for example. So, range.
Well, it's pretty much time to find out, as the Ancients last time brought a Mar laser comp straight to 0 and used that to great effect to win. So will we see that again from the Ancients, or will Scary Wormhole people take the W and move forward in the Stark Minear Tribe finals? Well, let's go to the arena and find out with your casters CCP Kestrel and Wingnut.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Thunderdome, because this is going to be an insane match. We have got triple Torp Ravens with bombers versus 4 rapid heavy battleships. This is the most insane match I think I've seen all day. Oh my god, Kestrel, please, this is... Oh, I'm so scared.
Yeah, this is going to be a super fun one. Scary Wormhole people have bought all of their battleships in at 0, whereas the Ancients are in at about 30 with their Raven Navy issue and the 2 Ravens, which are torpedo fit, so they're going to be doing a ton of damage. They also have 3 bombers in the backline too, so lots and lots of torpedoes, which is good. Hopefully we'll see some bombs going out too, maybe, I don't know.
The fun thing as well is that the Torp ships did not warp at 0, whereas the Rapid Heavies did. So this is topsy-turvy world with a lot of DPS. Those damage bars are girthy as the match goes underway right now. Here we go!
Yeah, but unfortunately, Scary Wormhole's DPS graph might go down a bit, either reloading or because they're just going to straight up die. Who knows here? Let's see. I want to see the damage coming out here from these 3 torpedo
Torp
Ravens.
Typhoon Fleet, look at him. He's getting chunked already. Bombers are getting hit. Raven is getting hit. Their damage being spread. This is going to be beautiful, please. Oh, look at the hits on that Typhoon Fleet.
Kyle Bruder taking a ton of damage here. Is already 20% armor, which is pretty insane. It's because Raven is also going down pretty low too, as well as Silas's Manticore, but they're both kind of holding. Kyle is gone already.
Yeah. Interesting to know is what this Raven manages to survive the Rapid Heavy clip. They've won this match because that's how Rapid Heavies tend to work in these scenarios. That Raven is still holding. The next Typhoon is being pounded upon. A Hound is being beaten up in the backline. The Sci Fleet's been shot by something. I don't know. This is beautiful. So much bomber DPS. So much torpedoes. This Typhoon's getting ripped apart and the Raven is in armor. They're going to probably kill it.
Yeah, Isco looks like he's about to go down, but Radomir is also dropping at about the same time. Oh, and the counter's down too.
They did get the Raven, but they've killed off now half of this of the Scary Wormhole people's core. So this could already be it right now. This is beautiful. I love a DPS rush.
Yeah, Scary Wormhole people's DPS graph, it was chunky at the beginning. It's now gone flaccid, whereas the Ancients are still hard and they're still going.
Still got the girth. And meanwhile, all 3 bombers are still alive. A Pontifex just boundary, I think? Yep, Pontifex boundary.
Yeah.
He decided he didn't want to be part of this anymore.
Yeah, he was so intimidated by the DPS and these Ravens are putting out. He just decided to leave the arena.
This is beautiful, wonderful, glorious chaos. Typhon Fleet's being pounded. Of course, the one bad thing about versing torpedoes is that there is no respite. There is no stopping the constant pounding of torpedo DPS. Typhon Fleet's about to go down. The Side Fleet's also about to go down. The Praxis is stuck. The big boy in the middle of the arena, and there's nothing he can do. This is glorious. The Ancients, my boys, represent.
Yeah, Dual Roman Sci-fi issue about to go down here too. The Praxis of Maxim is taking those. Oh, he just instantly goes from half shields to like 70% armor. I love it.
Interesting note, this is the one match that Kietsi's not in, and suddenly they're winning. Coincidence? But yeah, this is glorious. How's that Sci-Fleet still alive, by the way? I mean, that's just showing their torpedo application. He's still alive somehow. I'm not sure what's going on there. But Praxis
He
is dead.
pretty
This match
fast.
is over.
He's going at 1.7k a second, so it's possibly he might even be able to outrun the Torps. I think it's mostly just the Fleet Warriors on him right now that are doing the DPS. There is a Hound shooting him. I assume the Hound Torps can probably reach because they have a bit more range than the Ravens.
I'm fully on board the torpedo beat right now. This is beautiful. There's just a Inquisitor and Navitas left. I think they're running for the boundaries, but honestly, the problem is, of course, all these torpedoes are going to suffer to even attempt to apply to these guys. I mean, they're hitting them, but I mean, those are scratches on these ships.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't even need to shoot the Logi until now, right? Because like those two Logi frigates aren't going to do anything to 6 torpedo ships.
How to feel worthless 101. Be a T1 Logi frigate against Battleship Blast.
I mean, they did a pretty good job, but I don't. Well, I mean, we can't really fault what they did because they survived and they probably stopped the battleships from dying like 5 seconds faster.
Yeah, sorry, I had to open up the door. But yeah, that's just T1 Logi frigates against what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 torpedo ships. It's just so inadequate. But Inquisitor's about to boundary. Thank you so much, Ancients. You've given me a glorious memory with this one. Glad to see you boys kicking ass. And with that, we're going to go back to the studio and see what they think on this.
Now for the Triglavian Weather Report, brought to you by Exodus.
The weather calls for disintegration.
And that's the weather forever.
For just 10 million ISK a month, you can save the life of a high-sec miner.
There you are, the Ancients taking that W over Scary Wormhole, people. Important to note, the Hookbill did die in the end. We have to forgive Wignut, of course he is in a different time zone. So in his time zone, that Hookbill died a long time ago. Ancients there bringing a very solid torpedo-based comp and just dunking all over that Scary Wormhole, people. Quad battleship comp. That is actually almost the same comp we saw Scary Wormhole people win with the other last week, Jintan. Do you think that these were targeted bans and a specific comp that the Ancients were hoping to see here?
Yeah, I think absolutely. This just shows some of the importance of not bringing the same comp multiple times. If teams are watching you, they see that you bring out the same bands that you've brought out in the past time, which in this case, TDSN did. They brought out the same bands that they'd used prior to bringing the quad battleship comp previously. You can prepare something that you think will be able to beat it, especially if you're doing scrims in the middle of the week in between the 2 weekends of matches, which is what most good teams will do. It's an unfortunate one, though, for TD Sin. They played really well in the match. There was just very, very little they could do versus the overwhelming of DPS that was being thrown at them there.
Yeah, I don't even want to think how much DPS was coming from 2 Ravens, a Navy Raven, and 3 Stealth Bombers. But that number will indeed be large. And in this case, versus 4 battleships, it will apply extremely well. This we don't normally see torpedoes. We spoke about this earlier on. What would have happened to this comp if, let's say, no battleships were facing them and it was a bunch of cruisers and battle cruisers?
Well, it depends. It depends entirely on whether the rapier died or not, I think. I think the Ancients team sorry, it was Weeby, right? Which one? Which one won?
The Ancients won, and Scary Rumble people lost.
Okay, cool. Yes. So, I believe the Ancients team planned for the potential surprise of not going up against the 4 battleships because they did have that rapier, which would allow their torpedoes to apply even to those cruiser-sized ships or the battlecruiser-sized ships that Scary Wormhole people could have brought. Of course, if the team goes all in some sort of rush setup and takes out the rapier early on, it would be quite difficult then for the Ravens and the Bombers to apply their damage, and they didn't have much in the way of screening. Of course, we've mentioned screening a little bit earlier, but it's the act of essentially preventing the enemy ships from getting on top of your ships. Because they lacked screen, the Bombers were pretty vulnerable. So it would have been easy to remove them if there were a number of cruisers and battle cruisers on the grid.
So in this case, it just seems like the Ancients won that one in the draft. They outmeted, they outthought Scary Wormhole people and used it to great effect, taking a solid W. Of course, shout out to Fun Inc., the group that the Ancients are part of, and their NPSI roams. I believe if you do !NPSI in Twitch chat, it'll give you some links. You can. I encourage everyone to go join some NPSI stuff. It's always good fun. You can pretty much pick up, play, do some dope fleets. Kyakti also streams a bunch of them as well, and it's good fun to watch. So check that out. The Ancients will go forward in the Stark Manir tribe to face the winner of Spectre Fleet and Rusty Hyenas Clan. So it, of course, will be incredibly interesting if the Ancients go up against Spectre Fleet in the final NPSI versus NPSI. Mystical Might, what do you think the chances are there? Do you think Spectre Fleet are going to get through Rusty Hyenas Clan?
So, I did see Virion in FTACN local earlier planning for some ops later. So I'm not entirely sure they've been spending their entire time focusing on their upcoming match, perhaps just warming up in advance. I think Spectre Fleet have a good chance at winning if they are able to correct some of the piloting mistakes that we've seen in the previous weekend. So Spectre Fleet only really lost the match that they were one of their matches last weekend because Virion burned his guns out, which meant that they didn't have enough damage to actually work their way through the rest of the enemy team. They were in a position to win that match until that happened. So, it's entirely possible that they'll be able to beat Rusty Hyenas, but Rusty Hyenas have also been flying really, really well, and they're probably one of the favorites based on the performance we've seen so far.
Yeah, I think this one's probably one of the hardest ones to pick so far, and clearly out in Twitchland, you guys agree, because it's almost neck and neck with the channel points. Only a couple of thousand difference between the two of them, pretty much 50-50 split. Jin Tan, what are your thoughts on this one, this coming matchup?
Yeah, I'm really excited to see what happens because Rusty Hyenas have brought out some really unorthodox ship choices over their past couple of matches, especially against the Ancients, who they were able to beat on their side of the bracket. They brought a Zarmaz and a Ham Damnation to the field, something that seemed like it was very specifically designed to beat the 3 battleship core that Spectre Fleet have been fairly reliant on so far in the tournament. So I think this is going to be a real test of a Spectre Fleet to see, are they a one-trick pony? Have they only effectively practiced 3 battleship core, or do they have something a bit more spicy up our sleeve for this game?
Yeah, I hope to see another interesting match. We've had a couple of good matches in a row now, so perhaps we're on a roll for the good ones. A couple other things I wanted to talk about in some of our previous matches. Jin Tan, talk to me about Logifrigs and the positioning challenges that that imposes on a team versus, say, logistics cruisers.
So logistics cruisers, as we've talked about for a couple of times now, they have a range of around 50 kilometers. You've got a little bit more than that in fall off, so you can play with things if you're getting pushed around the grid by tackle or something else. But you want to kind of be comfortably within, 30 to 40 kilometers of what's getting shot, and at that point you can apply perfect reps. Whereas the armor logistics and shield logistics frigates, they need to be within 10 to 15 kilometers of the target to be providing as much reps as possible. And you also need to keep those frigates relatively close to your battleship core as well, because they're incredibly reliant on rep bots to survive during these matches. And on top of all of that, they're normally 10 MN fit as well, so they don't have a great amount of maneuverability. All of this combines to mean that if you are flying a logistics frigate reliant comp, you need to move slowly, you need to plan your moves carefully, and you need to make sure that your own tackle or screening ships don't stray too far away from the deacons or thalias or scalpels, lest they get themselves into a pickle, because if a Mala or anything like that gets on top of them, they are going to go bye-bye in seconds, and you're not going to be able to help rep the rest of your team off the back of that.
Mystical, as a pilot, what do you prefer? Flying in a match with, say, an Oneros, or in a match with a Talia Guardian?
So, I'd have to say that, again, it depends on the ship that you're flying. If you're in a support ship, a ship that needs to go out and actually pin down the enemy team so that your core can get on top of them, flying with logistics frigates is a lot trickier, because there will be windows in time where you just don't have any reps coming in, right? So you'll either need to make the decision to fully commit to the tackle, potentially die, but ensure that your core can get on top of the hostile team, or you need to pull back and communicate with the rest of your team to understand when the best time to actually dive in would be. Playing with a logistics cruiser frees you up quite a bit. It makes it easier for you to execute well, whereas flying with logistics frigates can sometimes make it so that you can field more interesting comps that some teams may not be able to expect, or you can do way more damage than a logistics cruiser would be able to rep, right? And then it's about balancing how long you can live, your positioning, and also your target calling as well, that kind of stuff. There's a lot that goes into it. I personally prefer, I think, cruisers a little bit, just because of the freedom it gives you.
Are getting on top of the Nighthawk of Rusty Hyenas Clan. Bart?
Yeah, target painters are going up on top of it. They're actually holding really, really well here, so that's a pretty good sign. It does look like this Neros is actually ramming in, which is pretty great. So kind of a big fan of that. And we are just kind of slowly moving in here. I'm actually going to pop open something on my end real quick. So, Mod, if you can take over for like 20 seconds here, just so I can look at something.
Yeah, perfect. So this Leshak is taking a pounding from cruise damage at the moment, which makes a lot of sense. You would want to get rid of the Leshak over time. That ship is going to spool. We have continued guidance disruption going on from this curse and what appears to be this Nearest as well. Virian Stone Shard in this Leshak is continuing to survive. We see now that the Spipal of Valdic will be the primary for the side of Spectre Fleet. They're continuing to apply newt and pressure, trying to get that Spipal off of the backline, off of the Pontifex and links. Right now, the Raptor and the Mauler are just kind of ineffectually playing against each other, and Virian's continuing to stabilize. That's going to be the power probably of the Reactive Armor Hardener, and now swapping damage to Rusty, the Crom 14's Nighthawk.
Yeah, it's a really good call. We're seeing these guidance disruptors just totally destroy the ability for Rusty Hyenas to apply any damage here. And I think you're right on the damage slap into Nighthawk. That is a good call. This Neros is actually not really doing anything. I've been kind of staring at it and hadn't been seeing it pull anything out. So I'm not sure what their plan there was. Rusty Hyenas is starting to apply a lot more damage to both the Leshak and the Magus. And unfortunately, Spectre Fleet apparently has not gotten the memo that the only way to defeat this Tinker is to actually ram it out. So this Mauler is the only one that is blitzing straight towards them, but a Mauler is not going to do a particularly good job bumping, and in fact does not appear to be bumping at all. It's going for a tackle on the burst. So Spectre is maybe going to go for the burst, but I don't know. Like, this is not how you counter this setup, and I've not not thinking that Spectre's going to be able to win this one.
So, if I have to guess, I would imagine that you want the Mauler to get on top of things, apply newts, apply some damage. But I mean, the Magus is taking a ton of damage. Virion Stoneshard, in the meanwhile, has been getting held down by the Raptor, and now that the Raptor is applying that tackle, Virion can't really mitigate nearly as well, and the cruisers are applying for full damage. The Magus goes down, so the Lynx are going to go down as well, and Virion Stoneshard is just wrapping up a little bit, trying to stay alive. Does drop, but now that in about a minute the Lynx are going to drop, I don't think it's looking good for the other Leshek Venzen either.
No, it's really unfortunate. I think Spectre actually could maybe still pull this off, but they definitely could have won this if they had gone straight in right off the bat. I'm not really sure why they tried to kite against cruise missile ships, as these Scorpion Navies and Rattlesnakes can hit the entire arena with their weapons. But now that they've lost both the Lynx and one Leshak, this other Leshak is not going to last very long. Those Lynx are absolutely massive amounts of tank that have gone down, and Spectre just really hasn't been able to pull anything off. Like, yeah, they might take this burst down, maybe, but once it goes down, like, what's your follow-up? Right? It's like, okay, cool, you took a burst down, but you've already lost one of your battleships, and it might even live longer than this Leshak does.
Yeah, like you were alluding to earlier, the way that you actually break this Tinker setup, because we have all these Scorpion Navies and the Rattlesnake just sitting on top of the Nighthawk at 0, just being a cap transfer bot. The way you break that is you ram into them, full speed, and you force them to basically bowling ball away from each other. And that's not really going to work when you are kiting away the entire time. They do get a kill on the Bantam, now trying to kill the burst now that his Logi buddy is dead. Starting to work a little bit at the medium shield bots that are keeping the burst up, but this Deacon is taking an absolute pounding. We see that the Spipal and the Raptor are on top of him in the backline. That Spipal is going to continue to apply pressure. They could even try swapping damage onto the Spipal once they do kill this burst, because no Logi frigates and the Spipal's just by himself. So let's see if they can try to turn this around somewhat.
Yeah, Spectre's actually holding on very, very well. Like, this is incredible Logi piloting on their end, and just general like use of the curse and such. Again, it's like they're not fighting back the way they need to. Like, they still have a chance here. Their Leshak is not tackled, for this Leshak to just MWD in and just ram and break that Logi ball, or break that ball of battleships apart, and it's just not happening. And it's really unfortunate that I guess Spectre did not see the last match versus these guys, where somebody almost countered them. So it does look like Ensign is going to drop here without being able to really do anything. Finally spooling up on this Nighthawk and burning in. So finally has realized at the 6 minutes in how to beat this. And I think it's a little bit too late here, though, unless they can somehow keep this Leshak alive, which is slowly bleeding structure. They're very, very tanky ships, but I don't think they're tanky enough. And the Leshak has now actually been webbed down before it's able to get in.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for Spectre. I mean, we see most of the rep bots from the side of Rusty Hyenas Clan have been cleared up. No, but it's too little, too late. I mean, you've lost 2 Leshaks, you're down by 50 some odd points, and you have no damage left. It's basically over for you. Look at the attack bar for Spectre Fleet. They've got absolutely nothing left in the tank, and we see good fights in local. Congratulating Rusty Hyenas Clan on their victory here.
Yeah, it's so this is the second time that Rusty Hyenas Clan has won with what is effectively the same setup here, which should be maybe a sign for teams, hopefully, that they're actually watching and paying attention to what their opponents are. Again, like, Spectre's setup, I think, had a very good shot at winning this, and I'm sure that I'm totally stealing all of the analyst stuff right here, but we're also going to probably have to sit here for a while, because cruise missiles do not apply very well to small ships, and short of Spectre starting to boundary, we are probably going to be here for another 2 minutes and 40 seconds. But I do think Spectre actually had a very good shot at this if they had just rammed in, which is almost always the correct choice, because flying away and kiting is for cowards.
Okay, so you've been in top-level teams before. So once you do ram in, and you can kind of split away the Scorpion Navy issues and the Rattlesnake from the cap transfer, circle jerk, what do you do next? What's your primary? How do you break things up?
So you pick whichever guy's farthest away, right? So, like, if you ram in, if you notice, I don't know if we have an ability to like zoom in super duper close here, but I'm looking at the Nighthawk, and every single battleship is like ramming it. They're sitting directly on top of it, cap transferring. So if you push in and you knock that ball away, which now we're getting a sweet zoom. You see what I mean? Like they're kissing it. They're like surrounding it. Like there's a meme that I'm not going to repeat on stream, but all of you are imagining it, where there's some guys standing in white t-shirts, and we're doing a very good job here. If they can bump into that with one ship and then go after whichever one is farthest out, that's the easy kill, because none of these ships can actually tank without being able to get the cap transfers constantly.
Yeah, and once they don't have the cap transfer, and you don't have the support from the local tank, your cap will eventually run out, and then you only have 2 Logi frigates that are Tech 1 supporting you. You will eventually break. Once you can kill the Nighthawk, though, that's all the links down, and you're much, much more effective against these battleships. It looks like some of the Spectre Fleet ships are choosing to boundary violate, realizing that this is kind of a futile effort. So, well played by Rusty Hyenas Clan. Props to them. I didn't expect this to, go decisively. I thought that it was going to be a little bit, I thought the Spectre would know how to break this. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem like they were able to execute. And with that, we'll send it back to the couch.
Okay, so we are back. There seems to be some issues being reported via down detector for Twitch, a big spike. We keep being disconnected from it at our end. To be clear, we're recording all of the matches as they happen locally from the streamer PC. So if the stream drops during a match, do not worry, the match itself has been recorded and it will be uploaded on YouTube at a later point this week. So the match stand as is. Obviously, we want to bring you the best show, but if Twitch is trying to save a few bucks by not funding their servers correctly, then that's not really something we can do. Rusty Hyenas Clan took that match there over Spectre Fleet, so we won't get to see the NPSI Battle of the Century because Spectre Fleet could not cut it. Mystical Mike, what happened in this instance to Spectre Fleet?
I think it's a case of maybe they tunnel visioned a little bit. They decided to shoot.
It's gone again. Hello again. Sorry, Jeff. I didn't mean anything I said. Twitch is the greatest service of all time. Please don't ban us. We have another match coming up in 4 minutes, potentially, if Jeff allows. Everyone say please, Jeff, in Twitch chat. Let them know that we're thinking of them. It's going to be Percussive Pizza Time Diplomacy versus Of Sound Mind. I'm looking forward to this one because Percussive Pizza Time Diplomacy are one of the Galmil faction warfare groups who've been grinding hard to fight off that Kaldari menace in the low-sec area and hashtag build the gate. I flew with them a couple of times on an alt, and they're good fun, good people. Of Sound Mind, though, solid team. The bans for Percussive Pizza Time, Bargas and Eos, and Of Sound Mind banning Leshak and Scimitar. Mystical Might, what do you think about these bans here? They look pretty standard across the board.
I'd say so. I think the one that stands out the most is probably the Scimitar ban. just because it's suggesting that they don't want to see a fast-moving shield cruiser wrapping up range, perhaps trying to dissuade them from taking a shield kite or shield rush. It's kind of hard to tell what they're intending, as they have also banned the Lashak, which is very typically an armor ship. So again, maybe it just suggests that during their own internal testing or testing with other teams, they've come across Lashak comps and comps that utilize the scimitar quite a bit, and they found them incredibly strong. So they just want to remove those from the playing field.
Yeah, and Jin Tan, my notes here say to ask you about battle industrials in that last match as well. Can you care to fill exactly 80 seconds on that, please?
Yep, so the battle industrials are kind of useful. We haven't seen them a lot in previous tournaments, but I think they're getting a lot more use in this tournament because you can now fit them with scripts and things like that. It just allows you to get the most mid slots per point possible. Haulers are only 2 points in this format, and a Neurosis has 5 mid slots, and a Badger has 6. So that can represent, as we saw in that last match, a couple of sensor boosters for your shield ships, which can't really fit them, just offloaded onto a Neurosis, or remote tracking computers to help mitigate the effects of tracking disruptors on your Lashaks so that they don't get locked out and lose their spool.
Awesome, thank you very much. And it looks like the teams have landed in the arena, so let's go over to the arena and let the casters talk about it for another minute or two before the match starts. We're going to see Percussive Pizza Time Diplomacy versus Of Sound Mind with your casters CCB Kestrel and Wingnut.
Welcome back to the arena. I heard a lot of exciting noises from Wingnut because his favorite ship is on the field, the Vindicator. Why don't you tell us about that ship, Wingnut?
Oh, mate, Vindicator, always my favorite. But honestly, we've seen a very interesting kind of almost kind of a mirror comp here. Vindicator, Tempest Fleet, and Balgorn versus Typhoon Fleet, Tempest Fleet, and Balgorn. The support wing's pretty similar as well, but it looks like Percussive Pizza Time decided they want to go heavy on the DPS here. So I am very excited.
Yeah, Of Sound Mind also bringing kind of the similar like Logi frigates plus like heavy armor battleships. They've opted for a bit more E-War, it seems, with the Sentinel and the Celestis.
Yeah.
Whereas as you mentioned, the Pizza Time guys, they've got Hakati, Super Rupture instead of those kind of ships.
Yeah, match comes on the way now, but yeah, both teams having a full bar of control. This is going to be a wild one. And yeah, match is getting started. Vindicator, please charge in. Do what Vindicators always do.
Yeah, Percussive Pizza Time Diplomacy's attack bar looks a bit bigger than Of Sound Mind's. And is that a rapid heavy Typhoon or is it torpedoes? Let's take a look. Looks like it's rapid heavies. So Of Sound Mind's DPS is also going to be a little intermittent. I mean, they still do have the Balgon and the Tempest Fleet issue. But those rapid heavies are potentially going to be taking away the support of Pizza Time. That Super is looking very crispy right now.
Yeah, I mean, well, the Sentinel, I think, does Sentinel get scrammed? Yeah, Sentinel got scrammed by the Heretic, caught and snagged. Well done to, what is that? Nyx Aeon, bravo. I think Sentinel got a bit aggressive there.
Yeah, if they can get rid of the Sentinel, that'd be great for them because it's currently got tracking disruptors on the Vindicator and the Fleet Tempest, so unlocking those the battleship guns will mean they can apply a lot more DPS in other places. Aliaris's Celestis is also taking quite a bit of damage. Looks like Alexander's Super is now stabilized, and the DPS seems to be going on to Chad Flame's Balgon.
Yeah, notice by the way where the Phoenix and that Sentinel is. He's way too far away from his friendlies. They're trying to get in there to save him, but they're honestly risking there's a Deacon and Dahlias on the opposing team. But he's still alive, so it's definitely working. But I think he's about to pop.
Yeah, Sentinel about to go down. There he goes. So now that Vindicator and the Tempest Fleet issue are going to be way more deadly now that his tracking disruptors aren't spread across both of them. It's really hard to fly the logistics frigates in this matchup, right? Because if you go too close, then you end up getting Balgon webbed, and then the Vindicator just loads Noah and deletes you. Or you get just neutered out by the Balgon. But if you stay like further than like 35k, then your reps are in like deep fall off. So it's like you have to do the dance of death.
Yeah, this Vindicator is being neutered out by both the Tempest Fleet and the Balgon, so he's getting the maximum treatment right now. Balgon's being beaten up. The Tempest Fleet is being hurt. But this Vindicator...
Yeah, so the Vindicator is having some intermittent cap issues, but He is starting to fire again. I mean, even though the Vindicator is capped out, it seems it looks like they're still making things happen as the one of the Logi frigates just goes down for of Sound Mind.
Yeah, just enough capacity to fire the guns like 2 or 3 cycles and immediately needed back out. Tempest Fleet is now in hull. Balgon is in low armor. If they can get the Tempest Fleet gone, they actually might be able to save this Balgon.
Yeah, Chad Flame's Balgon's still low hull, but there goes the Tempest Fleet issue, and we've got to remember the Typhoon Fleet is rapid heavy, so he's not going to be doing DPS all the time. So I think if Chad Flame can survive his reload, whenever the next reload for him is, then I think he has a good chance of just staying up.
Honestly, I think he's going to stay up as it is, to be honest. He's not even being neutered by the other Balgon, because of course the Balgon's focusing the Vindicators. I think at this point Chad's going to stay alive. He's not repping particularly fast, but they've got nothing left. I don't think the Typhoon Fleet's even firing at the moment. Yeah, he's on reload.
Yeah, Ariel is on the reload right now. Chad is still pretty low. He's only got 15% armor. So I think Ariel can probably kill him when they get their missiles back. But Dark Hadron is... Dark Hadron's going down at the same time. And also, Liz Ryan's Valier is about to pop too. So no more Logi on the side of Sound Mind, whereas Pizza Time still have everything available right now.
Yeah. Meanwhile, the Hecate and the Heretic have been spending their time beating up the support wing in the back. So, yeah, bravo. The extra DPS definitely seemed to work. The extra control, while useful, doesn't seem to have helped them out here because they just can't really break anything anymore.
Yeah, Chad Flame is losing armor still. He's at 5% armor, so he's getting close. I think the Typhoon Fleet issues off a reload, so they might be able to take down Chad Flame. But Dark Hadron is also getting low too, and I think once the Balgon is gone from the field, then they don't really have much chance of really winning this match. So they might get Chad, but they don't have anything else.
Believe Chad. Come on, true Chad energy. Survive in hull. Let's go. Dark Hadron goes down, and Chad is still slowly bleeding structure. He's just holding on. Come on, buddy. Yep, I think he's safe now. Perfect.
He's still losing a little bit of hull. I think Ariel is still shooting him with rapid heavy, but at this point, though, I think I think Kurgan and Kuruk probably have him at this point. It's pretty safe.
Yeah, and honestly, well flown for those Deacons as well. This is trying to keep their boy alive is not the easiest thing to do, but they've done it. And of course, Vindicator, 100% win rate. Don't at me. I'm definitely not incorrect there. Mm-hmm, yep.
Yeah, and Ariel is being tackled now too by all of the support, and there is a Vindicator charging angrily towards it.
You've been nuding me out this entire game. How dare you? But yeah, I want to see if they I want to see the Vindy webs and like the Vengeance and watch it just get deleted. Because Vindy web plus also Balgon extra webs is going to be just brutal. Pop! Yeah, there goes the Magus. Instantly. Gotta love Vindicators, man. Gotta love Vindicators. Gone.
Only the Pontifex of Frosty Knee is alive. It looks like she's trying to go out towards the boundary, but there's a good chance she might just get killed before she makes it. She has been tackled now, down by that Sweeple, so I don't think they're too long for this world.
Gone. Oh. Bravo to Percussive Pizza Time. 100-0, Vindicator 100% victories, and with that, we'll go back to the studio.
Percussive Pizza Time Diplomacy, once again reminding you that pineapple on pizzas is delicious, and I won't hear anything against it. Also, a reminder, unfortunately, taking the L there to the Pizza Pals. Jin Tan, you were calling out the excellent piloting of the lower end points ships in the Pizza Time fleet comp there. 16 points spread across 4 ships compared to 66 points spread across 3. What was so good about the low end piloting there?
Yeah, so Percussive Pizza Time did some really good work. They realized that they had sort of the tackle advantage. They realized that if they were able to pin down one of their opponent's ships early on in the match, they'd be able to snowball that advantage and control the spacing of the smaller ships on the grid. And then they just executed on it perfectly. They made sure that the Heretic and the Zwippel went ahead of the other 2 ships that are a little more cap dependent. As they were going in on the Sentinel, so that the Sentinel had to put his newts on them. That way, the Hecate could come in behind them and just fire on that heavy DPS that ship's known for. It was just really smooth, and I don't think a lot of people in the chat realize how little time you have to analyze the grid, figure out what your opponent's ships are, and then come up with a plan. You've got maximum of like 2 to 3 minutes to figure out how 10 of your opponent's ships are going to function, and then come up with a plan off the back of that. That looks like it was really well practiced and really well called by whoever is commanding the small ships on the Percussive Pizza Time side.
Yeah, shout out to Nyx Aeon there and the Heretic. He spent a lot of time FCing a lot of the small gang fleets around Galmil space, doing the the Lord's work, and yeah, frying up some calamari. Mystical Might, anything that Officer Mind could have done differently there in that particular match to maybe secure themselves the dub?
Just trying to think about it. I don't think there's really much that they could have done to change the outcome of that match because of Pizza Time flew so well with their support wing, like Jintan mentioned. I think the wolf pack, you could call it, was one of the things that really swung the match in because of Pizza Time's favor. The only thing that really comes to mind for Of Sound Mind is perhaps burning the Typhoon Fleet issue in a little bit closer so that the Typhoon Fleet could also contribute some newts towards the Vindicator just to make sure that the guns were shut off as much as possible. But apart from that, I mean, it's just a case of, because the Pizza Time flew really well and Of Sound Mind drew the short straw.
Awesome. Now, that was the first in the crucial brackets where Percussive Pizza Time Diplomacy will go forward to face the winners of Snuffed Out and Hidden Leaf Village Ninja Ass In Squad Esports. That will be a spicy match, potentially. Snuffed Out, of course, brought very interesting Quad Demos comp last week, and it got rightfully dumpstered. They then pulled out a bit more of a well thought together comp, executed it well, and secured themselves a position in this week's matches. Jintan, do you think that Snuffed Out are going to be pulling out something else capable of beating Hidden Leaf, or do you think that maybe they've practiced in too much of a bubble if they thought that Quad Demoses had any value?
I don't really know. This is something we've talked about it a couple of times, where teams will try out things in scrims, and you probably only got maybe 100 scrims, maybe 150 if you're really going for it in the month and a half you've had to practice, and that's not a huge sample size of understanding how the matchups go. Of those scrims, you're going to have maybe played a max of 4-6 scrims in a composition like that, and you can get a false impression of how good something is. That said, I think they'll have been chastened by that loss, considering it meant that they only got through to this point in the bracket with tiebreakers, and they'll probably try and do something that's a little more orthodox, something that doesn't look as weird on paper. But you never know. They are kind of the underdogs in this match. Hidden Leaf Ninja Assassin squad have been flying exceptionally well, doing really well against a matchup that maybe potentially could have countered them. They fought a triple battleship Torp comp with their own triple battleship rapid heavy missile launcher comp in their side of the brackets, and they were able to out execute and win that match despite what could be a potential disadvantage there.
Mystical Might, you've flown in a bunch of Alliance Tournament matches over the years for a couple of different teams. What's it like? Like the people talk about the shakes and things like that. Like what's goes through a pilot's mind, especially in they're less experienced in these matches, or even if they're in maybe even like the finals.
Yeah, so it's so when you're first getting into PvP on Tranquility, right? Just flying around in your day to day, you might get the PvP shakes, but eventually those tend to go away the more used to PvPing that you get. The AT, I think, is always a setting where when you hit the grid, you're going to get the shakes a little bit, simply because it's so far removed from everything else that you may come across on TQ. Even with the new Abyssal Arenas, it's not quite the same concept, because you're playing for a lot of ISK in prizes and prize ships, but you're also being broadcast to the rest of EVE, so any mistakes that you make will be picked up and picked apart by the analysts and the commentators. Going through your mind when you first land on grid is going to be a case of checking to make sure that everything on your ship is actually fit, everything is online, your guns are loaded if you have them, your drones are organized into their respective little drone groups if you have those. You're going to make sure everything is picture perfect before the match starts, because you don't want to find out 2 or 3 minutes into the match that actually, hey, something isn't working as it's meant to, and now you're falling behind and you're going to lose because of it. The most scary thing, the scariest thing, is perhaps the internet deciding that it's going to take that time to go on strike. I've personally been in a Malice in a match before with 50% packet loss, which is a miserable experience when you are flying a ship that's worth like 150, 200 billion-esque, trying to newt out the enemy team, and you're like stutter framing as you go through. So yeah, there's some things outside of your control, but it's things that you'll panic about anyway.
Malice being, as Misty mentioned, an Alliance Tournament prize ship from previous Alliance tournaments. In terms of prizes, this Alliance Tournament is sponsored by the Minmatar Republic, and as such, they are going to be issuing as prizes new versions of the Mimir and the Freki prize ships from, must be like Alliance Tournament 8 or 9 or something like that, a long time ago now. The Mimir, of course, famous for basically being a slightly worse Munin, but an incredible multiplier of cost. Basically garbage. However, CCP have stated that they're planning to readjust them, basically buff them and bring them up to modern day power levels. A lot of these things are so terrible because they don't get balanced with the rest of the game. There's no point in balancing a ship where there's only 50 of them. That's why you have things like the Guardian Vexor, which can field 10 drones but do less damage than a Vexor because it doesn't have the same drone bonuses as the other ships. Jintan, what do you think about the Freki and the Mimir? Are you excited to see them again? Maybe we'll see people flying around in them?
Yeah, they're just really pretty ships. Like, all of the Alliance tournament ships are beautiful, and we see a lot more of them in space these days with the changes in the prize distribution of the Alliance tournament. Obviously, now I think it's something like 250 of them get distributed, and they get distributed down to the top 16 of teams. So all you need to do is pick up 2 victories before you get eliminated from the actual tournament, and you walk away with a shiny limited edition ship for you to feed spectacularly into 20 Black Opses and Lokis and everything under the sun the second you show in local.
Yeah, or potentially just get smart bombed warping across the system. That's another option for all you Raiju enthusiasts out there. I'm a big fan of the fact that there's more of them. I know some people, cough collectors / cartel cough, didn't like it because it potentially pushes the value down for their long investments. But dilly gaff, I believe, as the kids say. I think more of them being flown around TQ, more of them dying, is fantastic. So super cool rule change in the Alliance tournament. And yeah, as you say, all you have to do is get top 10 or top 16, and you secure yourself at least one of each, which you can sell and then spread out across your whole team, so you're all slightly richer than you were prior. We're almost ready to go to see Snuffed Out versus Hidden Leaf Village Ninja Assassin Squad Esports team, although the team is silent. And I think it sounds like Hidden Leaf is the firm favourites, but let's check in with Twitch. Not as firm as some might think. About sort of 60% to 40-ish%. Most of you voting, of course, for Hidden Leaf, but a solid contingent of you voting for Snuffed Out. 320,000 channel points on Snuffed Out. Potentially they will be snuffed out by Hidden Leaf. Who knows? But it's time to find out. So let's hand over to the arena with your casters, Moderator and Blackbird Pirate.
I am one very nervous moderator joined by Black Bart Pirate. Snuffed Out has chosen to bring a Vargas comp with Rapid Heavies and a Typhoon Fleet issue with Rapid Heavies into that shield setup, an Orthrus and a Magus, and supported by some Jackdaws. Bart, walk me through the archetype of Hidden Leaf here.
Well, they've kind of brought the same thing, haven't they? Like, if you think about it, they're both running 3 sets of 3 battleships. Both of them are armor setups, and both of them are running 3 rapid heavies. Now, the big difference here is that Snuff has chosen to bring a Hyena with no other E-War in any way, shape, or form, and 2 Tech 1 logistics frigates. That being said, Hidden Leaf has brought a Tech 1 logistics cruiser, which we don't really see all that much. Now, I do think Hidden Leaf has a bit of an advantage here to start with, just because they've got that carries for some pretty sweet damps and 2 bombers, which will do a little bit more damage. But we will see. I feel like this is definitely a toss-up, definitely an exciting match. Either team can take this. There's no real clear advantage on either side.
I want to know what the Jackdaws from Snuff have in their mid slots, because if they have a ton of guidance disruptors, that's going to be a huge deal. Given that this is an armor setup, it would not be surprising were that to be the case. If it's tracking disruption, that would be very unfortunate. Likewise, like you were mentioning, the bombers, Snuff is going to want to use their Orthrus, use their Jackdaw to clear those off the field to try to make things easier for their battleships. But an Executor, not exactly the most survivable of logistics against a kind of an Armor Kingslayer.
No, not really, and I do think that that would be a very good target for Snuff to start off with. Also, I just realized there's an Armor Orthrus on the Snuff side, which that's a little weird too. The match is starting, so this first couple seconds here of who gets primaried, who gets shot is going to be a really huge deal. We're seeing a lot of damps come out on the Vargas and the Orthrus. Target paint from Hidden Leaf going on the Vargas. So it looks like they're trying for a top-end headshot right off the bat. Look at all those damps, though. The entire Hidden Leaf bottom line is giga damped. Target paint is on the Executor, and Snuff is going for the logistics headshot, just like you predicted. Massive amounts of damage onto that Executor.
Yeah, but also massive amounts of damage onto the Vargas of Nuke Michael, who is getting kind of owned. He's in armor, now in structure. We see the Executor not being held down by anything. He's just burning to win. And if Nuke Michael goes down here, man, it might already be over for Snuff, with the Executor still living and Snuff losing one of their armor battleships, not even all the way through their clip. Matt Riley and his Navitas getting pretty low. The Executor going down at the same time, but the Navitas struggling. I have to imagine these the Hound and the Purifier just are destroying Tau AD and broke Nuke Michael.
Yeah, and we're seeing Tau AD drop, about to go down. The other logistics, or the Navitas, drops at the same time on Snuff. Tau AD drops. The Hyena of the Basilisk, who is one of our commentators, is still surviving, still living to win. We're about to lose show in the Jackdaw here. Lots of ships dying on all sides, but Snuffed is already down 2 out of 3 of their battleships with the first clip, and Basilisk does eventually drop, but I think that he did his job at getting those webs, getting those paints out. Inquisitor on the Snuff side is also getting dropped here really quickly. Just massive amounts of damage flying out from both sides in the early bit. But honestly, I mean, Vargas are not particularly strong while armor tanked, and Snuffed is now taking out the bomber finally. I think that might have been a shot that they should have taken right off the bat here, and it's looking real bad for Snuffed.
Yeah, we don't see really any guidance disruption onto the Hidden Leaf team from these Jackdaws, which makes you wonder, well, if they're not guidance disrupting them, then what do they have in their mid slots, right? Maybe tracking disruptors, maybe some sort of sensor boosting. But at any rate, it wasn't anything that could really mitigate the Hidden Leaf damage. And I mean, the bomber of My Epic is still alive somehow. I'm not sure why he hasn't been killed yet. by rapid heavies or rapid lights. But now that Gila Kashada is dead, that will be the last Snuff ship, and it looks like with it, their chances of continuing into the event.
Yeah, it's pretty unfortunate for Snuff, though after that first match that they did in this entire tournament where they brought 4 Daimosts, they kind of deserved it. I'm not really sure what their Jackdaws were doing here either. I've been kind of staring at them. I think they're either neutered out or they just weren't doing anything, maybe trying to apply a little bit of damps here. But Snuff does take the Bombers out. But I mean, look at this. Hidden Leaf has all 3 battleships left, and Snuffed has a Jackdaw and an Orthrus left as ships, and both of those are getting taken down. Hidden Leaf has just basically decided to start free firing. They're not even bothering to take one down at a time. Very, very quick match. Probably one of the fastest of the days, unless they are not able to take down this Hyena and Magus in the next 30 seconds, which shouldn't be all that hard for them. But yeah, I don't know. It's hard to tell. I don't think necessarily that Snuff chose the wrong target. I think they might have just chosen the wrong Logi.
Yeah, possibly. And I'm also kind of wondering why armor Orthrus. I understand that you're trying to work in with that kind of the composition, but there's better things you can do for 9 points than do that. Unfortunately, we saw that initially off the jump, Matt Riley burnt in, and when you're burning in against torpedoes, right, in rapid heavies, it's worse than burning away. Why is that, Bart?
I'm going to make Misty talk about that one because it'll be more fun. And we are actually done with this match because the Magus does decide to boundary at the end. So Hidden Leaf wins 100-35, easy victory, 4-minute match, and we will send that back to the desk.
Now for the Triglavian Weather Report, brought to you by Exodus.
The weather calls for disintegration.
And that's the weather forever.
For just 10 million ISK a month, you can save the life of a high-sec miner.
Snuffed out there, showing you what happens when you forget to disable high-grade amulets in Pytha, as that first Barghest going down in just 42 seconds under the combined fire of Hidden Leaf, Village, Ninja, Assassin Squad, Esports team. Wow, that was a bit of a dunking there, Jintan. What happened to Snuff? Those Barghests just vanished.
Yeah, I mean, Michael simply got nuked. He died within the first couple of seconds of the match, and from that point, there was very, very little Snuffed Out could do because they were facing 3 rapid heavy ships with only 2. I'm not quite sure how that happened, though. We'd have to take a look at the fit, maybe. Maybe some hardeners weren't overheated. Maybe it was just a matter of the fits being different, and he had more application mods or something like that in his lows DPS mods. Who knows, really? These are the kind of things that unfortunately you can't see as a commentator and call out until you see the health bars dropping. I have to say that it was a really good execution from both sides, though. You saw that the missiles were going across right to that Execura. There were paints on it. They were trying to control the damp wall with those jackdaws and prevent that initial volley. Like, if you can concentrate all of the damps from your jackdaws onto one rapid heavy missile ship, you can leave yourself in a position where they effectively only have 2 ships and you have 3, and that lets you just blast through them. But they just weren't able to affect that game plan fast enough, and as a result, it led to their demise.
Misty, do you think that perhaps having 2 Tech 1 logistics frigates maybe wasn't the smartest of choices there, or would it have made much of a difference if they had, say, a Neros there?
If they had an Aneros, it may have had a greater impact on the match in the sense that the Barghest may have lived a little bit longer, which would then have the knock-on effect of the second Barghest perhaps not dying to the initial clip that the Hidden Leaf Ninja Village Assassin team had. I would say that I'd expect if they were to bring cruiser logistics instead, they would have probably just primarily did cruiser logistics, and we would have seen a Logi trade at the beginning, which would have then rolled into a trade between the battleships later on. But I don't think the Barghest necessarily tank as well as the Typhoon fleet, so they may still have been able to win that trade at the end of that.
And Jintan, we're seeing a lot of what seems to be really fast matches. That match there went to time in just 3 minutes 59 seconds. What's your thoughts on that? Is it just the prevalence of rush comps, or is there more to it than that?
I think there's a lot of different factors that play into it. Overall, a meta is never the result of one change; it's the result of a lot of different things. The primary reason that I can see, though, is that teams are really, really afraid of the power of damps. We're seeing teams either go all in on providing their own damps or having playing a rush comp that isn't going to be as worried about it, and that puts an incredible amount of pressure on your scimitars or your other T2 logistics cruisers, because if you can't position wherever you want to on the grid as a ship like that, there is so much danger in a single frigate or a single destroyer just lurching out of the field and grabbing you. I've played in some matches where my T2 logistics pilot has been absolutely molding about the fact that they have a 12-kilometer lock range and they feel completely impotent during the match. And as a result of that, a lot of teams have moved over to using logistics frigates, which, whilst they don't have the same power as the T2 logistics cruisers, they're able to get in really close range, and that's where they need to be anyway. So the damps don't have quite as big of an impact on their ability to provide reps in a game. But in turn means that they don't have the same level of rep power. So they are simply not able to keep things alive, just abate their death for a little bit longer.
Mystical Minds, do you think that we will see this meta continue towards the main Alliance tournament, or do you think teams are going to be putting more effort into countering some of these Logifrig, rush comps, high DPS, sort of trying to get around the damps?
I think we've seen, perhaps it's not always been entirely rush. I'm just thinking back to the previous tournaments, like the Alliance Opens and the previous AT, and also the Anger Games to some degree. Logistics frigates have been pretty popular over a lot of the recent tournaments that we've kind of seen come and go. I'm thinking back to the Alliance Opens where we had the Nighthawk and Loki rush that also utilized logistics frigates. I'm thinking back to what we would call Providence now, but the Abaddon Oracle setups that we saw, which also used logistics frigates. And that's not necessarily a rush setup, it's just a projection setup that focuses most of its points into damage ships. So I think that's more the conversation is, are we expecting people to keep investing points into pure damage ships, or are we going to be looking at teams moving towards more technical setups, which can then utilize logistics cruisers a bit more to keep up their backline? And I think teams are finding success with that rush, with that high damage, low support comp. We've seen most of the setups so far be a combination of rush winning or projection winning. Very little E-War and technical applications being brought to the team, being brought to the grid, by the various teams that we're seeing so far. I don't expect that will probably change too much. It depends on how practice and testing goes between the teams that are currently still in the tournament or have already secured their place over the next month or so.
Yeah, sometimes we see these matches be also decided not quite fully on, but definitely influenced by the war pins. So if you've never flown in a match before, the GMs or the referees will ask you which beacon you want. You can choose from 4, A, B, C, or D. You're then teleported with your team to that beacon from whatever station you were formed up in, and you're laid out very nicely in a long horizontal line, all very neat. It's the best time to take screenshots before you get allowed to warp. And you can't warp. You actually cannot move. Both teams are off D-scan range from each other, and then they're told to warp to the arena at a range of their choice between 0 and 50. These 4 points come in from different directions. So you could find that the two teams are warping from completely opposite directions and are as far apart as possible. If they both warped at 50, it can be 100 kilometers apart. Or you could find that you're basically come in at 90 degrees from each other, and you can be only maybe 30 or 40 kilometers apart. So if you're a kiting comp and a rush comp comes in at the closest possible warp into you, that can certainly make the pressure to screen them off a lot harder, basically, because if you don't get it done right, then they're going to catch you very, very quickly. Whereas if you're coming at the opposite side of the arena, maybe you have a little bit more time to get yourself into position, get up things like recebos, and get your screening chips into the optimal spots. Jintan, let's look at our next match coming up. It's going to be Laserhawks versus the Initiative. Do you have any thoughts on this particular matchup?
Yeah, like I said, I actually called this out as one of the matches I was most looking forwards to during the start of this stream. And that's because both of these teams have a significant amount of tournament pedigree, and they're now facing off in a single elimination match. Don't forget, we're still in the single elimination portion of these playoffs. If either the Initiative or Laserhawks lose, they are completely out. They're rolled out of the tournament. They aren't going to make it through, and they have no chance in the second chance qualifier on Sunday. As a result, both teams are going to be kind of encouraged to bring something crazy, either their best comp or a comp that they feel is really well practiced, or a comp that they think is just going to completely surprise their opponents and get the win off of the back of that. So we've got so many options available to us here. And right now, the Initiative hasn't shown a huge amount. They've shown 2 different variations of the 3 battleship control comp, whereas Laserhawks, on the other hand, have shown a quad battleship comp, utilizing some very odd ships. They're using the Hyperion and the Abaddon and the Navy Apocalypse together, not ships we often see flown beside one another, and a simple Minmatar rush comp as well. So it's going to be very, very interesting to see what both sides bring to this match, and we're going to see some clinical execution from both sides, I suspect.
Yeah, Laserhawks coming 4th, and I think it was Alliance Tournament 15 or 3rd, I think it was that's the highest they've reached thus far. They've ridden on that success for quite some time, but perhaps not lived up to the reputation for the last couple of years. Struggled to win when they needed to. I know they've got a bunch of new tournament pilots in their team, and a lot of the people who were in that original 3rd place team have moved on. So it'll be definitely interesting to see if they can, live up to that reputation that they get lauded at quite a lot. Initiative as well. They've done okay in previous tournaments, but they've never had that much success. It looks like out in Twitch land, you guys strongly favor Laserhawks, though. 750,000 channel points to just 180,000. What's wrong, Initiative? You do not have any faith in your own team here? I know you guys have got plenty of people to put channel points on, so make sure you get them in. Laserhawks banning Vindicator, Curse, Typhoon Fleet issue, and the Initiative banning Balgorn, Vindicator, and Nighthawk. So double Vindicator ban. That's kind of an unusual one. Most I think the double bans have been Balgorn bans rather than Vindicator bans, but both teams in agreement here that the Vindicator is no fun. The Nighthawk and Typhoon Fleet issue. Typhoon Fleet issue, kind of a somewhat common ban, as Jin spoke about before. Nighthawk, Mystical Might, is that a ship you think you would burn a ban on?
It's kind of interesting to see the Nighthawk. I was trying to figure out why perhaps they've banned it. I was thinking about the pseudo Tinker setup that we've seen before with the 3 battleships, the command ship, in this case the Nighthawk, and then we saw Onuris earlier with them, I believe. I don't think that really prevents them from bringing the pseudo Tinker, and it doesn't really prevent them from bringing Shield Rush either, because the Sleipnir is still open. So I'm not entirely sure what it is about the Nighthawk that has them scared. Perhaps they're trying to reduce the likelihood of seeing a battle cruiser kiting comp. Perhaps that's why they've decided to ban the Nighthawk in this case. But then it doesn't match with the rest of their bans, because it looks like they're trying to remove the heavy armor core of the Vindicator Balgorn at the same time. So I'm interested to see what they've actually got planned for us, because I can't quite make sense of the Nighthawk ban here.
Well, before we go to the match, let's take a look at the Verrocchio brackets for this particular tribe. So Laserhawks having to go up against the Initiative here to secure a spot in the final, and that will be against the winners of Among Strangers and Exodus. Exodus, another of the tournament favourites here, at least from the caster's point of view before the tournament started. Very strong team, very storied, lots of history, and great success in the Lions tournament. So that'll be a tough match for Wolves Among Strangers. And then the winner of that particular match advancing to Alliance Tournament 18, the second place moving into the Redemption Arc tomorrow. The teams have landed on grid, so let's go to the arena and see who can win between Laserhawks and the Initiative with CCP Kestrel and Wingnut.
G'day there, mates. Welcome to a match entirely out of left field. We've got quad battleships from Laserhawks versus something I did not think I'd see. Phantasms on the grid with Drekavax and Sacrileges. This is different, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's really interesting seeing Phantasms, especially as part of an armor setup. Phantasm, of course, has a bunch of mid slots, has 6 mids, so it's going to have a lot of E-War potentially, and also I'm not sure how well the Afterburner bonus of Sanchez will allow them to go on the guns here. They also have a bit of a heavy brawling setup too with the Sacrileges and the Dracovex, so interesting to see what the Initiative can do with this setup.
Yeah, and of course, the quad battleship comps in the APOC Navy and Abaddon, but this time they brought the Armageddon for the full Amarian flavor. So they're going to have some control of that Armageddon backing up their DPS core. So I love that quad battleship setup. That's beautiful.
We also have a Badger here too on the Laserhawk side, which is kind of interesting.
Right,
we'll have to see what that Badger does.
I'm of the opinion that the Badgers and whatnot are better for quad battleship comps because that way you can actually have more 3200s. You get even more cargo capacity because honestly, battleships can only carry like 7 or 8 maximum.
Yeah, and especially these Amarian battleships are probably going to chug through the 3200s pretty quickly here. The Badger also, I actually like it a lot more than the Nereus, just because it has the 6 mids. So you just get like maximum amount of E-War for the point cost.
Mm-hmm. I always imagined Amarian battleship parts having like an IV drip of cap boosters injected into them because they need so much capacity. And yeah, match is about to go underway.
The match is about to start here.
I want to see what these Drex do. I'll see what they do.
They're about 30 kilometers away from the center, and then the Laserhawks, the Initiative team is also 30 kilometers away from the center, with their support a little bit further behind.
Oh, Phantasm is primary for Laserhawks. Meanwhile, the Deacon was the shot initially at the start, but it looks like the Deacon is going to hold pretty comfortably.
You'll have to see. Wes S seems to be holding now. Of course, Phantasms do have that Afterburner bonus, so they can potentially mitigate quite a bit of DPS, especially against the Abaddon and the Armageddon, which don't get the tracking bonuses that the APOC holes get. And it looks like he is kind of stable right now.
Yeah, for full battleship shooting him is not going to be an easy thing. They might want to try switching potentially to a direct, but it's going to be a hard choice, to be honest. There's a lot of very hard targets shooting. They're all, I think, quite tanky against EM Thermal, no?
Yeah, so the Vengeance of She has charged in, got tackle on the Firetail. Or I believe it might be the other way around. I think the Firetail went in, but the Firetail is now down for Laserhawks.
That's not good, but now they're going after a Sacrilege? Sure, why not? Go for one of the most tanky things on grid. Honestly, having trouble shooting Phantasms, you might have to do that.
Yeah, he was the closest ship to that team, so I guess that's why they were trying to crack him. The Vengeance of Shig Tawny was able to go ahead and get a scram on that Firetail, and they're able to just drop it. Ricky Biggs Heretic is taking quite a bit of damage now, although it's stabilized. Whereas Sacrilege is actually taking quite a lot of damage as well. See if they can break
Look at the rep
this.
ball. Look at the rep ball that just showed up for that Sacrilege. I think only like lights and maybe a few mediums, but that is a massive ball of rep drones, as well as the Logi, of course, keeping that Sacrilege right at about 70% armor.
Yeah, and I believe he also probably has an ADC as well, so even if he drops low, he can probably delay his death for another 20 seconds or so. So this is a bit of a technical thing. It looks like the Initiative are charging in now, though. They're getting a scram on the APOC Navy issue of Skikuk.
Honestly, I feel like that might have been a bad idea, because now that all the battleships will target that Drekavac, and you see immediately, Mini Fogan is going to start getting shot by everything. That's a lot of DPS right in front of you. That being said, they might break the APOC Navy though before he dies, so this could actually still go their way.
Yeah, I think if they trade the Drekavac for the APOC Navy, then it's a good trade. The Drekavac, of course, much bigger than the Sacrileges and Phantasm, so he is probably going to take full DPS, unlike the Sacrilege and Phantasm, which we were able to mitigate for a bit. Yeah, Mini Fogan is dropping pretty low here. He's about to die.
The problem with charging is you're now under grapple range, and once you're in grapple range against these ships, you are gone. You are not going to be able to run away, and they're going to be able to hit you 100%. As you can see, even with all the rep drones, they're just ripping through him. He's gone. This was not a good call. Not a good call for them at all. They were in the lead there until that moment.
Yeah, maybe they should have just held back a bit more, poked around, maybe try and kill like a few more support ships or so before they decided to go in and go for the battleship trade. It looks like they're actually pulling off him now too, because he's not really taking damage anymore. And Ungert's Dracovic is taking a lot of damage too. We're seeing some damage going on to Eros's Pontifex now. I mean, if they kill the Pontifex, getting the links off the field is good, but they probably should have made that call before they wasted two Dracovics on the APOC Navy.
Unfortunately, I love that they had the balls to go for that, but unfortunately, that ended their match. They're in an interesting position there. They maybe had the chance to go for the win, but with the direct down, the second one tackled, that's game over. There's nothing they can do. And which is, again, a damn shame. They're flying it very well to that point.
Well, see, they don't have links anymore as well, which is also going to be a big problem. Dracovics providing links, they're now gone, especially if they were skirmish links that were keeping the Phantasms alive with sig reduction. See, Wes S's Phantasm is just getting absolutely murdered here.
Yeah, because he's right within that grapple range. Doesn't matter how much boosted afterburners you have. It doesn't matter when there's like 2 or 3 grapples holding you within 10k. It's just nothing he can do. Hold on a second. Am I seeing what I think I'm seeing? Just need to double check something. Yeah. There's what's the name of this group again? Sorry, hold on. There's rep drones on an opposing ship. I just need to find out which. Yeah, sorry. The Initiative has rep drones on the opposing Abaddon.
Rest in peace.
I just had to double check that.
Kenny Dren's Sacrilege using an ADC now, but now it's over. He's dead. That was a bit of a questionable call from the Initiative, because it looked like they were just making stuff happen, right? They got that kill on the Firetail. Maybe they could have just held back, especially with the Draco, right? Because you can just spool up with the Dracovex with Mason. Just stay at 50k, and eventually they'll probably spool up enough to where they can actually get a kill.
Yeah, basically the only crimp in their plan would have been that Armageddon with the extended nuke range. But yeah, basically they were in the driver's seat. There was their choice to charge in. I love the the Initiative to try that, but it was not the right time to do it, especially against this kind of comp, especially against 4 battleships. I know it seems oxymoronic to not charge Amarian battleships, but this was not the time to do it. And yeah, it's pulled their entire comp apart, which is a damn shame.
Yeah, only support left now, Heretic and Vengeance. You can see this DPS bar is basically non-existent at this point. So I think it's just going to be a painful death from this point on. Heretic is gone. Pretty solid win for Laserhawks.
Indeed, very solid win. They all lost was a Firetail, which, yeah, that's fair. I'll take that.
Yeah, I think they put the Firetail in a bit too early, or got it a bit too close, so they got tackled by the Vengeance and killed. And then, since then, they've basically just flown the comp as it is, just a ball and just killing everything.
Yeah. The Battle Badger, 100% win rate, maybe? I'm not sure if it's actually lost before.
Badger, 100% win rate confirmed, I think.
Someone will probably correct me and tell me I'm wrong there, but that's fine. I'm loving it. Battleship Supremacy Vengeance goes down. Bravo again to Laserhawks. Thank you so much for a glorious match, and with that, we'll go back to the studio.
The initiative now move forward into the bracket known as not being in the Alliance tournament, where they'll go up against Papa Goonswarm Federation in their own tournament. That's all they've got now. They're done. Laserhawks, of course, taking that W there. Jintan, talk to me about patience in execution.
Yeah, both teams not really displaying a lot of that in the game we just watched. The commentators went over quite a lot of it. Obviously, Initiative established range control over that match really well, just to start things off. They had TD down all of the projection ships from Laserhawks early on. They'd established the ability to kind of zoom around. There was no way that they were going to be able to lock down those phantasms because they have an afterburner bonus, which means they move about as fast as an MWD ship, even when they're scrammed. And those things can do amazing work in clearing off tackle, as you saw with that Republic Fleet Firetail dying in the opening seconds. But then from there, it seemed like it was just a lack of maybe experience fighting the quad battleship comp rather than sitting back, dealing with all the support ship and being able to really concentrate down their E-War onto 4 ships, render them completely useless, and then either time the match out or go in for the kill if you think you can make the numbers work in terms of DPS versus EHP. They just went in. They went in on an APOC, and I'm not entirely sure why.
I mean, me neither at this point, but it is hard when you've got 2 points. You're only up by 2, and logic says, hey, if we just kind of like stay away from them, sure, we might not kill that much more. But as I think the commentators pointed out, they could just load Maison and then spill on small things from far away and just try and not repeat seriously suspicious actions and burn their team out of the arena, and they would probably be in a relatively good position. But the temptation to be like, hey, if we just, if we go in, we can kill off one of these big ships and we'll be in even better position. But unfortunately, it was. I mean, they took the initiative. If we're going there, they did. It just didn't pay off for them in this particular case. Mystical Might. We also saw the use of rep bots called out. Unfortunately, on the wrong team, which is rather unfortunate. But talk to me about the use of rep bots in tournaments.
Sure. So I think most people who've been watching today may be quite familiar with logistics cruisers and frigates, as we've mentioned them quite a bit now. So there are certain ships that have bonuses towards reps, whether that is rep distance or rep amount. What we don't commonly talk about is rep bots. So there are armor, shield, and maybe even hull rep bots, but they get used so rarely that I've deleted them from my memory, if they do exist. But shield and armor rep bots come in 3 sizes: light, medium, heavy, as with most other drone types. Any ship can use rep bots. So what we typically see is that with an armor setup, where you'll have a logistics cruiser or a couple of logistics frigates, the battleships and the cruisers may often bring rep bots so that they can put them on friendly ships on their team, and it helps boost the tank or the tankiness of their side. I think what medium rep bots do like 20-25 rep per cycle, and you get like 5. So it's not like a small amount. It's nothing to sniff at. And it's often why we see smart bombs and skybreakers fielded in these tournaments. It's to get rid of those rep bots as quickly as possible, because it's the difference between being able to actually kill a ship and win a match, or have that ship tank you permanently.
Yeah, and while you were talking, I had to double check. Yeah, there are hull rep bots. I also wasn't sure when you said it. I was like, I mean, surely there must be, right? But I don't remember ever seeing them, except maybe when I used to live in Paw's Wormhole, pre-Citadel, where it was pretty much the only way to rep up hull damage from ships was to either use remote hull repairers, which were incredibly slow, or hull bots. And in fact, I do remember flying a hull tank Brutix Navy, it surviving on like 10% hull, and then having to leave it logged in the pause overnight with something running a small remote hull repairers to get it back up to full HP. They're pretty awful. just in general, Hull Reppers. There's no real way of saying it other than that, but that's apparently by design. So we have one more match today before our break, and this will be the last of the semi-finals. So it's going to be Wolves Among Strangers versus Exodus in the Verronkier semi-final. Wolves Amongst Strangers banning Typhon Fleet in the Sleipnir, so banning out those that high DPS faction battleship, and of course the very versatile tournament favorite Sleipnir. Exodus banning out two pretty common bans by this point, the Balgorn and the Vindicator. Exodus being, of course, one of the most experienced tournament teams over the last sort of 15 years or so. They've played in a bunch. You can see there 53 matches played, 34 matches won. That is at least as far back as records go. I believe we have the records going back to Alliance Tournament 7, but no further than that if they existed back then. After this match, we will be into the finals. So to run down the finals already, we will see Ahilna versus We Form Blob in the Thucker final. Odin's Call versus Bright Side of Death in the Sibiestor final. Kitchen Sinkhole versus Electus Matari in the Brutor final. The Ancients versus Rusty Hyenas Clan in the Stark Manir final. Percussive Pizza Time Diplomacy going up against Hidden Leaf Village Ninja Assassin Squad Esports in the Crucial final. And then finally, Laserhawks going up against whoever wins between Wolves Amongst Strangers and Exodus in the Verrokier final. The losers of each of those matches will drop into the Redemption Arc bracket tomorrow, the Nephantir Tribe, where we will see them play through a group stage and then into a series of finals, including a best-of-3 final for the last remaining spot in Alliance Tournament 18. I'm pretty excited for that. We haven't had a proper best-of-3 yet, and we will see the first instance of Conquest bans coming up tomorrow. Conquest bans being where you win a match with a comp and that entire comp is banned out. Jin Tan, are you looking forward to those matches tomorrow?
Yeah, I really am. We're going to see the best teams that didn't quite make it through, maybe, because of their bracket or just because of one silly mistake knocking them out in these finals that we're about to go watch. And I am so excited for it. It's going to be amazing. All those teams are going to have probably 2-3 comps maybe left that they haven't shown at this point. And, watching teams with knowledge of what other teams have brought play against one another is fascinating, because you end up with people trying to counterpick, trying to maybe even in, the last few hours they've got tonight, come up with comps that they think are going to beat the person they're paired with in in their bracket and all that sort of thing. And we've also got the fact that Rust points are making a return. So all the teams are going to have to do some really, really interesting last-minute theory crafting there, figuring out whether or not they can win the tiebreakers in their brackets next week. Sorry, not next week, tomorrow. And, being encouraged to bring even more Mimitar comps than we've already seen.
Yeah, I'm sure each of those teams will want to just win today and then not have to do more matches tomorrow. But whatever team makes it through the Crucible tomorrow will be forged with going into Alliance Tournament 18, something like 8 potential matches under their belt before it's even started. So that's certainly got to be great for experience, execution. The more matches you do as a team, the more polished you're going to be. Of course, we saw Hydra Reloaded go down to the losers bracket early on in Alliance Tournament 16 or 15, I want to say. In week 1, getting knocked down by Tempest Calcive and then having to fight through match after match after match after match, and then coming back to the grand final. So don't count out any team that potentially gets knocked into tomorrow just because they drop a match today. They could very certainly come back, could make it all the way through, and we could see one of these teams in the grand final of the main Alliance tournament with about 1 billion matches under their belt by that point. Well, I see both teams have landed on grid, so let's throw it to the arena with the casters Moderator and Blackbart Pirate for this match, Exodus versus Wolves Amongst Strangers.
Hello, hello. We have Wolves Among Strangers here versus Exodus. Both teams bringing two very similar setups. Wolves Among Strangers doing 2 Bargus, 2 Cerberuses, an Orthros Bifrost Henya, Jackdaw, and then 2 Tech 1 Logi frigates. Moderator, what is Exodus bringing?
They've brought the same, almost the same top end, but instead of bringing, an Orthrus, or rather a second Cerberus, they decided to bring an Osprey. I don't know how long that Osprey will live, given what we see here. We also see that Exodus has brought a Mollusk individual fleet issue, instead of a Hyena. So it's essentially a mirror matchup, and it's hard not to favor Exodus in a basically kind of a rapid heavy or rapid light kite setup. They're one of the teams that are very, very experienced with the setup. They've ran different variants of this since, maybe Alliance Tournament 13 with some of the same pilots. So expect to see them in a bloody match, but I think they're favored here.
Yeah, it's kind of been a thing for years and years and years that Exodus has brought rapid light missile launcher setups versus teams that they feel that they are better pilots versus. So it's kind of interesting because this will come down a lot to target calling and to piloting. However, I will say that the Mollusk versus the Hyena is a little bit interesting. Traditionally, you would think that the Hyena is better, but with bonus damps, Exodus might actually be able to completely shut it down here. So very interesting. A lot of rapid light DPS. So I think we're going to see things get blown up quite quickly.
Yeah, I would expect to see Exodus choose to kill Orthruses off of the very jump here. It'll be interesting to see what these Jackdaws have for mid slots if they are running Guidance Disruption. Already we're seeing damps onto the Bargus, actually, and primary from Exodus onto the Orthrus with the target paint. Pretty standard setup in this kind of composition. We see that Wolves is going for Sabotage's Barghest, and Exodus has already picked the Orthrus and going for the Bantam, pretty surgically killing that.
Yeah, that I think maybe a single rep landed on the on that Orthrus, but it dropped so fast. Bantam actually seems to be holding a little bit. Wolves is going for the top end headshot here. Not really sure if that's the correct call. Ospreys actually rep quite a bit, considering that they are Tech 1 Logi frigates, and I think that Exodus is actually using that fact to a huge advantage here, as they are going after Karatsu's Cerberus, and looks like they blow it up very, very easily here. Wolves already down 2 ships, and they have only gotten halfway through this Barghest. If they clip on their Barghest before they take down the Exodus Barghest, it's pretty much over for them. So very risky play on their part.
Yeah, so around the 8-minute 30 mark into the match is when both sides will have to be reloading, those rapid heavy, rapid light clips. And it looks like they're going to kill the Bantam and the Cerberus here before Sabotage even breaks, like you were alluding to. The Osprey is basically made of wet paper when you actually shoot it, but as far as rep power, it's nothing to scoff at. Una Valen just surviving in like the most tiny sliver of shield. They're trying to kill the Mollusk now, realizing that they're having to deal with a lot of very, very unfortunate damp pressure. The Mollusk is in pretty close to the hostile Wolves team and might actually survive. He's pulled so much range now, going 5,000 kilometers a second, probably well overheated.
Yeah, that's a really fast Mollusk. I'm surprised they lived sitting there in about 30% structure right now. Looks like some of the reloads should be hitting here, so we're about to see a lot of damage come out from both sides again. But they didn't even scratch Sabotage. This is back up at like 70% HP. Bantam does get killed on the second reload, or Cerberus goes down on the second reload, and already Exodus is just they're being very, very surgical, picking their targets quite well. This Barghest is actually starting to break a little bit though, so if that Barghest is able to go down, that might change things. The Hyena goes down, Mollusk goes down, and the Burst goes down. So ships just getting blown up left and right here. I will say there's still a ton of DPS left on the Wolves Among Strangers side with those 2 Barghest, so it's nothing to scoff at. Just because they've lost their entire bottom end doesn't actually mean they're out yet.
I would have to say that Sabotage, even if he drops, look how fast Kill of Money is dropping. Look at the attack bar, right? Wolves Among Strangers compared to Exodus. It's not really comparable. The Jackdaw goes down for Wolves. Sabotage going down into Hull, trying to boost as much as he can. Wolves has maybe got 6. Yeah, they've got just enough left in the clip to break him, so they'll trade him out. But Hill of Money's Barghest is going to go down at the same time. Bobby will be the only remaining DPS ship. And I mean, Exodus, you don't, at this level of play, you don't go up against a mirror match setup against them unless you're, Odin's Call is probably the only team in this event that can really match them in the setup.
I was trying to be the good cop moderator and make it so that they still had hope, but I see that you have just absolutely crushed it, and that is okay because that is one of our jobs, is to crush the hope of all of the teams that attempt to make it through these feeders. So yeah, you're totally right. I mean, there's always the possibility. You never know. I think that honestly, the clipping on Exodus, they probably only had 2 or 3 missiles left when they did take that Barghest down. So it was quite close. But we're seeing now that they've reloaded, they're working on the last Barghest, working on that Bifrost. It was interesting. I think that I honestly feel that Wolves might have had this. Like, there's something about their damage that they did that made me feel if they had gone bottom up as well, they might have taken this. It is just kind of, they went for a very, very risky play and it just didn't pay off.
Yeah, unfortunately, the way you kind of have to play this if you're Wolves is you have to handle the Osprey, and you have the perfect setup to do it. Unfortunately, it seemed like the Barghest had a bit of trouble actually applying their damage, having been damped by the Maulist, who at the beginning of the match we were talking about could be the potential hero, and it seemed like he was. Once those Barghests from Wolves had difficulty applying to anything that far back, like the Logi, they had to go for the Barghest. And Exodus, has run this a million times, and they know that that's their win condition. More on that to send to the desk quickly right before break. Thank you for watching this match where Exodus exo-dunked these Wolves.
They are. Exodus secure themselves the final spot in the tribal finals in the tribe feeder tournaments for Alliance Tournament 18. Well done, Exodus, and a solid victory. We're going to take a brief break, and we'll be back for the first match of the finals, which will be the Thucker final between I Hail Na and We Form Blob in about 30 minutes. In the meantime, don't go away, because CCB Convict has prepared a great quiz for you all to do on Twitch. You do not have to type the answers in chat. If you want to, of course, you're more than welcome to, but it does absolutely nothing. You literally click on the stream itself. You have to give QuizKit extension permission to scrape your Twitch name, otherwise you cannot actually win because they can't see who is getting everything right. So make sure you do that. And I believe there's a bunch of plex. Yeah, first, second, and third place will all get 500 plex just by answering some questions about EVE Online, the spaceship MMO game. Awesome. We'll be back in about 30 minutes. Enjoy your quiz, and see you then. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the trials of Alliance Tournament 18. I am Mythical Hawk once again, joined by Black Pirate and the illustrious, the legendary CCP Swift. CCP Swift, how are you today?
I am doing absolutely great. Love watching spaceships explode. Really enjoying the format of this tournament. Players get to go through. It's not just a one and done. They get to go through extended torment, which is always the best type of torment.
Yeah, exactly. Extended torment, which there will be more of tomorrow. But before that, we have 6 matches for you today. Each of these matches will result in one of those teams getting into Alliance Tournament 18. This is it for them. They win and they are in. There is no more matches to go through. They are into the tournament. However, for the 6 losers, they will have that opportunity tomorrow to compete for the final 7th slot. As our producer, Mr. BRJ, puts it, they'll have a chance to cry more about their losses. So that will be coming to you on this channel tomorrow. But before then, like I say, 6 matches to get in, 6 attempts for 6 teams to secure themselves a final spot. First match will be Ah Hail Na versus We Form Blob. Let's take a look at the bans for this matchup. Okay, so Ah Hail Na banning the Shack, Abaddon, and We Form Blob banning the Eos and the Nighthawk. Blackbird Pirate, Abaddon ban. We don't see them very often.
No, we don't. I don't know if this is necessarily the first one that we've seen, but it is. If it's not the first one, it's like one of 2. And I think that we've seen Abaddons come in once so far in the feeders, and they did a crazy good job. It's a very, very high DPS, very tanky battleship. Extremely slow, though, so they're not particularly hard to deal with. I think that Ah Hail Na is just really not wanting to be laser rushed. So I'm kind of expecting maybe a Minmatar rush coming out of this, maybe some very heavy battleship setup. It should be interesting.
CCP Swift, from what you've seen watching these matches thus far, what would you expect either of these teams to be bringing in this case?
Well, I guess you can always expect a little bit of damage from someone. It looks like the We Form Blob bands are trying to get away from some sort of drone spam team by knocking out that EOS, which is pretty crucial. The other ships are kind of easy to deal with when it comes to drone spam, or at least a little bit easier to deal with. So they'll probably be, I'd imagine they're going to be being something that's a little bit kitey, and they just don't want to get damped out and forced to come in and brawl. I really liked a setup that we saw earlier today that I don't think we'll probably be seeing here in this match. But there was a great setup with I think Percussive Pizza Time had it with a double battleship core and a bunch of Tech 3 destroyers to try and go ahead and catch the backline. I love that archetype. It has so many upsides when it comes to catching the logistics, control, dealing with damps and celestis. Hopefully we'll see more of that because it's definitely been my favorite.
Awesome. Well, it is time to find out who can secure themselves the first of our official spots in Alliance Tournament 18. Is it going to be Ah Hail Na or is it going to be We Form Blob? Well, let's go through it and find out with your casters Jintan and Radikos.
Hello everyone and welcome to the arena. I'm here with Radikos and we have a great classic matchup for you here. It's Rush versus Kite. Those Drake Navy issues are fitted with heavy missiles, the Orthruses are fitted with rapid lights, and we're going to see these two teams just try and clash up against one another as Ah Hail Na have brought a triple battlecruiser command ship comp and a broadsword for heavy tackle. How do you think this match is going to play out and who do you think has the edge, Radikos? Sorry, we're just having another little bit of a muterator moment here. And there we are. The match has begun. We're going to see both one team flying directly towards each other, and the other. Sorry, yeah. Ah Hail Na is going to be burning in there, and Blob is just going to be burning right away. You can see them going absolutely bananas. They've got to watch for the edge of the arena though, and try and prevent a repeat of what's happening earlier. But the Zvipple of Nicolo, he's getting in really, really close there. He's going to get land tackle on the Jackdaw of Commander Min, who should be able to screen him. But look at the DPS that's applying back in return. It is huge from this Blob team. Those Rapid Lights are putting in amazing work, and they're so far out of range of their Kirins. Zvipple down. Looks like the Jackdaw is going low here as well. Commander Min has finally been caught. He's going to get shredded here, but he's done his job. He's managed to screen off that initial push, and now Arhail has to make their turn. This is going to be a bloodbath here in the short term. It looks like the Drake Navy issue, one of these Drake Navy issues has been caught as well. And the Barghest has been caught by the broadsword. Oh, that's going to mean that he's going to go down at some point here. Yeah, you can see the DPS starting to track back onto him. But the rest of the Blob comp has been able to spread out effectively.
Awesome.
What do you think is going to happen now?
It looks like it looks like the Barghest, if he can make through these, if he can't tank these battle cruisers, this will be the end of this match, because if these guys can't take down Lord Lorvo here, El Helna is going to take this from Blob. And it looks like he's hitting into armor right now. It doesn't look like there's going to be any issues here for the Helna team to take down this Barghest and take a commanding lead in this match. Aquila in the Kirin for Helna is taking some damage, but he is tanking pretty dang well right now. I don't know if the Orthrus is eclipsed yet, but it seems like he's just going to live, and this Barghest and Jin Lee for Blob is going to eat dust very soon.
Yeah, and it looks like Kahvegi in the broadsword, he's managed to scoot on by. The other parts of his team have handed over tackle on that Barghest, and he is now tackling down Jackdaw Val in the Drake Navy issue, keeping him ready as a next target for the team. They're executing this rush really, really well here.
Does go down.
Yeah, the Barghest is dead. So Jolus in the Hyena, he was getting low, but he's managed to pilot himself out of danger there, surviving now just down with those reps. Oh, wow, I didn't see how he went down. That must have been the Rapid Lights from the Orthrus just pounding into him. Gloria Khan now appears to be the next primary from the Rush team, though. This is a rough situation for Blob. They need to start trading something back, and Lovro has been tanking this entire time with his XLSP charges.
Yeah, there is no problems for tank here for these Sleipnirs. Al Na is just showing the Blob team what they can do. Just locking down each target and just taking their DPS right on the primary. With that Kirin down, we might see Lorvo actually end up dying here, but because there's only a Scalpel that is still alive for his Logi Franks. He is at about half shield, but you have the Bifrost and Guntalk on Blob about to go down. That's even worse for the Blob team. They're just not in a situation where they're going to be able to push through this just with the DPS they have and the what they have left. I just don't see it happening.
Yeah, it does look like they're having a little bit of trouble taking down the Bifrost there. Probably just not enough webs on him to allow those autocannons to fully apply, but they're going to trade an Orthrus out anyway. Looks like he's just been caught in the backlines by that broadsword. Kaveki has put in so much work this game, just running around, catching whatever he can, and just picking apart this Blob team.
Dumping hail on whatever it is, and there's not much that this kiting team can do when they can't kite effectively and stay away from this Rush team. They're just putting in work and tackling a target that they need to, and just putting it down, exactly executing like that you have to do well to move on into the main tournament.
Oh, wow. And there we see Ashana making his dad proud, hopefully, when he gets a chance to watch this VOD, as he tackles down the Orthrus in a much slower ship in the Healer. That's some really impressive work in positional awareness from him.
Well, and the Gila can do that too. I mean, it's a chunky ship if you want to use it as heavy tackle, so it perfectly fits in this comp.
Yeah, and at this point, it is just a matter of time. Arhail just picking apart the remainder of this core from the Blob side. Some really, really good stuff there. It looked so effective on the start of the match for Blob, but they just weren't able to make that turn.
Yeah, I mean, not be able to take out the Logi. They were splitting between a Logi and a Sleipnir, and that's about the worst thing you can do when you're trying to kite away from a rush comp. You got to take them out single-handedly. Do you think there's anything else this this Blob team could have done to avoid this any screening or anything that the Blob team could have done to help their cause in trying to win this match instead of getting absolutely gigadunked?
I think they had the right game plan. Kite off, use your rapid lights to just spray down that tackle and stop it from getting into your backlines. But unfortunately, they turned a little bit too early. That broadsword was just a little bit too powerful in doing what it was trying to do, and as a result of that, it was difficult. I don't think there's much of a way of them playing it out differently in the mid game. They needed that early game to go well for them. They needed to get off their marks quickly, kite back successfully, and prevent all of these Sleipnirs and Claymores from getting on top of them.
Right,
That said,
exactly.
Blob
Yeah, I
is
mean,
not out of the tournament though. They will be seen next tomorrow, so they've still got a chance to perfect this, learn from their mistakes, and come back through for things.
yeah. Good luck to them in the matches tomorrow, the redemption matches, right?
Absolutely. With that, though, let's hand it back to the studio and talk a little bit more about how that went and what we have to look forward to in the next match.
Now for the Triglavian Weather Report, brought to you by Exodus.
The weather calls for disintegration.
And that's the weather forever.
For just 10 million ISK a month, you can save the life of a high-sec miner.
Hell nah, take the W there over WeForm Blob, who will be back tomorrow. They are not out, but now they have to fight through the group of runners-up to see who gets that last and final spot in Alliance Tournament. But Hell nah secure themselves an entry into Alliance Tournament 18, starting on, I believe, the 10th of November, rings a bell, maybe 12th of November, something around that time. Alliance Tournament 18 will begin. Blackbart Pirate, what an interesting match. It looked like WeForm Blob had a good comp. They had some good execution at the start. Looked like decent target calling, but where did it all go wrong for them?
Yeah, I really liked their setup, and I think that they had a good shot at that. Like they initially wiped out one of the tackle, and then they kind of, instead of continuing on that path, they sort of went for a Kieran. They did a little bit of damage splitting. I think that what they needed to do was just continue to take out that low end. So, if you almost alpha Svipple, why not go for the Jackdaw next? The other thing that I really wanted to see, their Barghest got tackled by a broadsword. So the broadsword can use the warp scram scripts, so they can have that pretty long scram. But just like in TQ, if you ever get tackled by a hick, they cannot receive reps while it's activated. I think that WeForm Blob had enough DPS as soon as they got tackled by that broadsword to hard swap to the broadsword and maybe kill it in time, and then continue to let their ships go. Honestly, both teams did really good execution wise. I think that there just was a little bit of target calling mistakes on the Blob side with what they had.
Yeah, and CCP Swift, does that take kind of? Do you agree with that take?
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard when you have a kiting team or a team that's predicated on kiting, and you come up against a Minmatar Rush team. Really, you've got a few options there, as Bart was saying. You can kind of screen off a few things and decimate the low end, but would have liked to seen the Hyena try to screen a few more of the Sleipnirs off. That would have been probably the best use for it. Swap all dams to that broadsword. Kavegi and the broadsword just nailed it, grabbing the Barghest, right? That's kind of the lose condition for the WeForm Blob team, is if their biggest damage dealer gets caught out and can't kite anymore, especially on a kiting team. that's how you screw it up on that one. But it's just really good piloting, and really, WeForm Blob. I think they were behind the 8 ball right from the start. So much pressure from the Minmatar Rush squad of All Hail Now, like just all out rush. You can't really screen up everything. You just have to hope to screen a few of the crucial ships and whittle away, and hope you don't lose too much DPS in the process. They also had Orthruses, which was I think those are really neat ships in terms of offering defensive scrams. But the broadsword reaches a little bit further than you. So Pro God Legend would be proud seeing broadswords win in an alliance tournament setting. I think he's the first team captain to ever bring them. He was ahead of his time. They didn't work out when he brought them, but now really working out strong.
They are. So the broadsword is the future, especially against these kiting comps. However, Bart, the Barghest is a big, beautiful ship, and as the larger of the ships, why does it not simply eat the broadsword?
Is that how Eve works? The bigger ship eats the smaller ship, and then slowly becomes larger and larger. I think that's only the Minotaur ships that do that. Yeah, I don't know. I would normally say something about like heavy missile application on cruisers, but honestly, like I think a Barghest can probably just blow up a broadsword. I think we've seen a couple broadswords get destroyed very quickly. I think that they're not quite as tanky as people think they are, especially in an alliance tournament setting where like it's something we don't really go over a huge amount because we haven't been looking at ship fits too much. But you fit ships so much differently in the AT than you do like with your big fleet feet, even with your like little roaming setups. Like there's this very like interesting balance you have to do it between like tank speed, DPS, resistances. That it's not the same as what you would do on live. So I think that you're kind of right. The Barghest could have actually just eaten the smaller ship here. They just didn't try. I would have liked to see it. I think that would have been the solution. It didn't happen. The broadsword piloted really, really well as well. So there was a lot of like little tiny things that happened in about 10 seconds. And that was it. I mean, guy got tackled and then he died.
Yeah, one of the frustrating things about this, sorry, just to interject, one of the most frustrating things here is this isn't a practice match, right? This is a live match. If WeForm Blob had like just another do-over, if they're like, okay, let's just run that one again, like it was a practice, I think they could have definitely won. They have the piloting skill. They had a strong comp. They were probably 60-40 at the very beginning, just based on archetypes alone, but that is the joy of the Alliance tournament. You only get one shot per match.
One opportunity, as they say. I feel like with kiting comps versus rush comps, the rush comp wins anytime they get a scram on something, and they have 10 minutes really to do that. Whereas the kiting comp has to avoid that for 10 minutes. And I mean, CCB Swift, as a member of Habitual Euthanasia and Pandemic Legion during the AT, you will have had many experiences with the Great Boundary. How hard is it to kite around an arena, knowing that boundary is there and knowing that your enemies are rushing towards you?
It's incredibly stressful, though I will set the record straight. I've never boundary violated in the Alliance tournament. It's only in lesser tournaments that are no longer being run. So I'm taking a moral win on that one. I've defeated the lesser tournaments. But no, it is. I've had the PLT team boundary violate. I think my corporation wants to follow my lead a little bit too much. Destoya, a very great boundary violator. Casper really knows what's on the other side of that edge of glory. It's just a really stressful situation, right? You're flying your ship. It's not something that you're familiar with because on TQ you can just keep going forever, more or less. And you're like, oh, I don't want this guy to catch me. There's a broadsword over here. Hyenas got webs over here. There's a jackdaw on a speedball running at me. Maybe I'm getting damped. Oh, I forgot to turn at 115 kilometers and my shift just coasts outside of the arena. It's not the Abyssal Proving Grounds where you can just take a little bit of damage out there and maybe strategically kill drones, which is what I say every time I go outside of the arena and the Proving Grounds. Then you can come back in and not die. No, this is just a real sharp 125.1. You're gone.
Yeah, speaking of that, by the way, last week we actually saw Casper 24's illustrious boundary violation record be bested. He previously had the record at around 227 kilometers, a massive amount more than the boundary of 125 kilometers. Last week we saw someone 233 kilometers, so not just beating Casper's record, but absolutely smashing it. That was Azure and Argent from Goonswarm Federation, taking
I
that
think
level just so far. I
I
don't
think
know
it's
if we'll
very
ever see
fitting
something good.
for Casper to be second place. I think he'll be really comfortable that he's second in there. I can say that now that he's gotten gold. So took a while for it to happen, but he got there.
Yeah, he is an expert in being second. So yeah, as you say, but and to Goonswarm as well, of all teams, which is somewhat ironic. So let's look forward to our next match. It's another match where the winner gets in and the loser goes through to fight more matches tomorrow. Odin's Call versus Bright Side of Death in the Cibi Estor final. This is going to be another spicy one. Two teams ranked pretty highly by all of us here prior to this tournament even starting, and now they're facing up against each other. Odin's Call banning the Sleipnir and the Loki. Bright Side of Death banning the Curse and the Gila. Bart, thoughts on these bans here?
These are probably some of the first interesting meta bans that we've seen for a very long time. Odin's Call banning Sleipnir and Loki, it doesn't get rid of Minmatar Rush, but it makes it super, super hard to actually use. So them doing that means that it's very, very likely that they are going to be bringing something that's super vulnerable to Minmatar Rush. So we've seen a lot of different stuff lose to it, but generally two battleship setups lose to it a decent amount. Anything where you're kind of using a weaker low end, if you're going battle cruisers instead of battleships. But Bright Side of Death, the Gila ban is really interesting. I don't think we've actually seen it perform very well at all, but I guess they think that it's scary. Obviously, curses are very good ships, and we talk about that every time it shows up. So
yeah, we actually saw the Gila last match of Shanna catch and scram an Ortherus. So yeah, making his dad proud, making up for that first match earlier on today, and doing a great job there. Well done. CCP Swift, if you had to pick one, Odin's Call or Bright Side of Death, who would you put your Twitch channel points on?
Oh, let's see. What is the Twitch says? Odin's Call in a huge victory. I'm putting my points strategically on Bright Side of Death. I also really like their bans. They're not getting pretty with it or clever with it. They're just saying, I don't want to see Minmatar Rush, get it out of my face. They're not trying to 4D chess it or anything like that. I think that puts them in their comfort zone. And as a massive underdog, hey, put your points on there. What could go wrong?
So you're betting on the underdog. How many channel points have you got currently?
I have a lot because I watch a lot of CCP TV because I'm a bit of a CCP TV degenerate. So I've got 154,000 points.
Wow. So you're going to put that
I'm not
all
putting
on
them.
Bright Side of Death?
I mean, no, but we could try. You just put like 10K on there. You just put a little bit on there. You don't have to do a lot.
Okay, I just wanted to see if you put your money where your mouth is, but no, it is not to be. So let us go to the arena and find out what happens to CCP Swift's 10k channel points in this match between Odin's Call and Bright Side of Death with your casters Alec and Ish.
With my good friend Alec, and we're here to watch Odin and Besod duke it out. Odin here has brought a very aggressive Barghest comp backed by double Claymore, and notably a T1 Logi in the form of that Scythe, and they've got some good utility going down the rest of the line. Alec, what has Besod chosen to bring against that?
Besod has a double battleship core with quite a bit of points spread into their low end with a Confessor, Pontifex, Vedmak. They do have an EOS for some extra links there. I gotta say, I like Besod's chances here. Bright Side of Death has everything they need to cut through the squishy shield core of this Odin's Call team. They might struggle a bit against the Claymores, but overall, I think we're going to see a heck of a match.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree here, Alec. I think it's going to be a challenging moment for Odin to push that shield comp ahead with the Lashak spool and with lots of damage coming out. It'll be a matter of really skillful piloting, and if they can perhaps corner maybe the Lashak or another significant target out of the B-Sod side.
One interesting aspect of this is the Bright Side of Death team, while they are technically a brawly, high damage setup, they actually have a lot of projection. The Lashak gets an underrated amount of range. APOC Navy, range bonus. Vedmak, not the longest range, but still pretty long for a cruiser. Links are up. We're about to see what happens. 2 seconds till we go head to head.
Yeah, you make a good point, Alec. I think there's a lot of range capability here. We do have a little bit of damps going on the B-Sod side, but we don't see a dedicated damping ship, or I should say a bonus damping ship on the Odin side, but certainly space to do it. So
Yeah, it looks like
even
Odin's
these being shield
hesitated.
dolls.
It looks like Odin's hesitated slightly. Now they're deciding to move toward a micro jump beacon while we do see the Bright Side of Death team charging forward, but not recklessly. I think they're keeping in range of their logistics.
Yeah, Odin definitely circling here, looking for the opportunity.
Yep, they're pulling around, I guess you might say, to the right. They're trying to swing around, maybe get into the back line here, or maybe just buy themselves time. So far, not a lot of damage coming out of Bright Side of Death. A little surprising here, as damps are clearly taking their toll on this team.
Yeah, we do see B-Sod's Pontifex and Punisher taking some pretty significant damage, but the Punisher especially going into half armor here. It is getting some love from the Logi, so bouncing back up a bit.
Yeah, the Punisher had raced ahead a little bit to get tackle, and now it is pulled back to its Logi. It should be out of range of most enemy damage, so I expect its hit points to recover here. But we're not going to be able to say the same for the Odin's Call Jackdaw, which is now in deep armor and is not out of range of anything, and probably can't get out of range of anything. It drops the structure, and it will fall despite their best efforts to save it.
So First Blood does go down to that Jackdaw. Yeah, and that may be problematic for Odin not having bonus damps and losing that Jackdaw. They do lose a significant amount of utility there. Vedmak is taking some armor damage here. He's definitely getting some focused damage in. He is spooling up, so we'll be able to see if he can get a lot of work done before he goes down, or if he's just going to sink here, but it does look pretty focused. Second Jackdaw falls. That's pretty significant.
Yep, and that's almost all the electronic warfare. Now, somewhere there's still a tracking disruptor coming off of the Odin's Call team. That is on the Navy APOC, cutting its otherwise impressive range. But at this point, they've cut off the arena enough that these cruisers don't really have anywhere to run. They can't escape the APOC Navy's damage. And you can see this here with the Orthrus. They're trying desperately with this ASB and with Logi to try to save it, but it's just not enough. The damage coming off the Lashak and the APOC is absolutely staggering.
Yeah, it is definitely
That's a Punisher down, and they trade it for the Orthrus. Terrible trade for Odin's Call.
It is, unfortunately. What is Odin's win condition here? How do they bring this back from the brink?
They've got to find a way to kill one of these battleships fast before they run out of damage. They're about to lose their Claymore here. That is not just links for this team. That is also a significant source of their damage. They've got to make something happen while they still have a Claymore and Barghest.
Yeah, they're definitely going to have to
just
make a major
focusing on the low end, though.
Get that Lashak off.
They're focusing on the low end. It's not the right call. They don't have what they need to apply the damage there. Even with tackling, they're not putting enough DPS into this Confessor to break its tank under reps. They need to start spreading things around, trying for bigger, easier to hit targets with less resistances.
Yeah, and I'll say kudos to the Logi Frigs here on B-Sod, doing a great job keeping things up and keeping themselves mostly out of harm's way. And the Hyena has lived much longer than it should on Odin's side, but it is now going to take a splash. And Odin
I'll
really
also give
out
credit
of
to the
control
Odin's
at this
logistics. I would give credit to the Odin's logistics as well. I thought that Scythe would be one of the first things to die. He's managed to position himself pretty well, and he is only now taking fire. They might trade him for this Vedmak. Vedmak perhaps not as tanky as you might otherwise think, but that said, he is pulling back armor under reps.
Yeah,
Oh, they're going to save him. That Vedmak is going to stay alive.
And he lives. Yeah, and Unfortunately, it looks like it's going to be a very uphill battle for Odin's to sink anything here with just Claymore Barghest.
Yeah, I think unfortunately those ships are living to win right now. They are relatively far from the Odin's Call team, but just don't have the firepower to punch through. They're now going after the Eos of Cluster's Edge. The Eos is one of the tankiest command ships. I don't really love their chances of actually breaking through it.
Yeah, I think at this point there's some recognition of the futility, perhaps, as we see Yokan striding for glory, perhaps to the edge of the arena here.
Yep, he is
if
making
he
a
had
beeline
maybe-
for the boundary. And there he goes.
And off he goes. No record, no use of the MJU there to break that 230-something kilometer record. But they are cruising out and conclude the match.
Throwing it back to the desk.
Pew, 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 pew. Pew, pew, pew. I buried the pot.
Odin called, but it went straight to voicemail this time as Brightside of Death goes through to Alliance Tournament 18. CCP Swift, if you had listened to me, you would be channel point rich right now. If you'd put all your 150k on Brightside of Death, you would be rolling in it. How do you feel now?
I mean, I still I read the bands wrong apparently, but it doesn't matter because we're still right. These things kind of tend to work out. I really do love the Bright Side of Death comp that they took. I would say it's a little bit untraditional to have to bring those types of ships, but like the double battleship core plus kind of smaller ships that can act as their own wing of the fleet, and go up and catch something, go up and grab a crucial linchpin ship, screen some tackle. I mean, they did it amazingly well. Really good positioning from the team, and I just think they flew it to the max. I really loved it. The Maulus pilot probably did the most work there. The Maulus could get bonus dams and just ruin someone's day in terms of lock range. It's not something that's very easy to see when you're spectating. But if you're flying in the tournament and your lock range suddenly is now like 11 kilometers, you just want to flip your desk or throw something at the wall.
Yeah, it's unfortunate for them, but I mean, like you say, Bright Side of Death put on a clinical display of how to fly that particular comp. Quick shout out, of course, to French Roast, who bet 148,000 channel points on Odin's Call, and rather unfortunately for him, lost them all, along with the rest of you who lost 750,000 channel points there. Odin's Call will be back tomorrow, of course, for those matches. And another chance to make it through to Alliance Tournament 18. Blackbird Pirate, we saw Odin's field 2 Jackdaws. We've seen the Armor Jackdaw be pretty common because of the number of mid slots to fit E-War, especially the damps. Shield Jackdaws, less E-War slots because if you want to have tank, you have to give up those slots. What do you think about these Jackdaws here?
I think a shieldy Jackdaw works totally fine, and you don't really have to give up that many slots. Because think about like an armor Jackdaw has 2 low slots, so it's not like they're tanked anyways, right? Might as well just, if you're a shield Jackdaw and you have 6 mid slots, just use one or two tank mods on it. Like it's the math makes sense, right? I don't understand why you wouldn't just fill up your Jackdaw with full Ewar no matter what kind it is. But in all seriousness, like Jackdaws, especially with like these setups where you can fill them up with a light missile launcher, since light missiles pretty much apply to everything, you can just use them to pressure different teams. I think we've seen a couple times where like that one or two Jackdaws have soloed a small ship while everyone else is doing damage, which is pretty good. I really like them as a ship. I don't know if they're necessarily better or worse than like a Svipple, which I guess would be your equivalent, because they're both command destroyers and both of them are traditionally shield, but it's a really strong ship. And I mean, you have enough mid slots, you might as well put Ewar in them anyways, even if it's a shield one. At least that's how I think about it. I don't know.
And CCP Swift, what about sometimes people call it the damp war or the ECM war, where you see your opponent, has landed on grid with a Mollusk, for example. You've got your damps and your Jackdaws. What are these pilots going to be trying to do first?
All right, so if you're a Jackdaw pilot, what you do is you hold down Control, you grab your mouse, you click it on the Mollusk as fast as you can, and apply your damps first. You want to be the first one to counter damp out that Mollusk, because if he damps you first, and it's pretty clear that you're going to be the damp carriers on your team, you're just going to be out of it for the rest of the tournament. The first person who gets that lock and applies that damp first essentially sets the tone for the match for at least the first 20, 40 seconds of it, the first few cycles. There are a few ways to counter this, right? If you're the Mollusk and you get damped, kind of burn out of range a little bit, wait for the damp to cycle back, then come in and kind of abuse your extra range that you've probably got have your dams fit for. That's a great way to do it, and I think that's probably what happened in this match. I think the Odin's Call Jackdaws actually outclicked the Mollusk on the Bright Side of Death's team, and Odin's Call actually won the damp war early on as they were kind of kiting around. You saw them do a ton of damage to that Punisher, which I think was all down to Jackdaws, as Bart was saying. Like you just apply a lot of damage to even a small, fast-moving target there without any application desires. But Bright Side of Death, they knew what to do. They kited back a little bit, came back in, and then won the damp war. And as soon as they did, they never let it go.
Yeah, Bart, one of the other things we noticed in that match was Odins were sort of circling around. They weren't committing in. They were just kind of flying backwards and keeping themselves at range, maybe waiting. How hard is it to wait for the right moment, and why would a team do that?
I think especially with their setup, it is probably extremely important and kind of difficult because they're running a lot of rapid missile launcher systems, which once you shoot off a couple of shots at them, when you reload, it takes 35, 45 seconds, depending on all sorts of little factors, if they're running like meta ones or something weird like that. But regardless, like you have a limited number of ammo with it. Every other weapon system in the game, you'll have at worst a 10-second reload. With Rapids, you could have quite a lot longer. And if they launch all their missiles right off the bat and they don't kill anything, because let's say they're out of range or the target kites away or anything, you can basically have ruined 50% of your damage for the next like 2 or so minutes. So it's important for Odin's. Like they did hold their damage at first. I think that what happened was they overcommitted on that first target. And, it's really hard though. It's so hard to do, especially with those weapon systems, to say, okay, we're not breaking this. We need to swap. With every other weapon system, we're like, okay, well, we'll just press F1 on something else. With rapid missiles, it's like, crap, we just wasted half of our clip. There's half of our damage for the next minute and a half.
Yeah, we sometimes see teams sort of fixating in on something that's just not dying, and really they need to have that awareness to say, hey guys, this isn't working. Maybe pull back if you can, reload, get ready for the next clip. That's something like having a really good target caller, having someone who's aware of kind of what's happening in that match itself can be really valuable. I've felt the pressure when I've been target calling in matches before, where you've got a plan, you think, hey, we're going to hit this guy, we're going to take him down, and then move on from there, and then it doesn't work, and you have to be able to be like, okay, we tried it, it's not working, we need to change, we need to do something different. And sometimes we just see it, people get target fixated and focused in, and unfortunately they just weren't able to pull out a W in this case. But that being said, Bright Side of Death, well, they're through, as we mentioned, and Odin's Call will be back tomorrow. So let's look at our next match, which is going to be the Brutor final between Electus, Matari, and Kitchen Sinkhole. So Kitchen Sinkhole banning the Zarmzad and the Typhon Fleet issue. Typhon Fleet, we've seen a bunch of those bans. Zarmzad, less popular ban, but we certainly see some of them trickling through. And Electus Matari banning the Vindicator and the Curse. CCB Swift, does anything sort of jump out at you from these bans here?
The Zarmazad is a very peculiar ban, I'd say. I'm not really sure. I've seen Kitchen Sinkhole do this before as well. They really strongly value this ship for its just ability to stay on field, I guess, or it's just its durability. I'm not exactly sure. They must have scrimmed and come up against a setup with a Zarmazad or Zarmazd, whatever. And it must just like destroy what they're most comfortable flying. So they say, you know what, let's just get this out of the way. And that's really, if we want to be honest, the best way to use your bans. I know a lot of people, and I harped on this a little bit beforehand too. A lot of people like to get like a little tricky with it, get a little cutesy, say, oh, I'm going to ban this. So you think I'm taking this, but in reality, I'm going to take this. That never works, right? Because the guy on the other side could just be like, ban ship I don't like. I'm not giving you any information, just telling you I don't like Sleipnirs or Curse, or in this case, Vindicators. It doesn't give away too much information, and you're stuck here with like cutesy bands that might not pan out for you.
Yeah, sometimes people come up to me and they say, Ithaca, is it Zarmazad or is it Zarmazd? And I always say the same thing to them. How dare you talk to me? Art, in terms of logistics cruisers for armor, what do you prefer? Do you like the Zarmaz? Do you like the Oneros, or do you prefer the Guardian?
I'm a tournament boomer. Oh, sorry.
No, I want to hear the boomer. I'm
I'm
good
a
with
tournament
this,
boomer,
but only if you say
so I-
Zarmzad again.
Zarmaz? There's a
Zarmaz?
Z, some letters. I just forget about the rest. I like the Oneros. I don't even like logistics frigates. I don't like Tech 1 Logi. Just give me a Tech 2 Logi, and that's it. That's the way. That's the only way I could win, really. Everything
Yeah,
else
no,
is too
I'm with
difficult.
that. Like, yeah, I think so. I will say that actually the last match did have some of the best Tech 1 Logi frigate piloting that we've seen, period. But there's a reason why they're not that great. Like, they have such short range. They die so easily if someone's able to attack them. Like, I love Oneros. A good Oneros pilot is wonderful to watch. I'm a big fan of Oneros. I feel like the Zarm's just too many points and it can only rep one thing at once, which is kind of a problem. Like, there's an easy counter for it. You just shoot 2 targets and then they both die. Whereas Oneros can rep 2 targets and then they both maybe don't die. Very, very good math right there.
Awesome. Well, we're pretty much ready to go to the match, and I've been told that this is actually our first rematch thus far, apart from in the group stages where there was only 2 teams. The previous one, Sinkhole won the match versus Electus Matari. So can Electus Matari take the W this time, secure themselves a place in Alliance Tournament 18, or will Kitchen Sinkhole move forward themselves? Well, let's find out by going to the arena with our casters, Jintan and Radikos.
All right, welcome everybody to match 51 of the Brooder Final versus Electus Matari and Kitchen Sinkhole. We have a couple not so similar comps, but some similar ships. What are we looking at here, Jintan?
It looks like Kitchen Sinkhole have gone with what worked last time, bringing a Minmatar Rush comp up against what looks to be a little bit more of a slower pseudo-rush comp here from Electus Matari, eschewing the normal double or triple battlecruiser top end, but double battlecruiser and a battleship. So they're going to have a lot of DPS that's going to apply really, really well to that Sleipnir and double Hurricane Fleet issue from Kitchen Sinkhole. But, and this is the biggest but of all, they're going to struggle to get it into position. They're going to need to, what Kitchen Sinkhole have got to do here is they've got to kite around, make sure that Tempest Fleet issue is out of position before they dive in. How do you think this opening is going to go, Radikos?
Well, it's going to be interesting to see what the Electus Matari will do with that Tempest Fleet issue, because he will need to get his DPS on these BCs as fast as possible. And we're off. Here we go. It looks like everyone's just jockeying for positions right now.
Yeah, so the rush mirror is a really interesting sort of game because you're relying on keeping your tackle alive for as long as possible, and both teams can absolutely shred it when they get up close. So you can see here that Electus Matari are actually running back. They are kind of trying to stay out of range of that Loki webs and leaving their Tempest Fleet issue and one bit of tackle. I believe that's their their Jackdaw in the center of the arena, just controlling space and denying it to their opponents, making any rush in here from Kitchen Sinkhole really, really difficult. What does it look like the tackle from Kitchen Sinkhole is attempting to do here?
Well, the tackle isn't doing too much. I mean, the flycatcher of Kedra needs to burn in a little bit more to get on something. I don't see any kind of advancement from them. It's really interesting. They're just, it seems like they're just jogging for position, staying within Logi range, to get reps from the scimitar. What needs to happen is, these guys need to meet somewhere, and they're just kind of, no one wants to commit, which is rightfully so, because once the damage trade starts to happen, you got to make the right calls on the right targets. And right now I'm seeing Simi staying out of range, doing what needs to do. They're getting pretty close here.
Ooh, fascinating. It looks like Damp's coming out here from Kitchen Sinkhole. That's not, that's not usual. That's really unusual. I didn't actually check. I'm going to have to check and make sure these Hurricane Fleets do actually have autocannons and aren't arty fit. No, they do have autocannons.
That's taking some damage. Sorry.
Yeah, they're just projecting across the arena with Barrage right now. Oh, there we go. There we go. The Loki is finally in the mix, and we're seeing Electus Matari pounce on it. They're pushing all of their DPS on top of him, just trying to take him out really, really quickly. It looks like they've done well enough to protect their Scimitar. He is now in a great position, being screened by all of his fleet, being flown there by Arzia Elkin. Looks like the Jackdaw is going to catch. Yep, the Jackdaw successfully caught the Flycatcher who was burning for her. Now it's just going to be a question of what they can do with that Tempest Fleet issue. That Tempest Fleet issue has got to do work here to make up for the Battlecruiser difference that Kitchen Sinkhole have on the field. And Ragnar STS, he's getting low. He's already in half shields, whilst the Loki is holding pretty fine, only about third damage.
Yeah, he's going to get reps from a scimitar, and it'll go pretty well. I mean, Ragnar does have a Sleipnir active tank, so he will have some XLASB to go with their big rep right there. And it'll be interesting to see if the Loki can hold long enough to trade for the Sleipnir. They really need to get a good trade here. To stay ahead in this
Luke
match.
Smythe in the stabber, he's free. He's broken into the back line. Has he got tackle on that scimitar? Oh, he overshot just a little bit. He's got webs on that scimitar now. That's amazing piloting there from the stabber, managing just to slip through all of that tackle. The Skybreaker, the Jackdaw, they both missed him.
Oh, the Loki goes down.
Critical pace. The Loki goes down, but look at Arzia. She is falling fast here, already hitting armor as the DPS just applies to her immediately.
And there's so much DPS, and they have to switch that to Luke and the Stabber, who made a heroic play there, running through the ASBs. In fact, is Saria overtaking? She is overtaking. If they can get this fleet, this Hurricane Fleet down, they can still stay in a pretty commanding lead, even if this Scimitar goes down, it seems. This Hurricane Fleet issue in Tease 1983, and there he goes. The Scimitar has got to be out of reps very soon here. It looks like it's going to start chunking soon.
Yeah, Kedra has now taken over for Luke, but it looks like Luke's not far behind him. He was getting screened by Bensu. It looks like they're abandoning the Scimitar here. They're going for the kill. They're going to just try and go for the trade now. They're letting the positioning go. Oh, this is so brutal for Electus Matari.
Yeah, I mean, without the Scimitar, this isn't good, but it also isn't good for the other team. Baralt in the Hurricane Fleet issue, the second one about to go down, and that's a significant amount of damage that is off the field. What do you see that they're going after right now? What is Kitchen Sink doing to keep going? It looks like their Scimitar is now tackled and going straight into armor. Oh, there we get some reps finally, but it might be a little too late. If it's already pulling, it needs to pull its reps back, and they need to get DPS on something.
It looks like Kitchen Sinkhole here.
You're not going to get anything done.
It looks like Kitchen Sinkhole's just trying to clear off the tackle, maybe keep their Sleipnir from dying any further. You can see damage getting spread across a load of different ships because they're all spread out from that mad dash into the back lines for the Scimitar of Asia. And look at the top end advantage that Electus Matari now have with that Scimitar from Kitchen Sinkhole going down. They committed so much tackle to their opponent's backline that they didn't have any left to screen their own. And now Electus Matari have quite a considerable advantage, in fact, as they just chew through their opponent's tackle here. What a back and forth match this has been.
Yeah, there were certain times where ships would have gone down for the Electus Matari team. Maybe Kitchen Sinkhole would have a chance, but after they took out those two primary DPS and got their Scimitar, the trades are not going the way they are. They focused on smaller ships that can kite a little bit better and can stay away from the ships that were remaining, and the ships that were on the Scythe Fleet issue and the Stabber Fleet issue, the Sleipnir, double Sleipnir, and the Tempest Fleet. You can't push through that top end. You got to make that call a lot earlier to really make a swing in the match like they needed. Right now, Siracle Neresis is just about to go down in the Sleipnir. He's still pumping through his XLASBs, but yeah, you just can't. It's under redemption matches for Kitchen Sinkhole. Yeah, it's just too bad they didn't make the right decisions at the right times, and that's a lot of the AT, and seeing that win condition and making the switch when you see that something's not dying at the same pace as perhaps your Scimitar when you're shooting at tackle. Probably not the best to be staying on tackle. You should have gone right for some DPS to at least try to stay to live longer.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they might have been trying to clear to save their own logistics at that point. But man, what a match there! Turning from such a slow-paced opening into an absolute bloodbath in the mid game, and that's how these Minmatar Rush mirrors tend to go. And Electus Matari, they saw what beat them last time. They came in with a well-studied, well-prepared counter to it. Let's hand it back to the desk and talk a little bit more about that amazing match.
Yeah, great match, guys. Maybe next time Electus Matari can cast some spells and they can keep their Scimitar alive.
Electus Matari there taking the win over Kitchen Sinkhole. Kitchen Sinkhole circling the drain, but they are not out of it yet. They will have a chance tomorrow to come back and fight for that last remaining position in the redemption bracket. Of course, they'll have to get through with Odin's Call and We Form Blob so far. There's still another 3 matches to decide the next 3 teams that make it into Alliance Tournament 18 and the other 3 who will drop to the redemption bracket. That was a really exciting match from my perspective. We saw 2 teams that had very similar kind of archetypes. We want to get in, we want to control range, we want to do damage nice and fast, but we don't want to get caught first. So both teams moving around, positioning themselves, trying to just wait for their opponent to make a mistake or to have that opportunity to reach out and catch something on the other side. Really interesting match to watch. I especially enjoy those ones because you get to see that patience and the target calling and the team working together to make it happen. And Electus Matari there executing it super, super well. Special shout out to Smithy and that Stabber Fleet. He almost overshot Exclusive Man in the Scimitar. In fact, he did overshoot it, but I think he got a drive-by scram and the man should turn around and get back, get tackle, securing it securing the Scimitar on Kitchen Sinkhole there. CCP Swift. Wow, what a match. Did you enjoy that one?
I did. Minotaur Rush is one of my favorite comps. Both teams took kind of similar versions of it. I think just Electus Matari were probably a little bit more equipped for facing a mirror-esque match. The Kitchen Sinkhole team had devoted quite a bit of their team really to damps, which don't do all that much in this scenario. The one thing that the damps do provide is like you can start shooting a target, let the scimitar get further away, then throw all the dams onto the scimitar and make it rush forward, which is exactly what they did, right? So incredibly well done by the Kitchen Sinkhole team. They knew exactly what they needed to do, got the dams in, and they got first blood killing that scimitar, which, impressive, right? The scimitar needs to rush in to give off those reps, and their support wing was able to, tackle Arcia for a little bit. She's a wily one, so she managed to get away, played the team a little bit, and then got tackled again and died. But by the time she was down, the Electus Matari team, they just knew what to do. It's like they were on autopilot, right? They split up, they tackled linchpin ships, they applied a ton of damage, and they just got fantastic trades. And Arcia Scimitar lived long enough in order for them to get 2 or 3 ships pinned down and in crucial damage.
And speaking of Arcia, we saw her there using her XLASB to great effect to survive as long as possible, because the XLASB gives you huge boosts in shield while it's loaded with charges, but once it runs out, it has to fire on cap, and that can pretty much be the end. Sometimes we hear people talk about he must only have a few charges left there in his XLASB, and in this case, she did a great job tanking. But Bart, we heard some of the casters call out it looked like she was maybe over tanking. What is that?
It's especially with an XLASB, it's something that can always happen with any self-rep ship. So you only have 9 charges with an XLASB, and then you're no longer using your charges, and you're using your ships faster, and you will run out very, very quickly. So you kind of got to make each one count. And the problem for Scimitar is, like, if you think about it, an XLASB is sort of like a battleship-sized module made to rep for battleship-sized shield amounts, and a Scimitar is a cruiser. So every time that's why you see the shields spike up and down so much, is a lot of times their fits, every cycle of the XLASB is giving like 40 to 70% of their shield, depending on a bunch of like little weird fitting things. And the problem is, if you're at like 80% shield and you use a charge up, then you only rep yourself for a little tiny amount and use a charge up. Obviously, the other issue, though, is that if you're taking a mass amount of damage, which she was at the time, and you use a charge too late, sometimes your ship will just blow up before you get it off. So, overtanking, I mean, it's really easy to sit here and say, oh, they're overtanking. It's like, well, you don't know really how much damage you're going to be taking. Like, you have a Tempest Fleet issue on your ship. It's shooting you with like 1400 DPS. For all you know, that next shot is going to actually just be a wrecking shot and one shot your ship. So you kind of have to like balance it. It's definitely a skill. I don't think there was that much overtanking in there. I think the Chief survived very, very well and probably got almost all the charges off.
Yeah, that to me as well. Arcia doing a fantastic job flying that scimitar. On the side of Kitchen Sinkhole, we obviously see Sleipnir, double Fleet Hurricane, all fit with autocannon, so clearly intending to get up close and brawl. But yeah, they spent a bunch of points on a Mollusk and a Keres. CCP Swift, why might that be?
So I think they just wanted their team to be a little bit more versatile. If they came up with a kiting team, that Mollusk and Carrots would help them win the damp war, and maybe make some of those teams have to come in a little bit. Right? If you got a 50-kilometer like lock range sphere where you could go, that gives you like a lot of latitude to try and catch and kill someone. But if you shrink that up a little bit, it forces quite a few more mistakes. So I think they just wanted to have basically a Swiss Army knife with their comp to be able to counter just more different types of things, and just give them a leg up. It probably would have worked in a number of scenarios. It just, in this one specifically, those dams could only really bait the logistics in, which is exactly what they did.
Right. Well, Electus Matari securing themselves a position in Alliance Tournament 18, so we will see them in November for the main event. Of course, this tournament is sponsored by the Minotaur Republic, so we hope to see many more of them, and perhaps they'll get far enough to win themselves some fantastic Minotaur Republic Alliance Tournament ships, Freki and the Mimir. But before that, we have a bunch more matches to go, and our next one is the Ancients versus Rusty Hyenas Clan. So let's take a look at the bans for this match. Of the Stark Minier final. So the Ancients banning the Zarmazd and the Balgorn. Rusty Hyenas banning the Gila and the Vindicator. Bart, anything special here to point out?
Not particularly beyond. I mean, I've said it a couple times before, but I am continuing to still be confused about the Zarm and the Balgorn bans. I don't think that either of those ships are particularly great. I don't think we've actually seen. I think we've seen one match, which was Spectre Fleet versus Goonswarm, where the Balgorn actually was the reason why Spectre won the match. And I wouldn't necessarily say it was the Balgorn of Spectre Fleet's fault, but more that Goons don't know how to actually pilot small ships, and they didn't screen it. So, I get it. I understand that a Balgorn is a very intimidating and scary ship to a lot of teams, but I don't think that they're actually that good. And again, the Zarm, I think we've seen it once this entire tournament. It did win, so that was pretty cool. Vindicators, however, we've seen a ton, and they've actually been very, very scary this tournament. So I kind of understand that from Rusty Hyenas. Like, that's a solid ban. Vindicators have been doing extremely well, and I think they're going to continue to do extremely well.
And CCP Swift, earlier on today, we heard CCP Kestrel say the Gila didn't count because it was a grabbing ship. What's your thoughts on the Gila in the tournament format here?
The Gila is a wonderful ship, right? It just does so much damage. Those drones are a pain in the butt to deal with, especially if you're a smaller ship. It just got an incredibly large engagement envelope if you're talking about killing tackle ships, or rather, like control ships. Anything that's like not very durable, but very important to kill. They can also survive. They can also be a little baity. Like, you could tank them up a lot, make them like a bit of a pit bull, go in there and be a very heavy tackle with some newts as well. Just incredibly versatile ships that are annoying to deal with. Get them out of here. Also, fun thing to notice, 3 of the 4 bans from the last match, which I would not have expected.
There you go. Well, it is pretty much time to go to the arena and see who's going to take another of our slots for Alliance Tournament 18. 3 have been confirmed, 3 still to go today. Is it going to be the Ancients, or is Rusty Hyenas Clan going to secure themselves that coveted spot? Well, let's go to the arena and find out with your casters, Alec and Ish.
Alec and Ish here with a very fascinating match between 2 very underrated teams. We've got the Ancients returning with their triple Raven setup. Very successful for them in a previous match. Ish, what do we have for Rusty Hyenas?
Well, we don't have a lot of big ships for those Ravens to sink into on the Rusty side, because they've chosen to bring a double Claymore setup, a Claymore setup with a lot of rapid light behind it. So they've got double Cerberus going on here, and they've got the Orthrus. So this will be a question of if those Torps are actually going to prove to guide true to target, or if there's going to be more of a challenge to get the application done in this case.
It's really unfortunate for the Ancients that they don't have those big ships to sink their teeth into. I think if Rusty Hyenas was bringing battleships, Ancients would be a lot happier with what they're seeing on the field. But that's the nature of EVE. It's a little bit rock, paper, scissor, and I think they're coming out slightly bit on the wrong end, but I think they still have to feel a little bit confident because this setup has done well for them in a previous match. And they do have a rapier to apply some damage. I think the risk is if that rapier drops, their team will fall apart rather quickly.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot on Skip here to make sure that he is piloting to his utmost, to make sure that the painting and webbing happens at all, and that he makes good decisions on this field. They're going to have to get these rapid light platforms down pretty quickly, or a lot of their small DPS and small utility, like that Karen Scalpel, are going to be in trouble with all this rapid light on field.
Yeah, and that's the trick. The bombers on the Ancients team will also be very vulnerable to those rapid lights. I think Rusty Hyenas has two win conditions: either shred that bomber wing or shred the rapier. And we're about to find out if they can pull off either one as this match gets underway.
Yeah, so we see a little bit of skittishness from both sides, but definitely Ancients willing to be a bit more aggressive here. They realize they've got to push into range. And Rusty is only too happy here to just kind of sail off into the sunset. They're willing to kite out just a bit and look for those opportunities and let those rapid lights sink home. And we'll see
and
those
the
volleys
Rapids
start to
are
land.
finding their target.
Indeed, Skip is really taking some severe damage here. He is going to go down into Hull, and he is gone. He is off the field. That is a lot of application help gone. So it's really going to be a challenge now for those torps from the bombers, the torps from the battleships, to find targets and to make sure they get solid hits. We did see Crom take a little bit of damage to his Claymore, but barely a scratch to the paint. And there's really some challenges here, I think. It's going to be an uphill battle for Ancients. It's going to come down to definitely some piloting skill and hopefully some good catching.
Skip, we hardly knew you. There's Stork now taking some fire as well. The only other potential source of tackle they have, although it is hanging out in the back line with the bombers, it is getting some reps, but it's taking a really significant amount of damage. I think it may drop unless they pivot to another target, which they may be doing here now, going after the Hound of Paragoda.
Yeah, there's a little bit of bouncing around on the targets here. Rusty sort of has this liberty, though, don't they? With these rapid light platforms, they do have the ability to maybe diversify on some of these targets. They feel like they can get it in a clip, and there goes the Hound on that target switch.
Oh, absolutely.
But of course,
in fact, the Hounds and really all the rest of their bombers very vulnerable. One or even two, maybe, of these rapid light ships could probably solo them. So you could see them targeting 2 or 3 ships at a time and still be very successful.
Indeed, and we do see Skopeek in the Stork. He's getting the next loving delivery of fine quality rapid light missiles here. As he sinks down, he's catching some reps. He's catching mainly off that scalpel, but I don't know that it's going to be enough. He's really looking here, I think, to just survive the clip and maybe soak up a little bit, even brave it up a bit for his team to soak up a clip so that they can get in that reload and maybe get some damage done. In the meantime, though, Arya has taken a lot of damage here, almost out of armor, and the Manticore goes down. So they are just about out of bombers to play with.
Yeah, and crucially, the Ancients has no answer here. They really don't have a win condition. They can't pin down any of these ships. The torpedoes are not going to apply very well to even the Claymore, which is the biggest and slowest ship on the Rusty Hyenas team. And even if they could, the Claymore outspeeds these Ravens, so it can kite them effectively indefinitely.
Yeah, indeed. And I think this is kind of just one of those moments where you wonder if there's maybe a misread of the bands. This is certainly not what Ancients would be hoping to bring. Like you said earlier, Alec, they were looking for those big, juicy battleship targets to sink torpedoes into. And Rusty seemed to read that well enough to say, well, let's not bring them anything with a SIG to hit it. Their biggest SIG ship is a Claymore, and Claymores are actually fairly difficult to hit, especially with torpedoes. And buzzing around the arena like they are, the speed difference is pretty remarkable. And it's just going to be really hard to hit. So is there any hope for Ancients here? Is there something magical that can happen? Some spark of life?
Rusty Hyenas could take this opportunity to snatch defeat from the jaws of victory by choosing to boundary violate their entire team. But short of that, I think they have this match well in hand as the scalpel for the Ancients drops. That's half of their logistics, which to their credit, I think the logistics for the Ancients are doing relatively well against this rapid light team. But it's fighting a losing battle, and Ancients, again, crucially, has nothing to answer with. They are barely putting out any amount of damage onto Rusty Hyenas, and the little bit of shield scratching they're able to do is instantly patched up by this scimitar of Zed's motorcycle as he powers around the arena, just throwing out reps to the Serbs and the Claymores, pretty much anything that the Ravens even have a chance at pressuring.
And the Kieran goes down. That's the end of Logi for Ancients. And yeah, you're right. Zed is just having a fantastic time right now, doing scimitar things, not feeling the slightest bit threatened, knowing that torpedoes are simply never going to hit the micro sig and fast speed that the scimitar can achieve.
Now we do see the Ravens of the Ancients. It looks like they're attempting to position themselves in such a way that they might force Rusty Hyenas to boundary violate to get away from them. But Rusty Hyena's wise to that plan, and instead of flying straight away for them, has pinwheeled around to the opposite side of the arena, and now these Ravens are left chasing them once again. They at least tried something, probably the only thing that they could do, but Rusty Hyenas was paying attention, didn't go near the boundary, recognized that they had to change direction, and they've done so in a way that really they weren't at any risk of getting neuted or anything with the Ravens' utility highs, presuming they even have those. We haven't seen them yet.
Yeah, well, kudos for trying and maybe forcing some boundary, but it's just not going to happen. As you said, they've kind of arced around and no dangers here. And we'll just see the last battleships here start to crumble from the ancient side. It's an interesting contrast because we've seen torps today. We've seen torps throughout the trials where there's just been amazing damage right off the bat. When you have those big, huge signature battleships and they eat in those 3 battleships, they had 3 battleships and 3 bombers. That amount of damage is incredible if the signature can match it. But losing that rapier so early, losing that damage magnification to get that signature blown up, they just didn't have an option here. And those bombers got almost nothing done, unfortunately, before sinking into the space.
Yeah, what makes the ancient setup unique is that they're what you'll see with a lot of these other setups on a similar type is they'll spread out their points into a lot of tackle in the low end, whereas the ancients goes all in on damage and all in on putting all of their control on that rapier, which is great in the sense that they're going to put out more damage than any other equivalent comp of a similar style. But it's terrible for them if they can't protect the rapier, and if Rusty Hyenas or whatever team they're fighting could just kite away from the remaining ships because they have no backup. And in this case, Skipto died almost immediately, and there really wasn't anything that he could do about that going against Rusty Hyenas. And sometimes you just run into this in the Alliance tournament where your comp gets spotted out and countered. And Ish, if you're in a similar situation as a captain of a team and you run into a comp which hard counters you, what could you do to try to pull that match out? Because obviously it's as difficult as flying in the Alliance tournament is, flying against a comp where you have a natural disadvantage is almost impossible. What can they do to win?
Well, definitely been there a few times, Alec, and it's really difficult. It really depends on how you're being countered. And in this case, it's a hard story, right? Because the ancients had very little hope to get that torpedo damage applied. Applied damage is always the best damage. So if you're being countered in the sense like, hey, this comp is much faster than ours and we're just not able to catch, then you hope you switch to your longest range ammo. You hope to, pepper them with gravel pieces until maybe a ship falls. But when you're shooting your absolute bestest and you're just not hitting anything at all, it really becomes a hard thing. The best I could say in this kind of scenario is you go all out for it. You bring those torpedoes in, you get as close as possible. You hope to get as many grapples and control landed as you can to hopefully sink a ship. And I think they were trying that a little bit. We saw them be a little bit more aggressive than their counterparts in Rusty. But unfortunately, the Rusty team, pretty fast comp, right? Claymore, pretty fast ship, and that'd be among the slowest of them. And so just not able to catch up, and it's kind of the worst of all worlds. Can't apply the damage, can't catch them, so what do you do?
Well, you try to control the arena, which to their credit, they did do. They didn't just sit down and take it, but Rusty Hyenas flew just a little bit too well for that. And we'll throw it back to the desk after this really awesome match.
The Ancients bringing rock against paper in this case. They came up against scissors when they fought against Scary Wormhole people earlier on today and dunked them. But unfortunately, in this case, they were pretty much hard countered with the comps that were brought there. CCP Swift, we sometimes see people bringing torpedoes, and torpedoes do a huge amount of DPS. But we saw in that last match the attack bar was very girthy, but the actual bit filled up was very tiny. Like, why is that? What is application in EVE Online?
So torpedoes, they need to hit a very large, very slow moving target. There are a few ways around this. One of the best things you can do is bring webs and target painters, which the ancients did bring in the rapier. However, if that ship dies, your team is boned, right? Like they can't do anything. So you're putting a lot of eggs in that very, very frail basket there. And obviously, Rusty Hyenas Clan took a comp and flew it to perfection and picked that team apart of the ancients. They took out the bombers, they took out all the control. They just ripped it apart piece by piece. It took all 10 minutes, more or less, but they just slowly made it work.
Yeah, their first target of choice was, of course, Skip Doe in that rapier, and he was just deleted. I imagine that was pretty much the only chance the Ancients would have had to apply a lot of that theoretical DPS. Of course, bonus target painters, long range webs, all things that help torpedoes apply. So a target of priority, clearly, for Rusty Hyenas Clan. So great choice there, just dunking on him to start the match off. Blackbird Pirate, it does feel like that match is almost a hard counter for the Ancients there, and there wasn't really very much they could have done, unless Rusty Hyenas, of course, had just flown around and out of the arena. Is there anything they could have done, or was that pretty much they had already lost 9 times out of 10?
Unfortunately, I would say they'd already lost 9 times out of 10. You kind of hate to see it because you never want to see it lost from the get go. And it gets kind of rough because you never know, somebody could mess something up. But it's really interesting because I think this is a clear example of outmetting yourself, because Rusty Hyenas, for the last 2 matches, they've brought this, or at least 2 of their 3 matches that they've done, they've brought this Golem Tinker. So it's these big shield battleships that there's 3 shield battleships and a Nighthawk, and they all got to stand right on top of each other, or they can't do anything. And, there is a counter to that, which is to push your stuff in, bump them apart, and blow them up. And if you have torp battleships that do mass amounts of damage, it's perfect. The Ancients had a counter to the Rusty Hyenas setup, and then but the thing is they all end on that, and Rusty Hyenas just didn't bring that setup, and that was it. So proof that bans, meta, all that stuff, it kind of sucks because it's clear that the Ancients did research on Rusty Hyenas and looked at what they've been bringing and are like, okay, we know how to beat that. They just didn't. They kind of went way too all in on it, and yeah, it's rock paper scissors at that point, unfortunately.
Yeah, rock paper scissors, and like we said, unfortunately they brought the wrong one. It was 1, 2, 3 shoot, and they shot wrong. But the Ancients will be back tomorrow, where they compete for that final spot in the redemption arc. Rusty Hyenas, though, go through to Alliance Tournament 18, securing themselves a spot as the champions of the Stark Manir tribe, representing that tribe in Alliance Tournament 18. And I'm looking forward to see them. Every time they've flown, they've brought either interesting comps or flown really, really well. I think they've got a good chance of showing up some teams when they get through to Alliance Tournament 18 proper. CCP Swift, you think the same? I assume you were sitting nodding away.
Yeah, I mean, here's a great thing when you're playing through the feeders. You have that many more matches, more than your opponent does, right? They're gonna go against someone that was automatically or bid into the Alliance tournament, who have not played in this setting in this year, right? Sure, they might have played previous years. They've scrimmed a lot, absolutely, but nothing really can simulate the pressure of being in the crucible of the Alliance tournament. being on, in an arena, facing an opponent with only one match and you're out type of scenario. So I think Rusty Hyenas Clan are going to be a thorn in someone's side. They've showed a lot of versatility. And you know what? They flew their comp perfectly. It's not just that they had a really good comp against hard counter. They flew it great. Like they knew exactly what to take out, in exactly what order. They were decisive, and that's kind of scary if you're trying to face a team of that caliber that you're not really sure how strong they might be. These guys are practiced, well rehearsed, and great decision makers.
Speaking of practiced and well rehearsed, we have two more matches for you tonight, and both of them look like they could be excellent matches. So our first one is going to be Percussive Pizza Time Diplomacy versus Hidden Leaf Village Ninja Assassin Squad Esports. And both of these teams performed pretty well. Percussive Pizza Time Diplomacy beating Of Sound Mind, and Hidden Leaf beating Snuffed Out earlier on today. But now they have to face off against each other to find out which team deserves the spot with the longest name in this particular tournament. Percussive Pizza Time banning Typhoon Fleet Issue and EOS, something that we've basically come to establish as kind of standard bans now. But Hidden Leaf Village Ninja Assassin Squad Esports banning out the Cerberus and the Balgorn. Cerberus banned Blackbart Pirate. That's perhaps an unusual one.
Yeah, I would. I'd normally say it's not a particularly expected or strong ban, but we did just see Cerberus's completely eat somebody's team about 5 minutes ago. So I don't know. I'm obviously the ban done before we see the last match, so it's definitely not a response. I think that Cerberuses are very strong in a light missile kiting setup. I don't necessarily know if it's the end all be all ship. It could be like if you ban the Cerberus, you probably don't want to bring a light missile kiting setup. So I feel like they just don't want to see it. It is a very good ship. I still think that banning the Scimitar would be a better idea if that's what you don't want to see. But Cerberuses are pretty cool too, and that definitely signals something. Like they don't want to be kited. We'll see if that actually happens or not.
Yeah, well, I mean, we're pretty much ready to find out if that will happen or not. So, can Hidden Leaf Village Ninja Assassin Squad Esports take a slice out of Percussive Pizza Time Diplomacy, or will Diplomacy prevail and propel PPTD through to Alliance Tournament 18? Well, let's find out as we head to the arena with your casters Jintan and Radikos.
Hello everyone and welcome back to the arena. It looks like ninjas have bought a modified Minmatar Rush comp with less Minmatar and more Caldari. Meanwhile, Pizza have brought a really heavy armor comp based around 2 Leshaks. What do you think the opening moves are going to be here, Radikos?
Well, it looks like Beltram and Baza and the Ninja Esports team will need to get in on these Leshaks. This Leshak core is very strong with Absolution, Double Deacon. Some nice small tackle in there to balance the comp out. If Ninja Sports can evade some of the tackle or kill the tackle off as they go in, maybe they can get a handle on this match. I think it's going to be an uphill battle, and they'll be flying for their lives here. They're going to be testing their limits. I can tell you that much with these Leshaks on the field.
Yeah, I have to say that the sheer amount of rapid lights that have been brought here by ninjas, 4 rapid light ships, and then the standard light missiles from that jackdaw are going to do so much work against these deacons. I don't think those things are long for this world at all either. As soon as they get within range to fire off their first few volleys, those things are going to disintegrate, and then it's going to be a matter of kind of EHP on the pizza side to keep them alive. They're not going to have any active reps at that point. What do you think this Griffin is going to do?
This Griffin is going to have some fun getting shot at here. I don't. If he gets some jams off, resetting those Leshak spools will be huge.
All right, and here we go. It looks like the match is about to start. Let's see what the opening moves are. Do ninjas go aggressive? Yes, they do. You can see those big red arrows pointing right towards them, and it looks like they're going to meet at the center of the arena as Pizza accepts this engage. Let's see what the first primary is. It looks like Pizza is going for the weakest of the tanks on the main DPS, trying to kill out that Hurricane Fleet issue, hoping that if they break those 3 battle cruisers early on, that's going to be enough to win them the game. But look at that Leshak going down so quickly, Radikos.
Yeah, the Leshak is eating a lot of DPS right now, and if they can keep up those Hurricane Fleet issues, they could really turn the tide and prove me wrong from what I just said. And right into there, Dread Vengeance just takes it. Some slaps. There he goes.
Boom, right through the logistics there. He has fallen. That leaves them with only 2 main DPS ships, and it looks like those rapid lights are just falling harmlessly against the Zwipple. They keep firing into it, but it's not going to be enough to break him under these Deacon reps. He's just doing a great job of kind of evading that. And oh, the Basilisk is caught. Is he caught? Yeah, he is.
Yeah,
He's been caught in the back lines by the Hecate and the Heretic. Oh my god, that's
low there here. I mean, yeah, even if with that Basilisk going down, if they can get this Leshak, that's a huge DPS off the field, and a lot of utility as well. It looks like they're getting down a Svipple on Alexander Cardo. This Basilisk being called like this is not good, especially when they can split DPS and kill an Orthrus maybe at the same time as this Leshak goes down.
Yeah, the Leshak goes down. The Basilisk is burning through their charges.
Oh, this is just a slobber knocker right here. Everything is just flying. Everyone's going everywhere.
Yeah, look at the damage getting spread all across them. And when we see the rapid lights finally firing into the Deacon, just taking it down really, really quickly. But they're taking down the rapid light ships just as quickly with that Osprey Navy, with that Orthrus falling immediately. It looks like they're turning their attention away from that top end and just going on the low end. And both teams are doing it now, just going bottom up, trying to kill things as quickly as possible, hoping to maybe win the tackle war here and maybe free their Basilisk.
Yeah, and that Griffin, looks like he has a gem off on the Leshak, which is a huge part of this DPS. There's not much that can do. Oh, he's shooting Neo and the Basilisk now. If the Basilisk can hold a little bit longer,
yeah. It's a trade here. Both Deacons are now down, and that goes down at the exact moment that the Basilisk goes down. It is now all or nothing. Both teams have a lot of DPS on the grid, just trying to kill stuff quickly. You can see that they're now turning back onto the Leshak. I think Ninjas are making the right call here. If they can kill that Leshak quickly, it's going to be enough to win them the game, because their opponents here in Pizza, they're not going to have the DPS to really do anything off the back of it. The Rapid Lights are also doing amazing work clearing off the Confessor and the Hecate really, really quickly here.
Yeah, they're doing a great job. The Fleet Hurricane and the Orthrus going down. The DPS is going down a lot slower, and they don't have the Deacons. Percussive Pizza, if they can hold this, I think they can work through the wing of Hidden Leaf Ninja. And this, then once one more DPS ship goes down, that Leshak will do well. I think there's a possible chance that Pizza Diplomacy still has this, and they're going right next to the target after the Navy Caracal goes down in Slime Manic 6.
Yeah, this Leshak is so dependent
our man
on
Baza here, getting chunked here.
Yeah.
He's grappled, webbed, scrammed, nuded, the whole 9 yards. That Leshak is just flossing into him. If the Leshak just keeps it up, he's going to keep killing every little thing in his path. With a Slepter Nighthawk there, he could still die, and he is dipping down into low armor. Maybe he's out of his Ansil now.
Yeah, this Pizza team has done such a good job. All of their tackle wing has valiantly sacrificed themselves, just holding on to these cruisers, keeping them close to the fight, and letting this Leshak do work along with his Absolution friend. And it might be enough to win them this game, even as the Hecate now goes into really low armor. Another ship there, the Jackdaw, falls for Ninjas. They're going to have 2 top-end DPS ships versus 2 top-end DPS ships, but I don't think Pizza's going to have 2 top-end DPS ships for very long as that Leshak dips into structure. The Caracal is going down, though. Oh, man, this is so incredibly close here. An absolute nail-biter at the end.
I mean, it just
Pure
shows
racing.
the power of what a Leshak is. Just trying to stay alive, fighting everything off. But sometimes it's just too little too late, and you're against 2 command ships that are really jonesing get into this tournament and not have to go to redemptions tomorrow. This Absolution in Kai and Mariel is hitting the Slender, but the Slender still will have XLASBs, and Oh man, this is not
Oh,
looking
the
good for them.
Hecate just misses out on transversal. Just isn't able to. I don't know if that was good piloting from Baltram or bad piloting from him, but he was just able to land a wrecking shot and delete him in one volley. And now they've only got one tackle ship left on the pizza side. That Absolution, he's going to try and pull a little bit of range, but no, he's not going to be able to. He's scrammed and webbed by the Nighthawk.
Well, luckily for the Absolution, there is a fat tank, and it can keep going while this Sleipnir just has to pump through charges because the Absolution, isn't the greatest ship to do DPS, but when it's nice and up close like that, it's not going to miss, and it's going to hit the target that it needs to. If this Sleipnir can go down, maybe the Absolution can keep repping through the Nightmare DPS, but, at the same time, the Nightmare DPS is pretty significant, so...
Look at the EHP bars, though. You can just see how much EHP Percussive Pizza Time Diplomacy have left versus how much Hidden Leaf have left. The EHP on that Nighthawk is so much bigger than what's left on the field here. Even if this Sleipnir goes down, I think Ninjas might be able to solo the entire fleet. The Nighthawk might be able to solo the entire fleet at this point. The Skybreaker's finally coming in, just doing a little bit to clear these drones off of his friends. As the Sleipnir goes into armor, not going to be long for this world. Whilst the Absolution goes into hull.
Yep, this is. I think this is it here. The Hidden Leaf has done its work and put all of that DPS everywhere it needs to be, and it goes down. That Absolution tanked for a lot longer than I thought it was going to because that Sleipnir still stayed alive. He had a little bit of tank left, and it's looking really good for Hidden Leaf. They might even catch out with both command ships here, or is he gonna die? Does Baltram hold on?
Final rep off. He got one final rep off. I think that was just regenning capacitor and then firing it off, not a reload. What a ballsy play there, not going for the reload and just accepting that you're not going to have enough time left in the match.
For it.
There we go.
Right.
The Heretic is finally down. Wow. It's just a question now of how long can this Skybreaker kite off, and it's not very long. He's already been caught. Whew. I tell you what, that was an amazing...
Hidden Leaf, guys. Yeah, Hidden Leaf. Congratulations. This match was very exciting. Everyone was, trying to go on the right target at the right time, and it was just like a good old slobber knocker, lefts and rights nonstop. People getting uppercuts on each other. It was a really great match.
Yeah, you cannot ask for a better finals than that. Good luck. I look forward to seeing Ninjas in the finals, and hopefully the next matches that Pizza play in the Redemption bracket will be just as good. Let's head back to the studio and break this down.
Now for the Triglavian Weather Report, brought to you by Exodus.
The weather calls for disintegration.
And that's the weather forever.
For just 10 million ISK a month, you can save the life of a high-sec miner.
Hidden Leaf, the Village Ninja Assassin Squad esports there, just by the skin of the hair on their chinny chin, making it through the end of that match there against Percussive Pizza Time Diplomacy, who, I mean, match of the day, match of the tournament so far for me. They really put the squeeze on the Hidden Leaf team there. Forward, went back and forward. It looked like, is that Absolution going to finish off the Sleipnir? Is he going to be able to tank? Oh, what an exciting match there. CCB Swift, wow.
Yeah, WoW is right. That was absolutely fantastic. I loved Percussive Pizza Time's comp that they took, like a double BS core with this really robust support wing that could go out and just do absolute work. You saw them, they tackled logistics, they eviscerated kiting ships. They got within a couple seconds of taking that match. If like this tournament or this match in particular was a game of just a couple of seconds, a couple of people overheating when they needed to, a couple of people just living just that much longer. It was absolutely astounding. A great target calling. I'm sure it was very chaotic on both comms. I'd like to pretend that I'm sure that both teams were very calm, cool, very composed, but no doubt there was a lot of screaming, shouting, and just a whole lot of excitement, especially when it became pretty clear that Hidden Leaf were going to win that one.
Yeah, I've seen one of our Alliance Tournament commentators, the Basilisk, is actually one of the pilots in that match there, and he has messages and saying, yeah, a lot of shouting, a lot of screaming, and he needs new underpants. I've also been told that the shacks there on the Percussive Pizza Time Diplomacy side, triple 1600mm plated, just absolute brick tanks, and it was just so close. I mean, to be honest, a lot of us put Hidden Leaf right up there as one of the best teams in the feeders this year, and we expect them to do well even in the main tournament. Because of Pizza Time Diplomacy almost just took that win away from them, which is a great showing from them. At one point, to be honest, I was convinced that it was happening. It was so close to swinging. Bart, you think that perhaps it was a bit of a mistake on the Percussive Pizza Time Diplomacy side going after that Basilisk when they did. Can you elaborate?
I don't know if it was really necessarily like a mistake because it's a lot easy. It's easy to say in hindsight too. Like I'll come out and say it's easy for us to be like, well, the Sleipnir was in structure. If you had shot for 10 seconds less on this target and did 10 seconds more here, this would have happened. But yeah, I do think that when the initial match started and Pizza was able to just immediately just blow that first Hurricane Fleet issue up, that should have been kind of a sign that it's like, you can kill every single ship on grid here. Just keep going top down. I think a lot of times we'll say like, oh, they should have gone bottom up. They should have gone top down. Top down being like the highest points or the most valuable damage ships, versus bottom up would be like do the support ships. So I think when you have that much damage with those two Leshaks, I really truly think that there was a point where one Leshak was shooting the Basilisk and one Leshak was shooting a Sleipnir, and if they had both been on the Sleipnir, or maybe even both been on the Basilisk, not the Basilisk the commentator, the Basilisk ship, then they would have probably won. Just a little bit of a split. Again, that was a really crazy, chaotic match, so everything did fine. It's just kind of that one little thing you're like, if only, if only.
Yeah, I can't wait to see the Percussive Pizza Time Diplomacy guys play again tomorrow. If this is the level that they're going to play at, they've done, really well to get to this stage. So they're definitely going to be a team that other teams here are going to have to get through. I think the way it will work tomorrow is it will be a group stage. So just like the different tribal groups that we've had thus far in the Alliance Tournament trials, we'll have the Nefantar Group A and Group B. And each of the groups will play a round robin tournament essentially inside. 3 teams in each one. And then the highest ranked ones at the end of that, and the tiebreak is done by rust points if there are any tiebreaks needed, will go forward into a elimination bracket with the final 2 teams going into a best of 3 grand final match to decide who takes that final slot. So by just a few seconds difference, Percussive Pizza Time have committed themselves to at least another, I think, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 matches minimum to get into Alliance Tournament 18, potentially 6. So we will see what happens in the best of 3. But yeah,
No
I'm
pressure.
sure there'll be no pressure whatsoever. I'm sure there'll be just so that was so close. If we'd just done that, we wouldn't have to play 5 more matches. But then again, you get to play 5 more matches, and if you like tournaments, then that's just great for you. We have one more match for you today. One more to decide the final slot. Well, the second final slot. 2 slots remain in the feeders for Alliance Tournament 18. The slot that will be decided tomorrow, which we don't care about anymore, and the slot that will be decided today between Laserhawks and Exodus. So let's take a look at the bans for this one. So, Vindicated Typhoon Fleet issue, banned by Laserhawks. Exodus banning Balgar and Vindicator. That Vindy is just really becoming a popular band now. And then the trickle bans are Exodus banning the Armageddon, Laserhawks, the Cerberus. CCP Swift, what do you make of these bans here?
Vindicator is a great ship to ban, as you were mentioning. It wasn't banned in the last match, and I think if one of the Leshaks was a Vindy, it might have gone a little bit differently. But yeah, just taking Vindy out means that you might want to be a Minmatar Rush, right? Vindy's Viscerate Minmatar Rush. And also, they're just a really annoying ship to have charging into you. They're very strong with a damp meta, just because it makes everyone play a little bit closer, and a Vindy will just stop you in your tracks and light you up. In terms of the Geddon ban, I think that kind of just says that Exodus might take a little bit, maybe like a kiting type comp, something that doesn't have to necessarily commit from the beginning of the countdown. They can kind of move around the battlefield a little bit, and those newts are just really, really annoying for a long match.
And Bart, that's Cerberus ban again. Second match in a row we're seeing a Cerberus ban. Question mark?
Yeah. I mean, again, against Exodus, a Cerberus ban's a good idea. Like this is the one team that we have watched since I can remember watching AT matches, which is probably like maybe about 10 years now, close to that, that consistently likes to fly light missile kiting comps. It's kind of their signature thing. We've seen them, over and over reach like top 8, top 4 in the actual tournament by just flying light missile kiting comps. So if there's one ship you're going to target against Exodus, just get rid of the Cerberus, just so they can't use it in a light missile setup. That being said, as kind of said it a couple times, I don't think that necessarily bans out light missile kiting comps, because I mean we've seen like Claymores do a really good job. Osprey Navy issues do a really good job. Maybe even a Drake. I don't know. You could bring your Drake, your light missile, rapid light Drake. Maybe it'll work. Apparently not. Being told no.
You don't look convinced there's CCP Swift.
We'll see. Yeah, he's like, no.
I'm not convinced that would be a good, version of a Serb. The Serb has the ADC. It's got a lot of range. Probably a Caracal Navy issue would be a crummy, but good enough facsimile.
Yeah, well, we have just a few minutes, and the teams are landing right now in the arena. So just as a reminder, this is the last of the matches today, and then we'll be back tomorrow for the remaining 6 teams to fight for one position in the Alliance Tournament 18. It's going to be absolutely brutal, all trying to get through to Alliance Tournament 18. But before that, we have to find out who that 6th team is going to be. Can Laserhawks secure themselves a spot in Alliance Tournament 18, or can Exodus snatch it away from them and cruise through into the main tournament themselves? Well, let's go to the arena and find out with your casters, Alec and Ish.
And hello, we are here in the arena to see Laserhawks and Exodus square up. And Laserhawks here has brought a double bar guest shield comp. Looks pretty kitey here. Looks like lots of missile damage able to come out, and a decent utility in the midline. Alec, what has Exodus chosen to bring?
Exodus has brought a very interesting top-heavy setup, but in a different way than we're used to seeing. We've got a Nighthawk, Slefner, double Loki Hurricane Fleet issue as their core, with a Blackbird for ECM support. It's a very interesting setup, and those Lokis are going to be a pretty decent counter to the Laserhawks team, provided they can stay alive.
Yeah, indeed. It's going to be a challenge here, I think, for both teams. It's going to be about who can get that damage starting to apply first. The bar guests, of course, have a huge advantage on projection here, but Sleipnir's up close can certainly start munching down a bar guest in no time flat. It's going to come down to some piloting and some quality screening. There is the Loki on the side of Exodus and the Hyena on the side of Laserhawks to help hold things off. So we'll see how well that works out for each team as they jockey for position in the first few seconds.
One potential advantage for the Exodus team is those are rapid heavy bar guests, which means if they can survive the clips, it's likely they'll be able to keep their ships alive. So if they can combine kiting with their already impressive tanks, the top end, the Loki, Sleipnir, Nighthawk, might be able to live through it. I fear for the Hurricane Fleet issues life expectancy, though, as the Exodus team is charging in now, and we see Laserhawks trying to kite away.
Yep. So we've got some damage starting to come out here. We've got lots of long range ammo projection, but we're seeing some aggressive some aggressive charging on the part of Exodus. It's the right thing to do here as they try to bear down on Laserhawk. We do see the burst on the side of Exodus, taking a touch of damage here. And same for this Fipple. This Fipple's going to go down, sunk really fast there. And meanwhile, Laserhawk's Barghest is just about through his shield. It's going to come down to if he's able to self-rep that back up and or have Logi hold him.
Quite crucially, the Bantam and Burst combo on Exodus has pulled so far away from the fight, trying to keep themselves alive, that they are very far out of range of the entire rest of their team. So while this Barcast will go down, Laserhawks does have an opportunity to take advantage of that positioning and score some quick kills. They're trying with the Loki, but Captain Flastaho is holding strong here in this main event match. He is dropping to 2/3 shield and dropping very, very slowly.
Yeah, I don't know if the Loki is really the right call here for two reasons. One, there's two of them, so you're not getting all that control off the field. Two, I think we've seen how like these Lokis have been pretty tanky throughout these matches. The current meta for using these Lokis has been quite a bit of EHP. So it's going to be a question of if they can bear through it.
It's interesting. They do have to sacrifice some tank for the webs that make that ship so dangerous, but they're still very beefy boys. And when you only have one Barghest left and you're relying on its clip to cut through their tank, that is a dicey proposition indeed. Meanwhile, the Hurricane Fleet issue, which I thought for sure wouldn't be long for this world, is actually doing just fine, and the Blackbird hasn't even been tested.
Yeah, we see Artanis here. He is looking to just gain all the range he can, hoping to use his rapid heavies to the fullest extent possible. But I do see him caught here now by a web. He's going to try to wheel out of that and make a pivot. But with the Bifrost and the Hyena on his tail, it's going to be a difficult time.
Yeah, that's the thing with these kiting comps. They're great until you have to turn, and the Alliance Tournament Arena boundary comes upon you very quickly. Once they turn, that is when they're most vulnerable. Now, it does appear that he has somehow slipped the web, so he is escaping here. I don't know if that's a lucky jam on the Hyena or what, but this Barcast has managed to break free, and so has the majority of the rest of their team here. Meanwhile, Exodus is trying desperately to catch up to them, and now they've got a lot of arena ahead of them. They no longer are cut off here, although Exodus is desperately trying to regain their positioning advantage. Ish, what can they do to outrun themselves here? Which team is going to get the advantage on the initiative?
Well, we're seeing those Lokis start to come in, but there's also a good amount of force holding them back. You see the Jackdaws, probably Damp Dolls would be my guess, looking to damp that Loki to keep it from ever catching the Barghest. This is really going to come down to two things. Can Artanis keep from being controlled, and can he make good use of those clips? Like you said, when that clip runs out, that's just going to be a problem. The reload time feels like ages, and he is their heaviest DPS they have left, and there's still quite a lot of DPS on Exodus side to take off the field.
Now, Laserhawk's taking advantage of the three-dimensional nature of Eve by turning and going down, trying to break this stalemate of both teams running parallel to each other with Exodus controlling the center of the field, keeping them on the edge. They've now gone down to one of the lower micro jump units. As
Laserhawks loses an Osni. Yeah, they lose an Osni for that in that exchange, and there goes a Jackdaw. So, like you said, it is a 3D nature, but when you take those turns, you do still lose some velocity off that. You do have your align time affecting you, especially with your prop on like that. It does lead to chances for you to get caught out, and they lose 2 ships in that process. We now see Exodus Blackbird actually taking a fair bit of damage. but he looks to be mostly clear of it now. I think it's just a little bit of love from some missiles here coming off the Scythe fleet as he's able.
Well, the Scythe Fleet DPS should be able to solo him. There's no logistics anywhere near that Blackbird, not really known for their tanks, and the squishiest ECM ship in the game does in fact go down. But crucially, unless Laserhawks can somehow get themselves back into the center of the arena and give themselves room to run every time they have to make one of those turns, it seems like Exodus is going to take a chunk of their team in price.
Indeed, it looks like Exodus is reading the maneuvers here really well, and they've kind of staged up to look for those turns, like you said, and to see what they can catch as a result. Now they're bearing down to the Barghest here, which is sort of at the bottom of his arc. He is webbed again, and that's really going to be a problem. That Barghest only going about 850 meters per second here. It's not going to be enough to keep consistently away.
Meanwhile, the Scythe Fleet issue of Ginia is loose in the backline. It's now going after the Bantam for Exodus. It has been, while the rest of the team is basically chasing down the Barghest, it has been left completely alone, and it is slowly picking off the stragglers on the Exodus team. Will it be enough? Hard to say, but it is doing some damage for sure.
And Laserhawks losing a hyena there made a heroic dive to catch that Barghest out, but paid for it with his life. We now see Artanis, though, taking a lot of damage here. He is at this point, he's just not going anywhere, barely moving, less than 100 meters per second. And he's going to start bleeding into hull here very quickly with all of this command ship DPS gathered around him.
The Simi is pumping reps into him, but as you can see, it's just not enough. He's bleeding structure, and there he goes down. That is the biggest chunk of damage Laserhawks has. Just the fleet scythe for them in terms of significant damage. And oh, they just lost another ship. Their team is absolutely collapsing here, and they really don't have a ton to show for it. The scythe fleet issue can break through Bantam reps, but if it gets anywhere near the Loki, Sleipnir, or Nighthawk to do damage, it's going to get turned on, and it's going to get absolutely crushed.
Yeah, I think we saw some really good piloting here from Exodus, sort of anticipating the motions of Laserhawks and looking for that moment when they could really seize upon the Barghest without exposing themselves to too much risk from this rapid heavy clips.
Yeah, and you got to give some credit to the Laserhawks team. They saw the Lokis on Exodus' side. They understood the risk to their comp, and they did the best they could to try to put as much distance between them and those long-range Loki webs as possible. But the arena is only so big. There's only so long you can keep that dance up, and every time they had to make a pivot, Exodus was there, like you said, shadowing them at every step, ready to grab whatever ship turned just a little too late or lost a little too much velocity.
Indeed, that's always the risk with kiting. I can say from time in the arena, that is always a challenge. When you are kiting, you're thinking about not just where your boundary is, but where are you going? Are you getting something done by going there? And what will you do when you get there? Like you said, you can't go forever. You also have to think about what risk does going to a particular area of the arena expose you to? Are you not able to apply damage there because you've gone too far out? Are you getting close to where someone on top of an MJD might land on you? It's a lot to think about in a very short span of time. But we are seeing now the last from Laserhawks go down. They just have the Vigil Fleet, Scimitar, Jackdaw left. So no real damage to operate with. And the Jackdaw is going to go next. And Exodus is going to be able to clean up here. They did not come out completely clean. They lost a little bit in the process. But overall played this really nicely, pushing that kiting comp around the arena and taking advantage of those Loki webs to slow the Barghest down at critical moments to come in ultimately for that catch.
You know, we've seen the Scimitar of Kavad just kind of left that Jackdaw to die. It burned to the other side of the arena along with the Vigil to try to get some kind of distance here. But as you mentioned, there are no viable DPS ships left. That Fleet Vigil is projected tackle for a Scimitar that has no guns. And the Scimitar has now been targeted. He's doing his best to get transversal, but it's just not enough. Even the chip damage will eventually wear down his ancillary shield booster. He'll only have so many charges in it, and once those are down, he will drop very rapidly. He might be trying to go for an MJD beacon, could be looking to get some glory out of the situation. He will
Well, I
get
think-
there if he wants to go for it.
He's got that 12-second spool up to get through and hopefully not get tackled so we can see him achieve his long desired glory. And we'll see if he can maybe hit a record here.
He hasn't activated it yet. He's thinking about it. He's orbiting it a little bit. As his tank rapidly evaporates, it's now or never.
He's running out of time. I don't think he's going to be able to achieve glory here, unfortunately, but he will make for a nice warm explosion as Exodus circles around to finish him off, leaving just the Vigil fleet on grid. He's sort of flying at the opposite end and just circling around. Pretty much knows what's about to happen to him.
Yep, and that is time as we send it back to the desk for a thrilling main event.
Exodus, they're securing themselves that final spot in Alliance Tournament 18. Well, I say final, there is one more tomorrow, but to get there, we've got to finish off today. So we entered today with 24 teams in these trials. 12 of them have sadly departed, 6 also departing, but less sadly as they've made it through into the main Alliance Tournament. The teams that we lost today: Shut Up, I'm Trying, Prismatic Legion, Whole Control, Seriously Suspicious, Ushra'Khan, No Vacancies, Scary Wormhole People, Spectre Fleet, Off-Sound Mind, Snuffed Out, The Initiative, and Wolves Amongst Strangers. Thank you so much for competing, and we wish you better luck in the next tournaments you compete in. We won't see any more of Ahil Na, Bright Side of Death, Electus, Matari, Rusty Hyenas, Hidden Leaf Village, etc., and Exodus until next month when we see them in the main Alliance tournament. So tomorrow it is just 6 teams remaining fighting for just one spot. So make sure you tune in at 16:40 to see those. Today, this wouldn't have been possible without a whole host of people in the background, especially the GMs and CCP guys that have been doing all the refereeing. So thank you very much, GM Goat, GM Banquet, GM Carbon, GM Kobayashi, GM Starlord, GM Maverick, and Event's very own Amy Muff. And of course, thank you to everyone else at CCP who's been helping us here today: CCP Swift, CCP Convict, CCP Kestrel, and the indomitable CCP Zealous. In terms of Event staff, we have Discree there and Bayart J doing everything in the background. On the desk, we saw Mystical Knight, Wingnut Moderator, Blackbird Pirate, Jintan, Alec Ish, and Radicos. I have been Ithaca Hawk. Thank you very much for watching once again, and we'll see you tomorrow at 16:40.